Good morning, everyone. Welcome to all of you, both here and online. It's great to be back in the commission room. This is our first meeting, I think, here since January of 2020. So welcome and thank you all for being here. Special thanks to Michelle Tate and her staff for figuring out ways to keep the hybrid, the few benefits from COVID, if we could keep the hybrid technology and allow people to participate from all over the state and not necessarily have to travel. So thank you, Michelle. I'm Mary Wall, Chair of the Fish and Wildlife Commission, and I'd like to call the Friday, June 17th Commission meeting to order. I live in Langlois on Oregon, South Coast in Congressional District 4, and we'll do introductions of the rest of the Commission.
Yes, I'm Jill Zarnowitz, and Vice Chair and also Congressional District 1.
Bob Spellbrink, Siletz, Oregon is my home address, back and forth between there and Salem, and representing District 5.
Good morning, Mark Labhart. I'm the Eastern Oregon at-large representative, and I live in Sisters.
Good morning, I'm Becky Hatfield-Hyde, and I represent Congressional District 2.
Hi, good morning. Kathy and Coquille, and I'm Western Oregon at large.
Good morning, Dr. Leslie King, representing Portland, which is why we have some voodoo donuts today.
Extra points.
And we're glad to have them. Thank you. Could we go to Director Melcher?
Sure, and good morning. I'm Kurt Melcher. I'm the Director of the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and thank you all for being here. And it's so good to see the Commission all back in the Commission room once again after all these years.
It's been a long time. Thank you. And Michelle, could you introduce yourself and tell us anything that we need to know about the technology?
Good morning, I'm Michelle Tate. I'm here with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife supporting the Commission and the Director so we can hold this meeting hybrid. There are a couple of things I want to mention to you this morning. It's been a long time since we've met in this room. One of the things that I want the Commission to recognize is that when the little green light on your microphone is lit up, that means that it's live. I could possibly have it muted from here, but if the light is on, consider the mic's live. Online, I'd like to also remind the participants online that the chat function is not available to you. Everything that is entered into that chat goes into the record, and we would appreciate if you have questions to go ahead and send those to odfw.commission@odfworegon.gov. And that's all I have today. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. For the meeting today, it's a very full agenda. Agenda item I, which is the fur bearer and unprotected mammal regulations, will start at 2:30. We may have agenda items that are listed in the total agenda that are not finished, but we'll still start at 2:30 on that one because there are a lot of people interested in it, and we want to get to it when we're still fairly fresh. As far as we know right now, the August meeting will be in Salem again. There is not a July meeting. The September meeting will be in Burns, October in North Bend, Coos Bay, and the December one we're still figuring out, but probably Portland. So thank you again for being here. This is an important meeting with several major topics, and we appreciate your engagement very much. So we'll start right in with the director's report.
Well, thank you, Chair Wall. Under the Director's report, we did provide field reports to you in written form, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have on those. We do have Deputy Director Shannon Hearn here to give the monthly expenditure report. Shannon, come on up. And as you mentioned, Chair Wall, we do have a very lengthy agenda, and we're going to do our best to be diligent and apply some rigor to keep this meeting moving, and hopefully we can complete all the agenda items, but agenda item I before the 2:30 mark. That is our
That's the
goal
goal.
here.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
How do we, we did the whole raise your hand thing online. Like, what do we do now? Does it literally just kind of, do I need a flag down here or something?
We'll get the little cards for you to tip up.
Okay.
But for now, it's hand raising. But we will get the little cards to tip up so that I can watch those.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Yes, we will do the old school raising of the hand. Shannon?
Thank you, Director Melcher. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, members of the committee, for the record, Shannon Hearn, Deputy Director for Administration. In your packet, you have the financial report for June 2022. The most updated biennial review of expenditures that we had was for the month ending in April 30, 2022. That showed that unrestricted cash balance finished at $65.7 million, while restricted cash came in at $30.3 million, for a total of $96 million in ending balance. As you'll hear later today, we have wrapped up the 23-25 budget development process, so you'll hear a lot about that in Exhibit B. And then good news, in April we finalized recruitment for an internal auditor. In May, Kari Guy started with us officially. We had our first internal audit committee ran by Kari. Kari comes from us from the Oregon Health Authority, where she was an internal auditor. Before that, she was the manager of auditors at the City of Portland. And she started her career in Washington working for the legislature on natural resource budgeting issues. So she's a really good find, really excited to have her. And that completes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
Very good. Thank you, Shannon. And just as a reminder, so there's of course more detail in the report that you've been provided, and this is part of our best management practices and one of the legislative objectives that we have to achieve. So we provide you these monthly expenditure reports. With that, then we'll move to the Adapting to Climate and Ocean Change report, which is another standing item. And I'm looking for the team here. Dr. Colbert, Dr. Clemens, Bernadette Graham-Hudson, and Sarah Reif, I believe, are all presenting. I at least see a couple. Oh, there they all. They're all here.
Chair Wall, Director Melcher, I'm getting feedback from online people. They can't hear me. Can you guys hear me? They're saying they can't hear me. I don't know why, but I don't know if it's just me.
Well, we'll look into that. I
Thank you.
I can hear you loud.
Yeah, I hear myself. Thank you.
I love that you're sitting in the very Good morning. It's really awesome to see all of you here. This is wonderful. I just drove in and I could barely keep my windshield wipers going fast enough on the freeway on the way here. So it's kind of an interesting day to be talking to you about drought. You know, the reality is we've had a great last 5 weeks in many parts of the state in terms of rain and temperatures, and it's helped quite a bit. But we also know that Oregon's had drought conditions in 16 of the last 20 years. So really, that's why this is under the climate report. This is not about weather. This is about climate and changing climate conditions. And so we really wanted to have a conversation today with you. I'm not sure how we're advancing the slides. Are you advancing the slides? Oh, okay. So yeah, there is good news that we have had some really great wet late spring. It's improved the outlook in much of the state. And this is a good problem. It's a good problem this year, and it's not what we were anticipating, just 5 weeks ago. This is from the NOAA Drought Conditions Report, and you can see in April, it was severe drought across the state, even almost up into the Portland area, and that's what we were looking at as we came out of April. And then just 5 weeks later, you can see on the right that things have improved quite a bit in many parts of the state. But you'll also see that it's not all perfect out there, and many of you live in parts of the state where it's still feeling like severe drought conditions, especially given that it's multi-years. And just as you think about species needs and habitat conditions, it's going to be great to have a wet summer in many parts of the state, and it's going to be helpful for fish and wildlife. But some of the conditions and their kind of state is really dependent on what happened last summer. You know, the recruitment that we're going to see in some of these species is going to reflect the conditions that they were in over the last drought, over last summer, and then this winter, which was also very dry across the state. So, I mean, it's not that we don't want to celebrate the upside, but we also, as kind of fish and wildlife managers, we have to kind of think about the long term. And so that's really what we're going to talk to you about today. And we want to start, we do have a couple slides where we want to kind of share some of what we're doing and how we're approaching drought and changing climate, and also how we are using the funds that we recently got from the legislature to address those efforts. But before we do that, we actually want to just talk to you. We just want to hear your thoughts. And so we have a couple questions that we are hoping to just engage with you on. What drought impacts to fish, wildlife, and habitat are top of mind for you? We don't get to talk to you about these kinds of things very often. What actions do you think could help minimize these impacts? And of those actions, which ones do you think fit best within our ability to control as a mission and as an agency? What are the drought impacts to human needs that might bring us into conflict with needs of fish, wildlife, and habitat during drought cycles? And then just to finish on a positive note, what are you most optimistic about in terms of drought and climate? So Chair Wall, we wanted to just kind of open this with a discussion because we spend a lot of time talking amongst ourselves, but we rarely get a chance to just talk to you about what you're worried about.
Well, I think it's a great idea, and I thank you. I suspect that everybody sitting here going, but they have a very, very long list of things that they're worried about and don't know which one to put first. And if people have immediate ideas, great, go ahead and start. Otherwise, I guess if there's anything I'm optimistic about is that we still, there's not much, it's urgent, we don't have much time, but there are things we can do. We're not a bunch of helpless victims in this. We actually can take action, and when we get to the budget, we'll be looking at some of the things we can do. So at least at the start of every day, I'm optimistic. Maybe not by the end, but at least at the start. And the one other thing that it does seem to me is, and I keep hearing this over and over in every meeting I'm in, is a lot of this is us. We're doing a lot of things, and because we're doing a lot of things like development or how we go about all of our human activities, and those activities can be changed and have impacts, then how does ODFW step in and be helpful to people figuring out what those actions and how to change them? So I guess I would start there, and I bet other people now have had time to figure out what their topmost ideas are.
I'll go next. One thing, I'm not going to start with the optimistic
That's okay.
part, because that is not top of mind. But one thing is, with the major forest fires, if you're looking in the southern part of our state and the major forest fires that we had there, I'd like to see the department respond to that related to their regulations for hunting and fishing. And because that Fish and Wildlife down there, they lost their habitat in many places, and they are very vulnerable for, they have no cover, they maybe have very little food. Some may be coming back with the 10th of inch of rain that Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde celebrates when it happens. I think that that's something that we need to definitely take a closer look at whenever we're thinking about our seasons, and whether that's through emergency management, emergency regulations, or because we're going to set up a bunch of tags and then for fishing seasons, and then we have to look at what the habitat is doing in those areas in combination with the drought. and the drought is just going to emphasize it even more. So that's one of the concerns that I have, is whenever we look at our regulations, taking a look at that at the same time. And obviously the district biologists would be key to that, because they are living there, they're looking at what's going on, they're out maybe getting better deer surveys than they've ever gotten before, or something like that. But so that's just a point that comes to mind for me. And I'll leave it there for now.
That's such a good reminder of just kind of how much the wildfires are kind of interwoven with these discussions of drought and climate change. And I think it would be great if we could actually talk to Chair Wall about, what if we just did kind of at some future meeting a discussion of fire impacts on fish and wildlife, and got some biologists in and maybe some of our counterparts, and just talked about that a little bit more. That would be great.
I think that would be, yes, I think it would be a good idea.
Excuse me. Yeah, just thinking out loud, personally, I live in the area here, so like I say, I've been looking for a place to fish where the water's not too high, which is unusual for June. And, but I too just get thinking about someone drove over the Mackenzie the other day and told me the Mackenzie was very muddy, where, it's usually one of the first ones to clean up. And I'm starting to wonder, we had the huge fire down there, and now we're starting to experience some of the, sometimes a lot of rain isn't good if you've just had an area that's all been burned over, and start to wonder, what the effects are, like on a tributary like the Mackenzie that's been famous for water quality. Now, what's that going to do to the water quality of the Mackenzie, which is important, of course, for the department. We've got the huge hatchery there and everything. So anyway, like I say, it brings up a lot of those things, and I know I can't wait to hear from Commissioner Hatfield Hyde, because she's still there experiencing the drought. So I'll be interested for her response here too. But anyway, that's just what came to mind.
Okay, well, thank you for the questions, and thank you that three went ahead of me so that I could get my thoughts together here, so, instead of catching us completely, most of us off guard. So, what drought impacts fish and wildlife and habitat are top of mind for you? The first thing that came to mind for me is water. Water for life, for humans' life. Water for economic benefits, for providing water for the cattle, and most importantly for me, fish and wildlife and how it impacts us. So the top of mind for me is the water and what impacts that's having as a result of the drought. And it isn't just, it's across the board. It's affecting everybody. We're talking about even the town of Sisters, water rationing. So, what actions do you think could help minimize the impacts? As a result of this, the legislature and the federal government have put their money where their mouth is and provided some significant funding for drought relief. Not enough, of course, but it's got the attention of the federal government, the state government, and even local governments to provide funding. So we've got some additional dollars to do some really good things with. How much impact that's going to have, it's not going to hurt, but we've still got a long ways to go. What are the drought impacts to human needs that might be using this to conflict with fish and wildlife and habitat? Well, what came to mind immediately, and I look at Sean when I see this, we've had to restrict things. We've had to restrict fishing, and it's had a significant impact on folks. The cold water refugia areas that at the mouth of some of our rivers, that's the only place that these fish can get to in some cases to be able to get away from the hot water. Low water affecting the ability for fish to spawn. And so that's what came to my mind immediately, some of the impacts it's having on our fisheries and the folks that like to fish, and how we can address some of those concerns. What are you most optimistic about? I'm most optimistic we got our habitat division reinstated, and so we're going to be putting some significant efforts into that division. And so I think there's some things that affect the drought that our folks that are working in that division are going to be moving forward with. And what I'm most optimistic about also is that Oregonians have, I think for the majority of Oregonians, this has reached up to a higher level of caring. And so it's on people's mind, and that they're going to address this in a manner that I think they're putting their money where their mouth is. I think they're putting their volunteer hours where their mouth is. And this commission, I think I can speak for all of us, we really care about this. This is not something that we're blowing off. It's a big deal. And so I think you're going to see a strong emphasis from this commission in moving us forward to address climate change, drought conditions, and so on.
Jeez, thank you. Big pressure. I think that for me, when we talk about drought, the most important thing, the weakest link to move us forward in the future is always relationships. I also think that it's this sort of thing like, what can we affect here at ODFW? A lot of it is relationships with other agencies and people, both in the federal government and other state agencies. So for me, in a perfect world, especially with climate change, we would really recognize the importance of flexibility and being smart, because what we have is climate variability, as we've seen just in the last 6 weeks. We went from, you know, the previous map to where we are today. And being able to be flexible with water can sometimes, I'm going to give an example that I've probably given before, where down on the Klamath River, they accidentally spilled over the dams 10,000 acre feet of water several years ago. And that 10,000 acre feet of spilled water could have provided water for the refuges, you know, for a season. So that was one event, right? Which gives you a sense of when we will get moisture, and when we get moisture, we need to be really smart about the capture, store, and safe release of that water. So we need to be worried about upland health. We need to do more storage, and that's not necessarily hardscape storage, that's wetland storage that can provide opportunities in other ways. So anyway, it is, of course, my favorite topic. And as far as optimism, I am a depressed optimist all the time. And that counts for today, too.
Commissioner.
And I feel like I'm in like an FFA competition or something.
Good.
Okay,
This is good.
What are your 5? Give your 5
Okay.
points. And I haven't even had my voodoo donut yet.
Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, what are things looking like in your neck of the woods right now?
Well, it's interesting. I think because we didn't have the snowpack in some of our region, it's still very dire in terms of like our lake situation, for example, in Klamath Lake and the farming and the rain in that area. But in all those places where we rely on, for example, the native plants and the, you know, they have gotten a huge shot in the arm, which will help all of our wildlife and fish and everyone, right? So, yeah. And we did, you know, like my husband, he is the one that, you know, goes out in the yard, gets to the old-fashioned rain gauge, 0.6 of an inch. That was huge, right? So far ahead of where we were last year, it's not even funny. So things are growing, and that's exciting.
I think my new byline for my life is depressed optimist. Like, that's just perfect. The first thing, when you put these questions up there, the first thing that came to mind was those like apocalyptic red skies that we've gotten the past few summers, that, you know, it was unsafe for people to go out and breathe the air. It was unsafe to recreate or exercise or, you know, do anything outside in a time of the year when all Oregonians are just waiting and dying to get outside and enjoy the beauty of our landscapes. And so those wildfires are so like profoundly impactful, I think, on human life, that's immediately what comes to mind for me. And that's nothing to say about some of the most beautiful places that have been burned by these wildfires or by, you know, mistakes made during drought conditions, etc. But, you know, I am the optimism thing. I am optimism about climate justice. I think that's an area that I'm thinking a lot about lately, that I'm hearing a lot about, that, you know, we know that climatic impacts often are disproportionately distributed, right? And so I'm really excited to see more informal science institutions. OMSI is doing amazing work in this area, focusing on climate justice and trying to get multitudes of voices involved in the climate action campaigns. And with complex problems require complex solutions, and complex solutions come from the voices of many. So that makes me optimistic, even though I'm still depressed.
Wow, I'm last after all of this, all these distinguished comments. I would say, I'll answer kind of all your questions at once instead of point by point. Excuse me. I would say, for me, this issue is, many of us have talked about this, like the next 10 years are going to determine the next century. And I think that this is one of those issues where this is key. And it's one of these things, what's so hard about it is that it requires micro and macro all at the same time. And it requires us going into new territory. Things like environmental justice and climate justice and urban ecology and the things that I always talk about, that's not really like something that ODFW talks about, but I think we need to. I think drought and the red skies and things like that brings that to mind, that this is we are in a very different time and space, and it's going to require a very different type of response. And I think, in just kind of our everyday lives, and that's what I say, it's both micro and macro, like we are somewhat, quote, post-COVID. And one of the things we've had to adjust, in fact, we adjusted just today, like we don't need near as much paper. We don't need near as much of this commission crapola that we get. And so Michelle sent us a memo and said, I'll send out one packet, the rest will be updated online. That's a change. I mean, those sorts of change on a micro level explains what should also be happening sort of macro. It's sort of like we need to be more nimble and flexible, and I know other people have said that, and adjust. In an institution and in a system that largely is rigid, I think we're in a very fluid time with very rigid systems, and that's what I think we're coming up against. And I think that that's why we're in such a scramble. And I think, to me, drought, what it does, it exacerbates problems that were already there, and it brings it to the fore. Like three of us, two of my colleagues and myself, got to go way out east, which is, a long distance away for me, being in Portland, but it was important that I went out to Wallowa County, and we talked about the wolf issue. And one thing that we all need to kind of, zoom out and recognize is so much of that issue is being driven by drought. And it's, so much of that is drought pressure. Like we're seeing the elk run out of things to eat. So now they're going to farms and they're not having babies. So the wolves have nothing to eat because there's no elk babies. So now they're going after cows. It's this whole cycle that it was always there, and it always will be there, but it's being exacerbated and fed by drought. So I think that that's what drought is doing to me. It's exposing what was already there and and showing us where our weak points are in many ways, and how we need to adjust and adapt and where, and how it's going to take much more of a macro level thinking instead of this game of whack-a-mole that we usually kind of play. So that's, and what I'm optimistic about is the fact that we're even talking about it. The fact that people are recognizing, the fact that people are asking, is that we realize we are missing something big. And so we're starting to ask what? Like, how do we address that? How do we change tack? How do we go into a new area, like of, say, urban ecology, which is not in ODFW's vocabulary? How do we get there? like, what does that mean? How do we go to that space? At least people are having the conversation and asking questions, which a couple of years ago we were not. So that's something I'm very optimistic about.
It's really interesting that you mentioned the wolf example, because that is such a great example of adapting. So the wolves are adapting because they're going to go find the food. In some parts, that's actually adaptation where producers are bringing they're running out of feed down in California, so they're bringing them up earlier and putting them out in Oregon earlier, right? So they're adapting, and then you have this perfect storm where you've got a lot of smaller cattle out earlier before there are baby elk even available for the wolves. So they're going to go after that. So again, species and people are adapting real time. And I think part of kind of what we can all be doing is looking for these patterns of where it is maybe an underlying problem that is going to get worse, or new problems because of the way people and animals are adapting. And it's just kind of, I think, we just can't take for granted the old patterns of behaviors.
We have one more point.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you want to address?
No, I wanted to go back to something that three of you raised. Yeah.
Okay.
I can wait.
I just want to bring up one thing that is top of my mind on the second point that you have, is that we just had the beaver work group. They are talking about restoring beaver habitat for everything that it provides. And in the current, trapping regs, we're not really addressing that, and a lot of the working group are concerned about that because they feel like this is the time to address that. And a number of watershed councils have been working to restore beaver habitat, and they want to be sure that the beaver are there to restore that habitat. And that habitat is important for maintaining water in the systems. I think we all know this. To ensure, to capture floodwaters, to capture water, to put it, to let it seep into the ground instead of running down the river and making the McKinsey brown, things like that. So those type of things are some of the activities that ODFW could take every time it considers either regulations or actions to do on the ground. That there's a lot of people out there trying to restore beaver habitat for multiple purposes.
I think we'll talk about beavers a lot today. In the
I had the
budget.
opportunities.
Couldn't hold back.
Let's see if everybody can, every agenda item today, we can work beavers in at least once.
Count on it.
Okay.
I think we had a question or a point from Sean.
Yeah, it is a bit of a question and a discussion continuing this. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zanowitz, and Commissioners. Three of you brought up wildfires, and I think that's really interesting that you obviously made the link between wildfires and drought, and then climate change and these ongoing mega fires. When you think about it from a human perspective, obviously wildfires, there's really nothing good about them. They destroy property, they destroy places we like to recreate, and the landscape just kind of looks charred. But when we think about it from the fish and wildlife perspective, there's really, it's not all one-sided here. There's a lot of benefits that come out of that. Things like, and Vice Chair Zanowitz even brought up beaver. Well, opening up those riparian habitats and allowing the willows to grow back creates the forage for beavers. It also creates higher productivity in streams that fish can then grow bigger and survive better. And then another thing, we've been telling forestry that we would like them to grow large conifers along the stream side. That helps with shade, but then we also want them to fall into the stream and create that complex habitat. And then so when we get these fires, that's that opportunity for them to fall in. So there's a lot of positives there, and we consider all of that, and I'm wondering how you all think about and kind of weigh some of those positives versus negatives when you're thinking about wildfire.
Go ahead, Commissioner Labhart.
Well, I thought about it after I was done, but I'm really glad to hear you say that we're going to have maybe a potential panel on it later on to have a discussion about wildfires. Because I remember the Tillamook burns, 350,000 acres, and it was terrible. But as a result of that, the black-tailed deer population literally exploded. Mm-hmm. And it exploded so much that they had multiple tags issued to try to reduce the amount of black-tailed deer because the habitat, once it started responding, even though it was devastating to the forests and the streams and that kind of thing, but as that habitat grew back, the wildlife population, at least in this case, responded to that. So, we burned 1 million acres a few years ago. And so we know that the negatives of that, but there's also probably going to be some positives in terms of particularly wildlife and riparian, adjustments to that. So I'm glad you said that, because it isn't necessarily all bad, and so, but the perception is reality. Perception is, oh, it's terrible, and it was in a lot of cases. But also, I think we're going to see some explosion of some populations as a result of that, as this new cereal habitat starts coming back. So I appreciate you mentioning that, and I'm glad we're going to have that discussion later on. So.
Go ahead, Commissioner King.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Wildfires, gosh, I was in Aussie for Black Summer. I think anyone who was will never be the same after living through a continent on fire. And now the koalas are endangered, because not only did a lot of them burn and the eucalyptus trees that they live on explode, but there's pretty much no forest left. So yes, fire can be good, but I think what is happening in this age of climate change and drought, it's all gotten accentuated and accelerated and way, way, way out of control. Like, an entire continent is not supposed to be on fire ever. I don't think. So I think yes, but I think like anything that cycles, I think we've kind of gotten the cycle just out of sync. I think it's gotten worse. And the other thing, we're talking about fisheries, one of the things that I always kind of scratch my head about is we've got fisheries and hatcheries in rivers that are running dry. Like, that kind of isn't making sense to me. And I know that we're going to talk about a little bit when we talk about restoration and enhancement boards. Some of these, it's one of the things we're going to look at is hatcheries looking at climate change. Like, how are we going to adjust and fix and use these things? Like, when we're talking about drought and you're talking about a river and a lot of it isn't connecting for a lot of people, this person included. Like, we've got to start to look at, it's sort of like what I said before, we've got to start to look at things in a fundamentally different way. We've got to start asking some very different questions instead of just turnkey, doing what we always did, approving the regs we've always approved, because that's not going to work anymore. We just do not live in that time anymore. And that doesn't mean cancel them all. I'm not bringing cancel culture to ODFW. I'm saying that we need to look. We need to ask questions. Like, we need to recognize the age that we're in, which is not the age that we were in just a couple years ago.
If I could just add one thing to that, because I think that ties some pieces together. And the truth is that somebody said these are complex problems and they take complex interwoven solutions, and that's forever. That's just the boat we're in. We have very strong science in this agency, and we're going to, in our budget, we're going to build that up more. We have a habitat division that is now able to help us. We're balancing some of the pieces that we had before, and we're in a much better position. And all of that is supposed to be getting to actions. And a lot of our actions end up being, how do you influence others to do things differently? And so we have to get better and better at that. But there are also actions, direct actions, and I keep looking at the Minum acquisition, where you're protecting from the start, so we don't have, there are places where we can avoid having to lose it and then try to get it back. And I think that's a little bit what, Sean, some of the stuff you've been talking to us for a long time about gets at. And when I look at the priorities, it's water, habitat, resiliency, and whether we're talking about budget or beaver or whatever we're talking about. And I think we also have a piece in our climate change action, which I continue to applaud this department for putting forward. That policy makes us look at this all the time. We can't escape it, whether it's beaver or wolves or whatever it is, they're so tied together. But it is important to me to think about our ability to influence and what the budget will do to help us get better at that, because that's what we need to be able to do, and to act and to move from our tremendous science base to actions, whether they're ours or somebody else's. And I do look heavily to protection ones, not just trying to restore it. Humpty Dumpty was right. You can't fix it after the fact all the time. You have to do something at this, we have to be looking at these, as you all are, to get at the problems as soon as we can. So I thought we had one other hand up. No, okay.
I just had one, and it's a follow-on to yours, Commissioner Wall. I'm always thinking about what levers we have available to us to pull. What's within our sphere of influence, and where do we have levers that we can pull. And so I think your brain went where mine did, which is
thinking about those actions that we can take. And some of them are short-term and some of them are long-term. Being in Habitat Division, as we write a drought response plan, we find our immediate action list pretty short, but our long-term action list is pretty long because we're in the business of influencing others. And so just Commissioner Zarnowitz brought up, how we can adjust seasons and limits and take for the species that we directly manage through hunt and fishing regulations. But what I, interested in just the conversation around what are those other levers that ODFW and the commission that we have available to us in this area of drought response.
I'm not sure. Go ahead.
Well, I think you hit it, is the influence. And, also, I think maybe Commissioner King or other commissioners mentioned, we have a information education group, and we have positions to add to that in this next biennium. And I think when we're giving the hunt classes, fishing classes, shooting, bow hunting classes, or whatever we're doing, we can always weave into those discussions about how the wildlife and the climate and the habitat all fit together, and how not just responsible hunting or fishing is the topic, but just expand that into the whole picture. So we have those opportunities, and hopefully we'll have some positions in I&E to help to start, maybe producing videos and things like that, and I keep thinking back to Dan Van Dyke down in the southwest part, and he's a fish biologist, but he's been working on incorporating wildlife into fisheries management through, beaver, and encouraging landowners to not go get rid of their beaver. So, sorry to bring beaver up again, but it's related to fish, and it's related to how things can merge together. So obviously a lot can be done in the districts if they can take their mission a little broader than some of them may be.
And I would, did you want to go? Sorry, Commissioner. Are you ready? It follows on to Commissioner Zarnowitz. And as I sort of touched on, like micro and macro, we need to, and through communication and through our own actions, we need to stop with this throwing our hands up, there's nothing we can do. Because there is a lot we can do. And, that's why I brought up the example of us using less paper as a commission. When we were together at the Minum, I talked about we can stop using single-use plastics. There are so many things that we can do in our everyday lives that we can communicate to people. We can do that ourselves. We can live by example. There's a lot of just low-hanging fruit, stuff we can do every day with the choices that we make. So there is actually a lot. And then, of course, then the rest of it, however, as you said, it is the micro, long-term, looking at things on the, more of the 10-year span, based on the actions that you took now and seeing the effects later. But I think that there are, I work with people in this department all the time. It's like, can we use caterers that don't use plastic? Or can we make sure when you rent a car that we can get at least a hybrid? Like, there are so many things we can do just in our individual decisions that are really right there, everyday touch of a button. One of the things I ask for is, can we all have water bottles? I know you got the little stations all over the place, just everybody have their water bottle and just use the stations. Get rid of some of this plastic and the waste that we are creating. We don't need to be doing it. So I think it's a little bit of both. It's personal and institutional, and kind of, all ties into, like you said, how do we become influencers in a sense.
We have one more comment, and then we probably
Okay, so
move on. Yeah.
Sarah, thanks for the question. So I would go to a philosophical and parrot what Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde said of relationships. This is, I think, at the 50,000 foot level, we have the ability for our stakeholder groups that don't necessarily agree with each other once in a while, for them to come together and say, we all kind of like this topic, right? Climate change and issues, because it affects stakeholder groups on both sides of the issue. This is an opportunity to build relationships among our stakeholder groups and bring them together to say, how do we work together instead of adversarial relationships? How do we work together to try to address this issue? So I think it's an opportunity for staff and this commission and the stakeholder groups that are out there to say, yeah, we kind of agree with that. Let's get together and start working on habitat issues, on fisheries issues, on wildlife issues, and those kind of things where we can build that coalition. And when that is a coalition, it's a really strong message. And it's a strong message to our legislators, both at the state and the federal level, that we are serious about this and we want to make something happen. So action on the ground by building those relationships.
This
Sure.
is, I'm sorry, Director.
Chair Wall, and I know we probably need to get on with the presentation here because we haven't even had that yet, but I did want to just point out that, as I think I've reminded you all many times, that as a commission, and as an agency, we have, with only a few minor exceptions, no authority to manage habitat. So we have to do that through partnerships, through collaborative and relationships, and through influence, whether it be at the local level or the state level or the national level. And we're going to have an agenda item here, and hopefully in a couple hours, that is really about expanding that and having others help us pull those levers, so to speak. So I just wanted to point out the connection here to that, and then I want to get on with the presentation because
We're ready.
Or we
Okay,
won't
go.
get to that other one. We'll never get out of here.
Well, thank you for just engaging in a conversation with us, because the reality is that, we have 1,200 people on the front line statewide that are living this experience. Biologists, scientists, that every day are at the edge of conflict that is driven in part by climate change, and trying to kind of build those relationships, do that influencing, sitting on grant review teams to try to make good things happen, sometimes beating their heads up against dead ends, trying to weigh in on land use decisions that don't go our way. I mean, this is an everyday thing for us. And so we're constantly talking about this in one form or another, but we don't really get to have a chance to just kind of open end talk to you about it and just to hear what you're worried about or what you're optimistic about. And so, it would be great if we could continue to have these kinds of conversations, just to see where we're in alignment with what you're worrying about, and to kind of learn awesome new phrases like being a depressed optimist, because that's a keeper. But so we're just going to finish up quickly to tell you a little bit about kind of how we are kind of thinking about our own drought planning, and you're going to see so much alignment with what you just talked about, I think. But we really have been thinking about it in kind of 3 spheres, right? So there's kind of the data and the science that we are pursuing that can just inform our own management decisions, can inform on the ground good things happening, can inform and help us hold the line on bad things from happening. We're also thinking about kind of management actions really broadly, not just kind of regulatory where we have that purview, but also where we can influence other agencies that are taking management actions and kind of inform those decisions. And then lastly, really thinking about how are we engaging with the public and our stakeholders, how are we communicating about drought? And we're thinking obviously short and long term. It's not just this year's problem, like Sarah put very well. We're also really trying to kind of think and anticipate longer term. How are we all adapting? Where are the next conflicts going to be happening? How are we doing things today that try to help species adapt in the future? And we'll talk to you about some specific areas. And how we're using that science to inform our decisions, and just really trying to work more closely and intentionally with partners around changing climate, drought cycles, and those types of things. And so what we want to finish off with, and it's just a few slides, is to tell you, that gives you kind of the broad landscape of the work that we're doing. but we really did get some significant infusion of funds in the 2022 short session, thanks to amazing partners. We had nothing to do with getting the funds that we're about to talk about. Like, in fact, it was the end of the session and we got a call from the governor's office saying, hey, they're going to give you $15 million to do drought work. And they had worked the issue. I mean, so, you speak about kind of what we can get done when we're working together. I mean, I think that's a perfect example of that. And so I have a lot of optimism, and honestly, it's amazing. We have to spend this money fast, and we're getting really good at that. I'm just going to tell you that. So I'm going to go on to the next one. So we have been thinking about this drought package, not just short term. I mean, it's really like, how do we set ourselves up? And so you're going to hear a lot from Sarah, Bernadette, and Sean that's like, it's not just about the projects that we're going to get done this year. It's also how are we going to tee up some projects that are going to help us capitalize on the infrastructure dollars that maybe this year we do design work. So just as a reminder, we got $2.6 million for drought resiliency this biennium. Sarah's going to fill you in a little bit about those. We got $8 million for fish passage work. Alan Ritchie and his team and all of our partners statewide, watershed councils, Trout Unlimited, you name it, have all been helping us spend money fast on that front because we have one in-water work window to spend that in if we're doing construction. We also, our Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund got $4 million to do drought resiliency work. We'll talk about that a little bit. And then I just note that OWEB also got $10 million to do water acquisitions. They have a longer time period to spend it, but we're very much engaged and want to be a part of that discussion. And then we're kind of thinking about this broadly about just all of these other things that are in the works that are awesome. We've, just tens of millions of dollars that are going to be coming to our private forest accord subaccount. How do we think about those dollars? How do they fit in this kind of picture of resiliency and helping species, the IIJA funding, and then also the $7 million for wildlife connectivity that ODOT got in the short session. So we'll just quickly go through those, and I'll turn it over to Sarah to talk about the resiliency piece of the puzzle.
Great, thanks, Debbie. So with that drought resiliency funding that we got, Habitat and Fish divisions are focusing our efforts primarily within the data and science sphere that Debbie had up on the slide. We know that water quality and quantity are necessary for fish and wildlife populations. However, the lack of real-time temperature data and stream discharge data really limits our ability to predict extreme temperature events, to manage those events in real time, and to set temperature-based flow targets for management and climate planning and tailor our fish management responses. So last October, Chandra Ferrari presented to the Commission on the limited real-time water temperature data available, particularly in our coastal streams. So we began an effort to install water temperature loggers in coastal streams from the Nehalem to the Illinois to capture temperature events. And data collected will be used to develop models that can be used for a variety of purposes, including tracking trends, forecasting future temperatures in streams, and explaining changes in fish distribution. Since that time, with this resiliency funding we received from the drought package, we're contracting with the U.S. Geological Survey for the installation of additional stream discharge gauges and or real-time temperature devices. And so we're working right now to finalize our contract with USGS and develop a list of prioritized gauge locations. To prioritize those locations, we completed a gap analysis of the existing gauge network and then considered a range of factors, including our fish and wildlife conservation and management objectives. For example, where might we want to adapt our angling regulations, areas that were impacted by wildfire, where there might be some fish-focused storage releases, and then it also, was prioritized in part by where we'd like to focus our monitoring and enforcement of in-stream water rights, where we'd like to do some long-term climate trend monitoring, and also where we're focusing our investment in certain priority watersheds, either for the federal infrastructure bill funding or for other conservation reasons. So we're scoping these priorities with district staff and with partners right now, and we'll complete additional outreach as time allows. And then we're also exploring our leverage opportunities with our partners for even more gauge coverage, and gauge installation is expected to begin this summer.
Just so you know, Debbie, a question that I will have when we get to the budget, because it relates directly to what both you and Sarah just talked about, is whether with all of the supplemental monies that we've had come in, will there be a chance to course correct? Because with this kind of an influx of funding, which is terrific, sometimes it's hard to spend it immediately, especially if there's only one work window. So the question will be, will there be a chance to course correct and figure out ways to hang on to that for one more season if we have to, or change what we're doing in order to react? So a quick answer now, but it is a budget question, which is, with all of this supplemental, are we able to spend it well and quickly enough? And when will we be able to course correct? Because inevitably there'll be some of that needed.
I think we're going to be able to spend it well. I mean, Sean's going to tell you about some of the fish passage projects. I mean, it's just phenomenal. The gauging, it's very strategic. We're not shortchanging kind of our hard look at where we need that information. So it's been pretty amazing. Staff have just all hands on deck, and I think we'll spend it, and we'll do it really responsibly.
Great.
Just building on what Sarah's been talking about in terms of water availability, we're going to talk a little bit here about a subset of that water, which is cold water. That's waters that are less than 12 degrees or less than 2 degrees cooler than the surrounding water. And these are really important habitats across the state, but they're relatively rare. And a couple of years ago, as part of our aquatic habitat prioritization process, we started to identify where those were using the Norwest model tool. And then as we got this drought funding, it was really an opportunity for us to validate some of those models that we've been using and then find new areas. So as part of this summer, we're going to be hiring some folks that are going to go out in the field and place temperature loggers at critical junctions. So again, using the prioritization scheme that Sarah talked about, we're going to be going into those areas and kind of see real time what the thermalscape is in those areas. And then that gives us a real kind of micro look at that habitat. And then to cover more territory, we're also going to use forward-looking infrared radar, or infrared, which you use during helicopter flights or drone flights. And that gives us more of a spatial, one-time kind of picture of what the thermalscape of those systems is. So all that combined will really give us a good picture of what the thermalscape is in Oregon. And then we can target habitat restoration and protection in some of these key cold water areas, which are going to be really important for fish going forward.
Could I ask one quick question? Sean, on that very thing of looking at ways to prioritize and identify where the cold water areas are and which watersheds, I keep looking at the trend line that I keep looking at are our wild population trends starting to creep up instead of where a lot of them are headed now. And maybe that's too long a metric, too long in the time, but that's the one we're looking at. Does that work?
All you're asking is the species part of the prioritization, essentially?
It's carrying, if we're looking at cold water, we're looking at cold water so we protect our fish species, our wild fish populations that are the trend lines were distressed because they're going the wrong direction in a lot of cases, and this is supposed to help eventually at least those trends go up. Is that still, does that work? Or should we be looking at something else? Because there's quite a distance between better measurement and what you're talking about and the trend lines going up.
Sure, well, yeah. The whole reason we're going about this is to identify those areas that are critical to those populations that are both healthy now, and we want to keep them healthy, and those that are declining. And then we can, once we have that kind of overlay of where they are, then through our regulatory and our influencing, we can protect and restore those habitats. And there's a number of examples where we're already doing that through passage work, through some of the riparian restoration that watershed councils are doing. So absolutely, this is one of the key things that through the plans you all adopted, like the Road South Coast plan, we're going to target.
Thank you. Okay.
Sarah?
Okay, so shifting, that was sort of in the data and science sphere. Now shifting over to management actions. In terms of those direct management levers that we were talking about earlier, Habitat Division, there are basically 3 areas of focus for us when it comes to water and drought. The first is bringing that water data and science to bear in climate-driven decisions, which Sean was just speaking to. The second is working with our partners on things like reservoir management. So we're working closely with water management partners, particularly reservoir operators, to recommend and help determine dam release timing and rates for benefits of fish. And thirdly, to ensure fish and wildlife needs are considered in water development approvals and planning. And so this involves identifying in-stream targets and certificating in-stream water rights. And we continue our efforts to apply for new in-stream water rights. That is one of the levers that we feel is available to us when addressing drought. And we continue our efforts to resolve outstanding protests to in-stream water right applications to facilitate that certification. There are a number of outstanding protests. And so our goal with this work is to bring resolution to several of those outstanding in-stream water right applications. We did receive funds for a limited duration position in the 2022 short session to assist with resolving those in-stream water right protests. We are awaiting Department of Administrative Services approval for that position so we can get that hired and going. This will be an NRS 3, a Natural Resource Specialist 3, who will organize and produce the technical support information for all of those in-stream water right cases, and to support settlement conversations and our ODFW engagement in contested case proceedings. The initial focus will be the 14 in-stream water rights referred to the administrative law judge for contested case proceedings, but the position will also be tasked with organizing files for all the remaining applications. So it's really just that administrative capacity that we really need to kind of get through that backlog, and all with this goal of protecting in-stream flow.
Thank you.
Okay, back to me. So when we told Alan back in March that he had $8 million to spend and he had to do it by the end of, basically within 3 months, because we have to get the projects on the ground this summer, he nearly fainted. But to his credit, he's done a phenomenal job working with our districts, working with the Habitat Division, working with the folks like Trout Unlimited and the watershed councils. And he's actually put on the ground to date, I think it's what, $7.2 million. A lot of that is in projects that are going to occur this summer. We're opening up close to 400 miles of stream habitat, 90 acres of lake habitat, and that's just in one year. And that doesn't count some of the design work that's going to occur. So, and that all came about by taking that strategic approach of leveraging these focal areas that we've already developed for the IIJA. We already had work kind of teed up through that, and we've been able to switch it over to the drought. And then also going out and beating the bushes and seeing what projects are there and bringing them in. So there's, like I said, a number of construction projects that are going to occur this summer in really high value areas. Think like Rogue South Coast area, Coquille, and then again targeting some of the salmon superhighway projects in the North Coast. So really, really valuable projects that are going to help us push the Coast Coho potentially closer towards delisting, et cetera.
So he has 7.2 of the 8 million already figured out?
Yeah. Yeah.
I should get an award.
He probably will get one.
Yeah. Yeah. We just got another update yesterday with a whole list of projects that are coming forward and some really innovative ones. Smith River in the lower Umpqua, where we're going to open up some habitat down there, like 10 or 15 miles of habitat that supports coho and lamprey and steelhead. So really good projects. And again, these are the things, Commissioner King, you brought up the fire as being different. That's absolutely right. They're bigger, they're more intense. And one of the things fish need to adapt to that is connectivity. And so this is one of the actions we take to create that connectivity that they can adapt to those larger fires. So really important work. We can go to the next one.
Yes, that's, I'm glad you mentioned that. I mean, just thinking about the Coldwater Refugia, knowing where it is, thinking about passage and how to help them get and adapt. I mean, this is critical for species in terms of, adjusting and adapting to climate.
And so one of the really nice things about the drought package is it had very few strings attached to it, whereas things like IIJA do come with a lot of strings. And so we've been able to use this drought package to really set us up for future years to leverage more IIJA, and doing that by putting designs in place. a lot of what the federal government wants to do is put money on the ground onto projects. They don't want to spend the money on design and developing projects. So the drought package, the ripple effect of that is going to be felt for years to come. I think probably 40-odd% of the work we're doing is on design that we'll then be able to tee up next year for IIJA. And one of the troubles we've been running into with that is that we're running out of projects on the ground to do. So this has really been a nice piece of the puzzle to slip in this year. And as you can see on the slide, there's just a ton of money out there. It's eye-watering how much is around, and we're going to be doing our best to spend it over the next few years.
See if I can get to the mic here. So as we've been discussing for fish, it's also true for wildlife. One of the most important ways to help wildlife adapt to drought conditions and climate change is by having connected habitats and populations. And that, you know, could be to get to water or to escape fire or to get back to areas that have burned that now have better habitats. So House Bill 4130 from the 2022 legislative session gave ODOT $7 million in general fund for projects to promote safe road crossings and connectivity for wildlife. Those funds can be used for kind of all stages in project development, so feasibility, design, construction, as well as studies looking at where those projects should be placed. And probably most importantly, can be used as matching funds for other funding opportunities, similar to what Sean was talking about. So our role as the department is to work with ODOT to prioritize those projects. And we've had some really good conversations with ODOT lately about kind of maturing our wildlife connectivity program, both in our agency and theirs, and working on that coordination. So a lot of positives coming there, and we're lining up some projects for both feasibility and construction in the upcoming America the Beautiful and other IIJA opportunities.
There's almost too much to talk about. I mean, we could spend a day with you talking about the projects that we're putting in on IIJA, and it's just even bigger, and hopefully we'll continue to keep you posted on our success rate with those, but it's really exciting.
And keep it tied to we'll be talking about some of these in the budget, so I think we'll get a connection that way.
Oops.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So this last bubble really is about kind of communication and outreach. And as we have been thinking about kind of what are we doing, what should we be doing, we recognize that communication and outreach is an area where we just don't have as much capacity as we would like. I mean, it feels like a gap to us. That partly the budget, some of the proposals will help us with that. But it's why we approached the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Advisory Committee, and you approved an infusion of funds to help us kind of fill that gap this year. And so Sarah's going to tell you a little bit about kind of that project and kind of how we're moving forward.
Right, so real quickly, the drought package did allocate $4 million to the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund for work on drought resiliency, and left that fairly open-ended. And so great fit for OCRF to help us with public outreach. With that grant this summer, we've been working to design and launch a drought outreach campaign. This work is underway. It's being led by Amanda Soya, who is our outreach and engagement coordinator in the Information and Education Division. I&E is working with consultants to develop content like what you see here. This is just one example. There's a lot of content being developed in a lot of different media formats, so it's not just this. But the great thing about this is, you know, ODFW's logo isn't on this. This can be used by our partners. This message can be spread by others. It doesn't have to be associated with us. But we're working on all sorts of content that can be used on social media, outdoor advertising, email marketing, digital ads, radio, and other approaches. There's even some fun cartoons being developed with a singing fish named Stu. Just wait, you'll love it. And all of those will have links back to more content. If you want to learn more about how drought impacts fish and wildlife, what you can be doing to help, either in terms of how you choose to recreate or water conservation or otherwise. And so that's this summer. And then beyond this initial project, we are working with the OCRF to do some strategic planning related to their remaining drought funding and beyond. And so late summer, OCRF will be having a workshop to focus on that long-term planning in terms of scope of work, key geographies that work should occur in, and spending frameworks. So that's to come.
And we are learning a lot. I mean, from just this initial infusion of funds, we're learning a lot about kind of how we will do future campaigns as we get more resources, how we'll measure the effect of those campaigns. We also are obtaining a lot of contact information, hundreds of thousands of contact information for Oregonians that we wouldn't normally be able to interact with. And so again, that's an investment for the future in terms of delivering this kind of content and connecting with a broader population in Oregon. So that's a lot. We're really excited. We could really spend the whole day talking about, there's just so many wonderful things happening on this front, and we'll continue to keep you informed.
Thank you. That was a lot to take in.
Thank you. May I ask one question before you guys run away? An acronym question. What is ARPA?
American Rescue Plan Act.
American Recovering something?
No,
I think it's, Chair Wall, I believe it's American Rescue Plan Act.
American Rescue Plan, okay.
It was some of the funding that came through
CARES.
related to the pandemic and went to
Ah,
states that they
okay.
could earmark for different activities.
Thanks.
thank you very much. Appreciate it. And we'll go on to the next item.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Chair Wall, and Dr. Colbert can just stay right there. We wanted to give you just a brief overview of our legislative concepts, which the governor's office has approved to move forward. So Debbie, go ahead.
All right. Well, while we're getting the slide up, I'll just start by saying that 2023 is going to be an interesting legislative session. We will have a new governor, for sure. We will have a relatively new Speaker of the House. We'll have a new Senate President. We could even have a different majority in one of the chambers. I mean, a lot of things at play for this election cycle. And so, you know, as we've kind of been talking to the governor's office about kind of our focus, we are trying to be mindful that it's going to be a very intense session ahead for us. So the way that it works for legislative concepts, really, we have no authority to introduce legislation. This is entirely under the governor's authority to introduce concepts for consideration during the long sessions. And so we work closely following kind of the guidelines set out from the governor's office and go through a very formal process of seeking their review and approval. So we have been kind of talking to them for a couple months now. We've been talking to stakeholders, and we submitted several concepts that I'm going to tell you about today. And these are all concepts that at least at this point have been green-lighted to be drafted into actual statutory proposed language. And so over the next couple months, the Legislative Council and the staff at the Oregon Legislature, they will be working on crafting that language based on the concept that we have developed. First up, it won't come as any surprise that the state needs to address the commission's appointment language in statute. Right now, with the addition of a 6th congressional district in Oregon, which will be effective in January 2023, we will be out of sync with the statute because the statute says there's only 7 of you, 1 from each district, 1 east side, 1 west side. Well, it doesn't add up anymore, right? I want to assure you that everything's going to be okay. I mean, I know some stakeholders have been like, oh my God, after January, they can't make decisions. It's going to be terrible. Like, we have very wise counsel that has assured us that as long as the governor doesn't appoint an 8th commissioner, we can slot you all in to new places. And we have kind of just a proposal here, you know, so where you are today, where you could be tomorrow. This is just one scenario. It'll be up to the governor. And you can keep conducting business and keep making decisions, and they you know, everything will be okay until we can sort this out, as long as we don't add an 8th. our concept is that we would continue with 7 total, but we would simplify and go away from the congressional district link and just say 7 of you statewide, at least 2 from east of the Cascades. And we also would like to remove the requirement about meeting in each district because honestly, if we have to do it in 6 districts, that's going to get a little hectic. So just kind of remove the congressional district link altogether. We see this and what we've discussed with the governor's office is really kind of just a very simple approach to addressing this. I will tell you right now that I think there's going to be a lot of concepts that are going to be introduced by legislators on different stakeholder perspectives. And so my prediction is that we will spend a lot of time working on this issue in the next legislative session.
Yeah, question. Is the goal to keep it at 7 at this stage?
Our preference would is to keep it at 7.
Okay. Thank you.
One concept that I think will be brought forward would be to basically go to 6 congressional districts with 1 at large. One of our concerns to that is that at least one of you would be unseated if we did that. And so we have pushed that we would like at least whatever gets, whatever is the solution, we would not like to see any of our commissioners get unseated as a result of that. So the next big idea that we're going to be pursuing is a concept around indexing our recreational commercial license and permits and other fees. Terrible timing to talk about indexing to consumer to inflation in hindsight, but interestingly, people have been very open to talking to us about this. A lot of times, that big ideas, you don't get them done in one session. And so we were like, hey, we don't have to do one of our regular fee adjustments where we go through and do some incremental change. And so we thought, well, this is a great session to talk to folks about a different way of doing fee adjustments. And it's been a great conversation with our stakeholders. Part of what we're talking about is when we do our fee adjustments, and traditionally, up until this last time, it's been pretty big jumps every 6 years. And there's a lot of sticker shock. There's a lot of kind of like consternation with our license buyers. And so we're kind of saying, well, maybe we need to be moving towards more incremental adjustments that also kind of help keep up with our increasing cost on the S&S side. We know that this won't completely replace the bigger fee adjustments, but it would definitely extend the life of our ending balance so that those don't have to happen as frequently. And when they do happen, they're not going to be as big of jumps. And so that's the concept. We have some alternatives that we've been talking to our stakeholders about. It could be consumer price indexing with a cap. Like it could never go over some certain percent in any one kind of jump. Or it could just be a flat increase each biennium. We're also proposing that the commission would define how you calculate inflation by rule, and that really gives stakeholders the assurance that there's going to be a conversation about what does that mean, because there's a lot of ways that you can calculate consumer price index. It is set, but how you apply it could be a rolling average, it could be an exponential something or other that our budget folks often talk about. And it really makes a difference. And so you would go through a process of setting that by rule, and stakeholders could engage with you on what that looks like. We also want to make sure you retain an ability to carve out certain fees where you go, hey, we're not going to inflate youth licenses. We're gonna hold those. So it's been a great conversation, and so far none of our stakeholders have walked out of the room or otherwise banged their fist, and it's been a good conversation, and the governor's office has given us green light to continue to pursue it. So should be interesting. The rest of these I think are a little bit kind of more lower profile, if you will. We currently have a statute that allows landowners who install fish devices, certain fish devices, to get a tax credit. This has been on the books for a very long time. It's not used that much, to be honest, but it's a great tool in the toolbox. The authority has been extended by sunset extensions multiple times over the years. It will sunset in 2024, and we're basically saying, this is a proven tool. Can we just get rid of the sunset and just keep it around? And so again, that one's going forward. The next one I think is a great conversation to kind of talk to you about, just, I mean, offline, just this program in general. But we currently have a wildlife habitat conservation and management program that was created in 1993. It's been kind of tinkered with a little bit. When it was created in 93, it came with no resources for the department. It was an unfunded mandate. A great program. It allows landowners who want to enroll their lands in a conservation program to get a reduced tax rate. Very similar to what we have for like ag and forest lands. Interestingly, and it's just, you know how important it is to us to be able to work with landowners on voluntary programs, so it is a great program. Counties can opt in or opt out because it affects their revenues as counties. We have a number of participating counties across the state enrolled in the program. However, really to conservation, our soil and water conservation districts have been a little bit frustrated with us lately because in some areas we've had to put the program on hold. The way they wrote the statute originally put a lot of burden on the department in terms of monitoring and compliance. And the more people you enroll, the more lands you have to monitor. And so it's just, it becomes a bigger and bigger workload. And so what we've talked to the governor's office, and Sarah and I were just part of a panel at a legislative hearing a few weeks ago, is if we could just tweak the statute to shift some of the burden of compliance to the landowners and also give us more flexibility to prioritize where we seek compliance and how we seek compliance, it would really allow us to get back to business. Because again, we want to get these lands enrolled, we want to do good things for habitat, and we just need a little bit more flexibility under the statute. And there is, it seemed, based on that legislative hearing, a lot of support for making these kinds of tweaks just to get the program back on track. Another concept that we are pursuing, in 2019, there was a statute change that gave a carve-out from public records law so that we could withhold sensitive species information. And it's a great idea, but again, this is one where when it actually got adopted, they put some specific things in the statute that said that we could release that information, but only to those who signed a non-disclosure agreement. Well, you can't imagine what difficulty this has caused us in terms of working with our state and federal and tribal partners. So you imagine, like, we're U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, DSL, all of our partners that rely on us to have good information to inform their processes, some of them who are paying for us to get that information, and then we're going, you have to sign a non-disclosure agreement in order for us to give that information to you. It was never the intent of this law, I'm sure, to prevent us from working with our partners. And so we're just another minor tweak, give us more flexibility to be able to give that information to public entities that we're working with. Another kind of housekeeping from my perspective, right now, every year, I don't know if y'all remember this, but every January you adopt a schedule of damages. And it's if we're gonna go after civil penalties in a commercial fishing operation, it's what we would charge. Well, we go through all of this effort and a rulemaking with you to set the schedule of damages, and we set it based on average market value. By the time we set it, we look at the old data, set it, come to you, it's not even the best information for what we would assess. And so we want to get out of this administrative process with you and just use your fair market value, which you've already defined by rule, and is really a better number to use because it's real time. And so this is kind of just a regulatory streamlining concept from our perspective. So those are the concepts that are at least in the hopper so far. I do remind everybody that we'll have another governor. And we do know it'll be a she will have an opportunity to change her mind on which of ours go forward, but those are the ones that are so far in the hopper. So that's it for me, unless there's any questions.
Thank you. Thank you. I see no hands up for questions, so you must have hit that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Debbie. And I would just also mention, as it relates to the indexing concept, we, of course, the beauty of it is we don't need it. It's not a fee increase that we need right now. We won't be, having to eliminate any program if we don't manage to move that concept through the process. So that's good. But then the other thing is, and as the agency lobbyist through 2 fee increases in 2009 as well as in 2015, I can just tell you that we expend a lot of political capital on those discussions, as you might imagine, at the state capitol. And anytime we can put ourselves in a position to not have to expend that political capital, it's a good thing. We can focus on all the other issues that we want to talk with them about. And this concept would hopefully provide that. So,
Is that a agency by agency thing? It seems like the state would do that together on the indexing.
No, right. Of course, I think a governor could propose a concept like that would cross multiple agencies. All of our agency fees are in different statutes, so of course we only propose statutes that are ours. Yeah.
Thank you.
Otherwise, we might have a lot of proposals.
Yes, we would.
Okay. Well, thanks. That takes us to the temporary rules section. We have, I believe, 17 temporary rules that require ratification. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have on any of these. Chair Wall.
I see no questions, so is there a motion on these?
Madam Chair, I move to ratify the 17 temporary rules set forth on June 22nd, 2022 agenda.
I second that.
It's been moved and seconded to ratify the temporary rules as read into the record. Seeing no other hands up for questions. Those, on this one, we'll just do a hand vote. Those in favor? We have everyone.
Very good. Unanimous vote then. Thank you, Chair Wall. That takes us to other business. I only have one thing under other business that I'll just mention, and I did send you all an email on this a day or two ago, and that is just the update that the Recovering America's Wildlife Act has passed the House and is now over in the Senate chamber awaiting some action there, and we're still fairly optimistic and hopeful that that will continue to move. There was also of note, there was a letter from the Biden administration supporting that legislation. So we're very hopeful and happy to answer any questions you might have on that. Otherwise, we'll see if there are any commission updates and then go to public forum.
I don't see questions, but I do appreciate the effort that this agency, I know you've spent a lot of time, and I think Davia spent a lot of time on this one, and the National Association has. This will be a big boost for us,
Yeah.
so thank you. So moving then to commission updates, I think we don't have those because we're going to be spending so much time on the other pieces, and the work group results that we've been hearing about, we'll hear about in specific items. So we will go then to public forum, and we have 4 people for this.
5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we have a slight change in lineup on the public forum, but the first person is Steve Fick.
And I believe he is online. So we'll. So Steve Fick should If you can hear us, you should be,
Does it come on the screen?
okay.
Give us just a second on the technology, and the next person will be Mia Shepherd, and then John, and I think I have the name fairly close, Krauthofer. Looks like we have Steve, almost. Are you gonna keep track of the time?
Yeah.
And each person under this, just for those of you who are new to this, each person has 3 minutes in public forum. We typically don't take action on these. We appreciate hearing issues that we wouldn't normally or don't always get on our agenda in other ways, so. If it's going to be a second, we do have a person in the room that we could go ahead and hear from. So, John, why don't you go ahead and at least come up to the table, and if you're there first, then we'll go with you first.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Director Melcher. I'm John Krauthofer. Live at 6205 Tillamook River Road in Tillamook. I've been a fishing guide here in Oregon for about 50 years. I've been a commercial trawler. The reason I'm here today is to talk to you about a temporary rule that's coming up about our wild Chinook harvest on the Oregon coast. It's some unprecedented problems that we have. You're going to have to deal with. Tillamook Bay is going to be restricted to hatchery fish only. Now, there's only 150,000 released into that system. So if you figure we're getting a return somewhere around 0.2 or 0.3%, that's not very many fish. So the people that fish there will be looking kind of for a needle in the haystack. Now, you have a fishery on the Columbia River. It's called the Buoy 10 fishery. It lasts 30 days, the month of August. At the end of that fishery, a lot of those people normally go to Tillamook Bay. This year they won't be going there because there won't be any wild Chinook to harvest. They're going to be going, a lot of them, to the Nehalem River, which is between Tillamook Basin and the Columbia River. Right now, in place, we have a permanent rule. It was a temporary rule, and somehow or another it got changed to a permanent rule. I'm not sure how that happened. To allow 1 king a day, 5 kings up until the 15th of September. My recommendation, because the added pressure that's going to be added to that river, if you allow all those Columbia River boats to come down there and fish that would normally go to Tillamook Bay, you're going to overfish that fishery, because after the 15th of September, you're allowed another 5 for a total of 10 per angler that could come out of that Nehalem River. So if you leave that bag limit, which now is 1 and 5 till the 15th of September, just extend that, make it 1 and 5 through the 31st of December, the end of the season. I think you're going to add protection to that river. With my experience of fishing, and I've kept all my guiding in the Tillamook County area for that many years, you're going to overfish that fishery, and we're going to end up with the same problem 4 years from now, or 5 years from now, that we're having this year on Tillamook. That run on that river was affected by the same things that the Tillamook River was affected. Those rivers are only 15 minutes apart. We had low water, low oxygenated water. We had extreme water temperatures. We had the same ocean conditions because the fish go out in the same ocean. So we just need to add added protection to that Nehalem system. Commissioner Spellbrink knows that the method that we have developed to catch these fish, our harvest rates have increased steadily over the last 20 years. But in the last 2 to 3 years, they have jumped to an astronomical level. The average angler that used to catch 1 or 2 fish a year are tagging out now because of this specific method that we figured out. I didn't figure it out, but a guy figured out a little flasher that attracts salmon in an unbelievable way. And the fish are being caught at a bigger rate than they've ever been caught before. So anyway, I just want to, you're going to review this temporary rule in the near future. You just need to think about what impact it's going to have. Commissioner Spellbrink is going to see increased pressure on the Yaquina, on the Celeste, because of the closure on the South Coast rivers. So anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank
We
you.
don't take care of these fish today. This is my last year guiding. I'm still going to be out there fishing.
Yeah.
But we got to take care of these fish today. We're not going to have them tomorrow. If we don't address this issue this year, we're going to be in the same boat 4 years. Oh, and one other thing. I saw on the computer this morning, I know you people are dealing with some unprecedented issues. We're not the only state. If you fish, you've heard of the Kenai River in Alaska. Yesterday, or effective this morning, the Kenai River is closed till the 31st of July. That's the entire king fishery on that river. It's not only closed to retention, it's closed to hook and release, which is unprecedented. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. We'll go next to Steve Fick, and it looks like you're on the screen. We can't hear you yet, Steve.
Hello?
Yes, now we can hear you. Go ahead, Steve.
This is me. Okay, for the record, I'm Steve Fick in Astoria, and Commission, first, I would like to report on clam digging production this morning. It averaged 1 clam per minute if you didn't dig too fast. So sorry you all weren't here, but we're still having our good clam digging production here. So what I'm here today again for is I've had several people ask me to request that you consider a conversation regarding the adaptive management provisions in Senate Bill 830 and with the joint management of the Columbia River with Washington. And you know, we've requested this several times. I know that the Clatsop County Commission has sent a letter to the chair requesting it, and I guess we just want to know if we can't have it on the agenda, why we can't have it on the agenda, since it's a allocation issue and not a conservation issue. So thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And we do have the letter, and you'll see a response soon on it.
Okay, that's for the county commission?
Yes. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, that's public record, so it'll be shared with the public up here. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll go next to Mia Shepherd, who is also online, I believe. Go ahead, Mia.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Mia Shepherd. Good morning, Chairman Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. I just want to take this time to introduce myself and express concerns with the new framework for Mid-Columbia tributaries. First, I grew up a fisher person. I remember fishing the banks of the Sandy River and harvesting Chinook and smelt in the 70s. In the mid-90s, I learned to fly fish on the Deschutes, and in the late 90s, I commercial fished in Alaska on crab boats, seiners, and gill netters. For the last 20 years, I've been fortunate to own an outfitter and take people fly fishing on the John Day, Grand Ronde, and Deschutes. I love being on the water. So Deschutes River outfitters are concerned. The inadvertent consequence the new framework is going to have, such as there's going to be a dramatic increase in pressure on the Deschutes and John Day rivers on the target opening dates instead of spreading out use. On a year like this year, where Columbia River conditions are so good that anglers can now keep 2 hatchery steelhead, and reports are steelhead are being slayed below Bonneville, remember, there is a 5% mortality rate on wild steelhead, and according to the DART data, 5% wild steelhead passed Bonneville by June 29th. We should meet the 9,900 passage number by July 31st if the wild steelhead are not completely slaughtered before July 1st. The fishery on the Deschutes should start out opened as always, just as the Columbia River fisheries, or mid-Columbia steelhead regulations should be adjusted to close in the name of conservation. Next, this ties in to the conversation about drought planning and response. Water temperatures need to be taken into consideration. Apart from the impact of high temperatures that may lead to metabolic stress or disease, temperatures have an impact on travel rates and delay migration and completely cease migration above 21 Celsius, that is 69.8 degrees, on species that include steelhead. And this is data compiled by Nicholas Beer in 2016. Columbia River water temperatures exceed 21 Celsius during the summer months. And for the last 2 years, Columbia River on July 3rd was at 21 Celsius, so steelhead are ceasing migration. And we saw this last year. On years when ODFW closes a fishery on the Deschutes because numbers are low, because steelhead have ceased to move, and water temperatures on the Columbia are above 21, passage evaluation should be reevaluated in September when Columbia temperatures have dropped. Lastly, according to Kyle, the Grand Ronde biologist, the Grand Ronde is in great shape, or good shape. These fish have a 600-mile journey and have to pass 8 dams. How is it that the Grand Ronde steelhead are doing better than Deschutes steelhead that have less miles and only have 2 dams to pass over? Maybe it's because the Grand Ronde does not have a selective water withdrawal tower that is altering water temperatures and nutrients in the river. Habitat projects are not going to solve the real problem. Please ask ODFW managers why they will not acknowledge that there is a water quality problem on the lower Deschutes and advocate for ODEQ to make PGE follow the laws. And that's it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mia, and I don't see hands up with questions, so we'll thank you and appreciate your coming. Okay, commissioners, that's it on the public forum, and we can take a 5-minute break now or right after the budget one. Do you need a break? Then let's move to item B, the budget.
You got A first.
Oh, sorry, I do this every time to these poor minutes.
It'll be easy.
Huh?
It'll be an easy
This
one.
one will be quick and easy. Are there any revisions to the minutes? If not, can I get a motion?
I move to approve the April 22nd and May 13th, 2022 meeting minutes with continued authority to correct grammar and punctuation.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded to, go ahead, Commissioner.
No, I'm
Hatfield.
just saying yes.
Oh,
Vote? Yep.
Voting.
okay, we'll skip. Those in favor? Thank you. Now we can go to item B, and we had everybody on that one, Michelle. Item B, budget, and we have Deputy Director Shannon Hearn coming up again, and Brandy Nichols, who's the budget manager. And we will hear the budget information.
Here we go.
Which will no doubt be a quick, easy one.
Get comfortable. Get your donuts.
And just so people know, we do have 3 people who would like to testify, thank you, at the end of on the budget.
You know what, I did overlook someone on that. We do have another public forum person that I missed. Oh. This guy, Feastfield. Is he on?
Is he here? My apologies, we missed somebody on public forum, so if we could just pause for 3 minutes on the budget and give this person a chance to talk. And the name is David Thiesfeld. Go ahead, David, and our apologies for missing you. In a minute. Is he there? He's there. David, go ahead if you're there and you can hear us. And we cannot hear you yet. Are you seeing audio for him?
He's still on mute. There's a little bit of a delay today, so we'll have to speak slowly.
This is the gentleman that's on right now.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes. And we are
I'm
getting a
sorry.
handout from you. So go ahead and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman, Commissioners, and Department staff. My name is David Teesfeld. I'm from LeGrand. I'd like to talk to you about the 2022 hunting pamphlet, specifically the motorized vehicle closures. I'm going to have to scroll through here on my screen while I try and annotate this for you. If you look at the first page, under aircraft, ATVs, drones, it says it is unlawful to. And if you scroll down to the first highlight that I put there, operate or be transported by a motor propelled vehicle in violation of a motor vehicle use restriction. This includes electric assisted bicycles. If you scroll to the next page, at the top, under cooperative travel management areas, it says through cooperative agreement, motor vehicle use, including electric assisted bicycles, is limited to specific roads for dates and areas listed below. So these are OARs, Oregon Administrative Rules, enacted by the department and the commission. If you go to the next page, we have an Oregon revised statute enacted by the legislature and signed by the governor. It says an electrical assisted bicycle shall be considered a bicycle rather than a motor vehicle for purposes of the Oregon Motor Vehicle Code, except when otherwise specified by Oregon statute. On the next page, it goes on to define what an electric assisted bicycle is that falls under this category. Basically a motor not more than 1,000 watts and not capable of 20 miles per hour while being propelled by the motor. That's a little bit more lenient than what the federal standard says. So if you go to the next page, is everybody able to follow along up to this point? Okay. This is public law enacted by the United States Congress in 2002. And they put the purview of electric assisted bicycles under the Consumer Protection Safety Act, Product Safety Act. If you scroll down to where it says item D, this section shall supersede any state law or requirement with respect to low-speed electric bicycles to the extent that such state law or requirements is more stringent than the federal law. And then in section 2, for purposes of the motor vehicle safety standards issued, next page, a low-speed electric bicycle shall not be considered a motor vehicle as defined by section 30102 of the United States Code. So we have both federal law and state law that are in a direct conflict with the OAR. Scrolling down to the next page, in 2019, the Secretary of the Interior, which is in charge of U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service lands, National Park Service, Bureau of Reclamation, Bureau of Land Management, they issued a determination here, and if you scroll down to the next page where it says Section 4 policy, consistent with government laws and regulations, defines e-bike, talks about class 1 and 2, which class 1 and 2 e-bikes would fall under the definition of the Oregon revised statute. E-bikes shall be allowed where other bicycles are allowed. And these are on all those lands. And you can go through and you'll see Fish and Wildlife Service, National Park Service, BLM, BOR. So the federal government recognized that they had some errors in administrative policy and they've tried to issue corrections. The only problem we have is the U.S. Forest Service has been dragging their feet and complying with federal law. Okay, the next page I wanted to talk to, it's at the bottom of the page where it says 52B, Starkey. Is everybody able to find that okay?
Yes.
Where I've highlighted that?
Yes, bottom of page 79.
Correct. Okay, so the Forest Service has a program they're getting ready to implement called the Sheep Creek Restoration Project. And 99% of that project does not fall within this Trail Creek cooperative management area. There's probably 200-acre overlap. But in the process of this, the current green dot, which is about a month and a half of the year, is going to be extended for an additional 2 months to start before archery, if they get their way. And some background in this area of the Trail Creek. It is only accessible to a motorized vehicle because of the depth of the snow from about June 1st to the middle of November. So we have a 5.5 month window where we can get in and use our motorized vehicles in this National Forest Service area of the Willow-Whitman National Forest. And if they close an additional 2 months, they're going to run that down to roughly 2 months of access. And this is not just for hunters. This affects huckleberry pickers, mushroom hunters, firewood cutters, anybody that wants to go on these roads. Every time the department engages in these cooperative management programs, it impacts everybody in Oregon, not just the hunters. And I wanted to emphasize that for when you sign off on these decisions. Now, on the Willow-Whitman National Forest website, I contested their decision that what they wanted to do, and their rebuttal was that they did it because of instructions from the local ODFW staff. So I said, okay, well, who's telling you at the ODFW? And so they had to create a new document detailing their notes with the ODFW staff. So on the next page, it shows that Forest Service biologist talked to the local biologist, Matt Keenan, and Matt Keenan is the one that requested this to happen. So we have 2 or 3 biologists at the Forest Service and 2 or 3 biologists at the ODFW determining restrictions that impact everybody in Oregon. And by not having public comment on the ODFW before they engage in these cooperative agreements, you leave us out of the picture. I don't know how to express that better, but I hope you understand what I'm trying to get at. And if you look at these bullet points, it says in 1990 there were approximately 451 archery permits. Well, up to this point, there's never been archery elk permits required by bow hunters since 1990. It's been over-the-counter tag. Somebody's getting their wires crossed here and using inaccurate information to justify restrictions upon the public. There is an archery season in Trail Creek unit. I'm not sure where that came from. Anyway, I would appreciate if the commission would look this over, get our administrative rules in line with both the federal and state laws, and reevaluate their participation in all of this cooperative road management, because there's a lot of things that could be done where it's not so impactful if the commission was willing to get a seat at the table with them and say, we're willing to work with you on this, but these are some things we want you to address for the restrictions.
Thank you.
That's pretty much my testimony, and I hope it made sense. I tried to go through it as fast as I could, and welcome any questions you may have or comments down the road.
Thank you for your testimony, and you made it easy to follow. I don't see questions, so we'll appreciate you coming and talking to us and go from there. So thank you.
Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you. So to the budget. And Shannon, will we have a big packet here of stuff for this one, so you might mention what that all is.
I didn't catch the last, might mention what?
Is this different than what we already have? Are you going to let us know what this big packet is that we have and we haven't read yet, so?
Chair Wall, yes, I will.
Okay.
I'll work that in for sure. Thank you again, Shannon Hearn, Deputy Director for Administration. With me is Brandy Nichols, our Budget and Economics Program Manager. We're very much building on the May presentation where we talked about how budgets are built. So this is kind of the final product for 4 months of public process and a lot of development from the team. Brandy won't be our only presenter today. In a few minutes, I'll bring up a few other division administrators and then the Deputy Director for Fish and Wildlife Programs and Kevin Blakely as well. So looking at the layout of our budget presentation for you, again, building on May, we really just want to show you the analysis that's been done and where we're landing with the current service level budget. We'll talk about how we went about developing policy option packages. I've mentioned in the past that most of our interest from the public comes around enhancing programs, whether that's continuation or new investments. And then we'll wrap it up with, of course, you'll take public testimony, and then we're hoping for a commission-approved budget today. So in building a budget, just as a reminder, we've had these principles long-term with the agency. One is to continually assess and improve our programs. We do that throughout a biennium. We also do it at this time, and in your packet you'll see that there are a program prioritization list, there's the 10% reduction list, there's a big review of programs in there. The other thing that we do when we're looking at building budgets is we obviously serve a broader public than just folks that buy licenses and licensed products for us. So we look at general fund investments as serving that broader product and putting resources towards our mission that serves all Oregonians. We also want to make sure that we have resources to meet that mission and that we develop a sustainable budget. Fluctuations in your budget impact staffing, in fact, impact research, impact science, who's available to work on the ground. We also strive to be sensitive to that cost break. Brandy will talk a little bit about how much of our budget does come from licensed and licensed sell products. So we're very sensitive to not outpricing our customers there. And then at the end of the day, we're really looking for transparency, and that's why we have this long public process around budgets. So digging right into that current service level look, I'll turn it over to Brandy.
Good morning, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. For the record, I'm Brandy Nichols, our Budget and Economics Program Manager. Okay, thank you. Next one, please. So in previous presentations and materials, we've talked about our enhanced community engagement efforts, both with budget development work and our agency's recruitment, retention, and reactivation, or R3 program. So a new requirement for the 2023-25 biennium with state budget development is that agencies include a racial equity impact statement with their full agency request budget package. So the purpose of this statement is to describe impacts of agency programs, policies, and any changes in their budget to Oregonians and BIPOC communities. So ODFW's racial equity impact statement will cover our enhanced community engagement efforts, again, both with the budget development process and with our R3 program. So this statement will be included if you want to refer to it and take a look at it when it's complete. The statement will be included in the special reports section of the full agency budget document that we put together and submit to the state chief financial office at the end of August. And once that complete budget document is prepared and submitted, we also post that to our public website on the budget information page. So that's where you can go to find details and refer to this statement if you'd like to see it. So moving into more of the numbers side of the budget topic, as we all know, state general fund and lottery fund proceeds are both funding components of our budget. With the most recent state revenue forecast that was released, this is June, last month, late May, that forecast includes a continued positive outlook for the state general fund. General fund revenue forecasted for this biennium, 2021-23, in that forecast is up about 9% from the previous March 2022 revenue forecast. And then looking ahead to next biennium, 2023-25, this forecast does show a modest decrease from the current biennium revenue level of right about 4%. And so this slowdown in revenue growth is attributed to an expected slowdown in all the components that make up the general fund revenue: personal income taxes, corporate income taxes, and capital gains taxes. And as we look, we know that's coming. As we look to come out of this inflationary period that we're currently experiencing, we know that that slowdown is coming, and this forecast, right now it reflects it, kind of appearing for us in that 2023-25 biennium. The State Office of Economic Analysis does update the revenue forecast 4 times throughout the year. So the Governor's Office and the Legislature will have access to and use updated state revenue forecasts with the coming 2023 legislative session when they look to make those state budgeting decisions for the coming biennium. So looking at lottery funds, lottery funds make up about 2% of our overall budget, and with this same May 2022 state revenue forecast, lottery revenue for this biennium looks to be up just under 3% of the forecasted amount with what came out in March. And lottery funds revenue forecasted for next biennium, 2023-25, that also increased by just under 2%. And so this expected growth in lottery funds revenue is attributed to stronger video lottery participation that the analysts have seen, and expectations of people's continued participation in lottery games. For the longer term, kind of thinking out longer term, we kind of know and expect to see ongoing competition among other activities for folks to spend their household entertainment dollars on. That's not new. We've always kind of seen that. And with the coming out of the pandemic that we've all been enjoying and talking about, we know that competition is going to continue. So the long-term outlook for lottery funds revenue is modest growth, but at a trend line that kind of follows behind overall expected personal income growth, reflecting that fact that folks will have a lot of things to choose from of where they spend their entertainment dollars. So now I'll move into a few slides and talk about ODFW's proposed agency request budget. So this table gives an overview of what that proposed budget request looks like. So starting with the current service level column, that column represents the forecasted costs of maintaining existing business operations, not including any of the proposed policy option package additions. It's just current service level, just maintaining operations at the level we have them at. Then you move into that policy option packages column, and that shows rolled up totals by fund type of the proposed policy option packages that we have included for our agency request budget. And then again, rounding it out, moving over to the agency request budget column, that's going to show you what our total proposed budget request looks like. The current service level amount plus those policy option package additions, again by fund type. So looking down the column, just to dig into this a little bit, with our proposed agency request budget, general fund would make up right at 14% of our total budget, and that lottery fund component would hold steady at about 2%. The other funds row, which includes our expenditures in our license funded programs and programs funded with grants, contracts, funding agreements with other non-federal entities, that component would make up right about half of our total budget. And rounding out the remaining 35% would be the federal funds component, which again is programs funded through grants, contracts, or funding agreements with federal partners. So on the next graph, this shows budgeted program expenditures, again for the proposed 23-25 agency request budget, but this displays it by program area. So those green wedges along the right make up our fisheries management and conservation program areas. The blue wedges down on the bottom left compose our wildlife management and conservation program areas, and the darkest blue wedge there represents the habitat division. Kind of circling around up to the top of the pie, the purple wedges at the top represent capital budgeting with a slice there to show the debt service payments that go along with capital financing. The two brown wedges represent our agency's administrative programs, and then rounding out this pie is the wedge for state police. And so this shows the cost of enforcement services that the Fish and Wildlife Division of Oregon State Police provides for us. And then my last pie graph for you today gives an overview of our budgeted revenue by funding source, again with this proposed 2023-25 budget. We've talked about this previously with you, but I think this chart also helps illustrate how our budget really is made up of a complex funding structure with a variety of revenue sources. So just going through the graphs, the yellow wedge down at the bottom, that represents our general fund and lottery fund proceeds. They're together in the same slice. The green wedge of federal funds, that money comes from the excise taxes on fishing and hunting related equipment. So this is where our Pittman-Robertson and Sportfish restoration funding is shown in this chart. And then next to it is the darkest green wedge, which shows our hunting and angling license and tag sales. And so when you put those three wedges together and have looked at that in proportion of our revenue streams, you can see that just under half of our budget comes from activities related to fishing and hunting.
Brandy, a quick question, and this is a detail on the money from the federal government. Do we know how much of that excise tax comes from people who are not necessarily using the ammo for wildlife hunting and fishing?
Good question, Chair. I individually don't know that answer. I would have to look that up for you unless Director Melcher has something to add on that, or we could follow up if we need to.
Follow up is fine.
Sure, yeah, Chair Wall, and I think there is some information out there. I don't recall the percentage off the top of my head, but the Fish and Wildlife Service has made an attempt to estimate that.
Okay.
And so we can follow up with that.
Get it later.
It is a significant portion that is recreational shooting, not associated with hunting.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll pick up with the other wedges. Okay, I'm sorry, just took me a second to find my place. The other wedge in the graph, that's the other two wedges, the one with federal funds and the other wedge labeled non-federal contracts. Those two slices represent the funding that we get through those funding agreements, contracts and grants with federal and non-federal entities to support program work that way. And an interesting thing about that funding, much of it comes with specific usage requirements that are spelled out in those agreements. And so when we take in that funding and spend it, we of course make sure we adhere to those usage requirements and use it as is intended. The last point I'll share on this graph. So analysis of our forecasted revenues and ending balance that we do as part of each biennium's budget development work. That analysis illustrated that we do not need to pursue a fee increase for recreational or commercial licenses. We've spoken about that before, we've heard that, but just to kind of emphasize that point, that's what our analysis showed us. And so this graph of budgeted revenue, of course, reflects no price increases. Looking at the next biennium. And so with that,
one second, we have one question. Commissioner Labhart.
Yes, thank you. This is probably a good time to mention this, but I'm just so pleased on the revenue side of this thing. We've always said that hunting and fishing licenses are a major portion of it, but I'm just pleased that the state, we have a lot of people in Oregon that don't hunt and fish, but care about Oregon's fish and wildlife, and have a 3% increase in general fund to the agency in the proposed budget. Says that we're finally getting the attention of the legislature to say general fund and the rest of Oregon cares about Oregon. We're putting money into the budget to do that. And that's a 3% increase is a pretty significant increase in general fund. So good job.
Thank you, Commissioner Labhart.
I have a question. It's back one slide, the expenditures. For our police, the 34 million, 7%, that's how much we spend. What percentage of the budget, I guess of their budget, do we provide? Like, do we fully fund the Oregon State Police Fish and Wildlife Division with that 34 million?
Chair Wall, Commissioner King, we don't fully fund all fish and wildlife enforcement, but we do a huge chunk of it.
Right.
We do have Oregon State Police here if you want them to come up and talk about their budget and what specifically we are in their percentages, or we can get it for you later.
No, you can get it later. I know it's a long meeting. I just was curious, like we always, of course, they're always included. We always talk about them. I just wondered how much of them do we fund?
Yeah.
Would they exist without our funding, is I guess my question.
Chair Wall,
Chair-
Commissioner
oh.
King. Go ahead.
Sorry, Chair Wall, and of course it does fluctuate a little bit biennium to biennium, but it roughly we're funding 50% of the Fish and Wildlife Division,
Right,
not
not just
of
that
all of
division.
state police.
Sure.
And the other big revenue that they get is general fund, and we've stood strongly with them in supporting general fund for enforcement because these are public trust resources. It's not just about fishing and hunting. They do all kinds of work unrelated to fishing and hunting. So they do have a significant general fund contribution to the enforcement. And then, of course, we like having them out in the field doing other enforcement activities, which they have the full latitude to do when they see something particularly egregious.
Sure. No, that's what I was asking.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry I missed it.
Thanks. One more question, sorry, and then we'll
Of
go
course.
ahead. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair Wall. On the commercial fish fund, sorry. On the commercial fish fund, the 3% there, does that include licenses, poundage, everything that's received from commercial fish?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink, yes, it does.
I didn't know if some of the licensing was in the anglers and hunters, but it's
No,
all. Yeah, it's-
the wedge in the pie that's labeled commercial, that represents the, both the ad valorem and the license and permit fees. Yep.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Nope.
Okay, with that, I will turn it back over to Deputy Director Hearn, and she'll talk about budget reduction options.
Right. So this is another product in your packet that you received. We are statutorily required to do 10% reduction exercises across all fund types. You've just seen the number of fund types. So those land in those 4 buckets listed at the bottom. This is submitted as our agency request budget, and because you have to build off the current service level, it takes us a while to get around to this. The other thing is we do need to notify staff before it's made public. So the targets that we've identified for the 23-25 budget is $5 million in general fund. That's what 10% would come out to. A little under $700,000 for lottery fund, $23.3 million in this other fund bucket, and then also federal funds would be $16.3 million. At this point, I like to say it's kind of rare that the legislature would tell us not to accept federal funds. It does happen though. And then the other fund bucket, how to manage. We take this exercise very seriously because if there is a reduction exercise, this is the list that both the governor's office and the legislative fiscal office will start with. I'm going to say here also in your packet, you have a program prioritization list, and that we haven't put in this presentation. That is a statutorily required exercise as well. You'll see in their programs listed under DCRs, and so these are the cross-reference numbers that are used in the state budget system. And so program, the use of the term program is very problematic in budget systems. This is of course what it's called. So a DCR can be one program DCR. It can be like the complete program could be under that DCR, or you can have a DCR, say, like we have for fisheries, and it can have multiple programs under it. So that exercise really is about if you were in a financial crisis, you're looking at keeping the wheels on the bus, like where do you start making significant impacts? It doesn't align with this 10% reduction list other to say, you can't prioritize something really high, they might notice, and then you cut it really deep in the 10% reduction list. That's the only real linkage that exists here. So taking a closer look at that reduction option list, we've just provided in the presentation the general fund and the lottery fund list. Again, we think that's the one most likely that would be looked at if there's a request for reductions. I also wanted to highlight, like Deputy Director Colbert did, we don't really know what the administration's priorities are going to be. We have seen in the past with new administrations, they do carve outs of general fund, looking for more money to fund their priorities when they start as a new administration in the governor's office. So again, we take this very seriously. Where you look at our general fund, some heavy programs here. None of them are not important. I want to highlight that again. It's a tough exercise. So on the top, we have an investment made by the state in wildlife services to do predator control. So that's on the list. That is the entire general fund pot for that amount. We also, in the 2019 session, saw a legislative injection of general fund into anti-poaching, stop poaching initiative. So there's a carve-out reduction there that we could come out of the campaign. The nearshore estuarine management one is out of our marine reserves program. Again, that's carving out some of the funding from there, but that is an almost all general fund program. Similar on the fish research and monitoring, we're really looking at kind of the seasonal work on these native fish that's funded by general fund. Same thing with engineering. We've gotten an injection of general fund money to work on our deferred maintenance, so there's a carve out there. Regional programs, those have been leaned over the years. There's 2 positions out there that remain. We'd hate to see them lost, but they are at different capacity than other districts have, so they're added there. We have this small emergency hatchery maintenance, so we've offered that up, that little pot of money. Then there's some carve-outs on the administrative services side. The Western Oregon Stream Restoration Program is entirely funded by general fund, so there's a carve-out from that. And then again, we looked closely at the anti-poaching. Near the bottom of the list is the funding that OSP received. It was one of 3 players that received general fund for that, so another carve-out from there, trying to get to that total. Lottery fund's a little bit simpler. It's only 2% of the budget. There's only so many buckets in it. This is marine mammal conservation and our seasonal work there. Carve out from there. There's also the RED program is what's listed for the statewide policy and coordination. That's at our fisheries. That's more seasonal work. Native fish investigations falls in line too with, carving out some of the seasonal positions there.
Shannon, a quick point, and we don't need to talk about it today because it seems like this biennium we're going to be we're pretty safe from having to actually go to these, we hope. But it would be useful, not today, but later, to hear, and I appreciate that what you said a couple times, that you take this seriously and staff actually looks at it. It would be useful to know what shifts and that sort of thing have happened as a result of this kind of analysis, because often that gets skipped and it's an important step. So again, we don't need to do it today and we don't have time, but at some point it would be useful to hear what that looked like.
Chair Wall, thank you.
And if I might, Chair Wall, if I could just add to that, that one thing, because our budget process is so public, unlike many other state agencies, when we develop our reduction list, we actually notify all of our staff before we release the reduction list so that they don't read it in the paper or have the local stakeholders asking them or telling them that they're on the reduction list. So we have a high degree of sensitivity there as it relates to staff notification. And many of them have been through it, the longer tenured staff, they've seen this and they know that it's just part of the process. But others, who are new to that, of course, it can be alarming. So,
especially with as many seasonal as are on there.
Yes.
Yeah, I would think so.
Thanks.
Thanks, that helps.
Good. Okay, we're going to switch gears a little bit. Like I said, we're going to take a deeper dive in this policy option package, new enhancement look. While the Division Administrators for Habitat, Fish, and Wildlife come up, I'll talk about the administration side and the review that we've done for policy option packages, but you have to step back a little bit to talk about what have we been working on, what have we been hearing from stakeholders, the governor's office priorities as far as completing our work around focal areas. So the administrative side includes the Information and Education Program, the Information Systems Division, the Human Resources, and then also our Administrative Services Division. And this really is running the agency as a business and providing support both to internal customers, which are our staff, and then external customers, which are our customers in all of Oregon. So on a broad perspective, we've really looked at developing some metrics around how the jobs that we do here at the agency, and that's a lot easier on the administrative side. Our effort's called outcome-based management. We do measure how long people wait in call logs, how long hirings take, those kind of metrics to serve. So we've continually looked at improving our operational efficiency across the agency. We're also modernizing and investing in business systems. And again, we're building on what you heard in May. I'll talk a little bit more about the electronic licensing system, but really in the last couple of years, we've looked at our deferred maintenance package and we've put on a real property manager. We have some inventories going on of our 86 facilities and assessments of where we're going to be strategic around improving our infrastructure and addressing our deferred maintenance. We also have a volunteer management coordination system that we're developing. So things like that are really looking towards the future, kind of modernizing and making the administrative side more efficient, better serving our customers and our staff. You heard a lot in May about increasing participation through the R3 efforts and why that's a priority and important. You also heard about the communication tools and outreach that we're trying to employ and how that's shifting both what people want to hear, but also the platforms that exist and the platforms that they're going to use. Sarah touched on, all these things with the drought package that we can look into, videos and TikTok, shanties and other things like that. So we're really looking at that and how we can move into the future. I added the electronic licensing system slide because I think it's one of the things that's kind of lost in the pandemic blur of the last few years. We launched December of 2018 successfully. Again, we think our director was the first one to buy a license through the new system.
1 a.m.
Yeah. That system has served our customers well, so we know there's 707,000 plus customers who are able to buy a license through the system. That doesn't include dailies or prepaid, so these are just folks that we know bought an annual license. So that number is actually greater. It's a big thing in Oregon, especially when you live rurally, to try and find an opportunity to get a license. So for the first time, people were actually able to do it from their homes, or they could travel to their local trusted agent. And we worked really diligently when we modernized the system to make sure those folks were ready to go, and we retained as many of those agents as possible to serve, especially in those rural communities. We saw our online counts jump immediately to 63%, so people were giving us unique IDs and their email addresses that we can better communicate with them on. Not there yet. The mobile application was downloaded by 34%, so that moves you from web-based licensing to actually running it on an application in your phone. A lot of customers moved to that immediately. That number's ticked up a little bit. These were 2021 numbers, but they're holding pretty consistently there. The one that surprised me was this number of folks who, whether they were going paper or online or working through an agent, they really wanted to tag through the application or tag electronically. So that's why that number is greater. And then last but not least, like I said, we launched in 2018, at the end of 2018. We saw in a pandemic. So immediately this came to fruition to be able to still serve our customers, having this platform in place, which we wouldn't have been able to do very well prior to this, especially with offices being closed and lockdowns occurring. So 2019, 2020, a lot of change there. We're running on a stable platform now, so it's really time to look at upcoming enhancements, which a lot of people, the product that you put out there becomes the baseline very quickly, and so everyone wants new enhancements. And a couple that I highlighted here is this automatic renewal of annual purchase products. Most of our folks get the same products year after year after year, so click a button, adds to your cart very quickly. There's going to be an upgrade to the mobile application, and one of the things a couple of things that I'll add is the harvest reporting right there on the app versus going to the web-based. But also push notifications, so reminders when to put in for turkey in September, for instance, that I always forget. It's the time of year for controlled hunts, so have you checked, have you applied? We can push out notifications through the app. And then last but not least, this one's kind of important to me. I was really impressed that the Wildlife Division and the licensing team moved in this way. We know with zoonotic diseases and tracking chronic wasting disease, really knowing where these wildlife parks are going to, that will be part of the enhancement of the new electronic licensing system. So no more ripping out a page, transferring things around. Our butchers and our taxidermists are really great about reporting when things go wrong. They've caught a lot of incidents, so this system really modernizes and improves the efficiency of working with them. And with that, I'll kick it over to Sarah.
All right, thank you. Perfect, thanks, Mike. So I think we can go to the next slide. So we're just going to touch on some of the focal areas that some of the areas that we were really focused on in our 3 divisions that then translated into the policy option packages that you've had a chance to look at now. And so for Habitat Division, one of our focal areas is just on further shoring up and establishing the Habitat Division that was established in this biennium in the last budget, the 21-23 budget. So we're just looking to ensure that staff capacity aligns with our purpose and our strategic objectives. You'll see in our POPs a proposal to build operations, like business operations capacity within Habitat Division, which would be consistent with what's already in the Fish and Wildlife Divisions. And so that just helps us ensure that we've got efficient business operations, especially given our pending incorporation of the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund and the Private Forest Accord Mitigation Grant Program into Habitat Division. So having that operations capacity is going to be increasingly important for us. And then you'll also see a common thing among our policy option packages, this desire to prioritize where we work and what we work on. And that's to help us advance the priorities of the climate and ocean change policy, as well as other strategic priorities related to drought, as we talked about this morning, species recovery, the Oregon Conservation Strategy, and our general habitat protection and restoration actions that we take. And so to do that work, we're going to need to increase capacity in terms of policy level coordination, someone to kind of oversee those prioritization efforts within and outside the agency, as well as our GIS, our Geographic Information System production. Next one, please. Another focal area for us, we'll just be talking about drought for the indeterminate future with you all. So related to drought and climate change, one of our highest priorities in the division and in the agency is climate change and its associated effects like drought. As Debbie mentioned, with the recent wet conditions in some part of the state, even with that, we're still coping with moderate to exceptional drought in 70% of Oregon, and in some counties, as Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde well knows, this has been 3 years running of exceptional drought conditions. So there's definitely this need for additional proactive and prioritized action to protect and restore land and water given these declining conditions out there. And so we've been working to identify restoration needs, prioritize climate policy implementation strategies, and really target our conservation investments. And so you'll see this focal area in several of our policy option packages related to strategic water investments, habitat policy, and the climate and ocean change policy option package. Next slide, please. And then, we do continue our core work focusing on land and water management. A couple of areas of focus for us in this upcoming biennium: forest management. So Habitat Division plays a significant science monitoring and advisory role in ongoing planning and management of Oregon's forests, the state and private forests, and we do that in close coordination with the Department of Forestry. In addition, the Federal Infrastructure and Investment in Jobs Act creates this unprecedented opportunity for ODFW to partner with our federal land management agencies, Department of Forestry, and tribal governments to extend and expand the success of our Good Neighbor Authority program. We also are really focused on our work, our habitat restoration and conservation work on private lands. Private working lands are essential to fish and wildlife habitat conservation, and the division is accomplishing significant projects in partnership with our agricultural landowners and through our Natural Resources Conservation Service Farm Bill programs. So those NRCS liaison positions are again, a focus for us going forward, and really essential to doing all that good work on private lands. And lastly, of course, water management. As we talked about this morning, there's still this need to better understand in-stream needs of fish and wildlife and secure balanced solution to those regional water needs. And so we play a pretty significant role in the science and monitoring and advising our state, regional, and municipal partners in their water planning processes. And so there's several POPs that you'll see that relate back to these core functions of land and water management, including the Integrated Water Solutions POP, the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund, the Climate and Ocean Change Policy POP, the Farm Bill Biologists POP, and the Good Neighbor Authority Policy Option Package as well. I believe that's it for habitat.
Shannon, a question, does it work for the flow of your presentation if we check for questions for the Habitat Division now and as we go, or you okay with that?
Chair Wall, we'd be good with that.
I have a couple, so maybe this is just serving me at this point. The whole issue of in-stream water rights has come up several times, and it's come up in past presentations as well. How much, can you talk about what we're going to be able to accomplish? We have it in a couple of these POPs that it's mentioned. Could you talk about the additional work that will result from all of the protests, especially that are happening with these in-stream water rights, and how much of our work relates to the protests?
Our work is Chair Wall, it's a good question, thank you. And our work is a combination of resolving those protested in-stream water right applications, as well as prioritizing the geographies where we want to apply for new in-stream water applications. So all of the data and information that we're collecting informs both of those buckets. And the more that we can get ahead of the backlog of protests and municipal water right reviews, et cetera, the more time and effort we can put into the more proactive prioritization of new. And so our policy option packages were really designed to kind of build the capacity, even just temporarily, to get ahead of that backlog so that we can move forward with the new.
And just to follow up on that, if OWEB has 10 million out of the drought pack, I think that was the number, out of the drought package to work on water acquisition, how does that tie to this work for in-stream water rights?
Sure, well, that's a great question. And those, in fact, we were just having a meeting yesterday morning with OWEB where we were talking about having a really high level of coordination with OWEB to determine where those puzzle pieces fit together, how to avoid being duplicative, and how to align the work they're doing with the work that we're doing. So I would say that those coordination conversations are ongoing.
And their acquisitions would include where there are people who would like to be paid for their water right? Is that
I believe
part
so.
of what they're doing?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, thank you. A couple other questions. On POP 102, it talks about building critical science, which is key to all of the work you're doing. Can you talk about how that provides us people at the table for fire, for development, for drought response planning? Because if we're at the table to plan how those three key things are happening, that goes a long way for protecting fish as those happen, and that's going to be more and more. So could you just talk a little bit about that?
Yes, and can someone remind me what's POP 102?
Habitat Division Policy and Operations.
Okay, perfect. Right. So we already have a draft aquatic habitat prioritization model that tells us where we want to prioritize our protection and restoration work for aquatic species. So it's driven by what we know about cold water. It will be further informed and improved with the additional gauges and information that we're going to be collecting. That is in draft, close to finalization, but should be very helpful in those conversations in terms of prioritizing, informing where people choose to do their work. We need to do the same thing on the terrestrial side. And so one of the first tasks that we would ask the policy analyst that's proposed in that POP to do would be to convene the appropriate staff and coordinate with our geographic information system specialists to start to look at what tools and resources we have developed through the Oregon Conservation Strategy, and what modeling and data gaps do we need to pursue in order to build sort of the terrestrial complement to that aquatic habitat prioritization. And then we're really looking to those prioritization tools to help us decide where is the biggest bang for our buck in terms of investment of resources, investment of staff time, where do we want to direct management actions and direct, habitat management work, whether it's related to forests, whether it's related to riparian areas, where do we want to encourage development to occur, so it's sort of the inverse of the areas that we think are critical for protection, and then where do we want to encourage mitigation, land acquisition, habitat connectivity projects to occur. So we really see those prioritization tools as directly informing the applied management side of habitat work.
Thank you, that helps. I think that's it. Go ahead.
All right, so on to fisheries. So, I have broken our focal areas basically into 3 categories today. That's conservation of native species, science, and our hatcheries. And this is a lot of the work that we're focused on right now that really was some of the inspiration for our POPs. And so what I'd like to do is start off by describing some of the challenges that we are facing today, which is mostly caused by climate change. The first of those is habitat suitability. We see habitat quality declining in many areas, and we're realizing that this habitat's not going to be able to support populations like it once did in every instance. Shifting temperature regimes, seeing range expansions of non-native species. I think a perfect example of that you're probably aware of right now is smallmouth bass in the Coquille River. We see marine heat waves. They're shifting food webs and affecting our ocean salmon and other marine fishes. I think the blob that we experienced earlier is the perfect example of that. Acidification, hypoxia, harmful algal blooms, and even some of our responses to climate change, trying to be good, are actually having negative effects, like green energy, whether it's hydropower and now offshore wind. So next slide, please. And so how we're trying to respond to these efforts. The first one really is just by prioritizing our efforts. We're trying to make sure that we are focusing on issues where we can have the greatest effect. And some of those are through partnering with our other divisions like Habitat, through trying to improve water quality, water quantity. And we're also focusing on screening and passage in areas where we think we can open up the greatest amount of quality habitat that's going to endure climate change. And I think, you look at the Deschutes reintroduction, that's an important thing, is moving those anadromous fish upstream of the dams to ensure their longevity through climate change. And we're investing significant resources into conservation plans to minimize things like marine life entanglements and to be able to still fish some of those fisheries like the Dungeness crab. Next slide, please. So I mentioned earlier that we are facing challenges with energy development. Our work continues with regional partners and federal agencies to improve salmon and steelhead survival within the Columbia hydro system. The agency is exploring pathways right now to restore the lower Snake River and work on recovery. And we're really focused on ending some decades-long litigation there. We also have our marine staff highly involved in offshore wind planning efforts. Another effort is just predators. As I mentioned earlier, the smallmouth bass and the Coquille are an issue. We're working on management solutions for that. And we're also heavily involved in the management of pinnipeds at Willamette Falls and Bonneville with hazing and removal. Next slide, thank you. And then on to science, something that's a little more fun. We are adapting our data collection and our analysis to understand and predict how climate change and changing fisheries are impacting species and their habitats. And so we're realigning our programs to monitoring activities to account for these needs. So I think the Rogue South is a good example of that. We're shifting positions and trying to develop to assist with the implementation of that Rogue South Coast plan that we just adopted. We're evaluating new technologies and approaches to improve our monitoring and efficiency. I attended our science meeting in the Dalles a couple weeks ago and learned about some of the great works our science groups are doing. Very impressive technology with drones and remote sensing. It's mind-blowing what some of our people are capable of. And we're partnering with universities and other states, federal and tribal researchers to conduct research and all the goals of maximizing our outcomes and improving data collection and data management. And then on to the last slide, and that's hatcheries. I think we all witnessed firsthand the effects that climate change can have on our hatcheries in 2020 with the fires. I mean, we straight up lost hatcheries; they burned down. At the same time, they experienced drought, so lack of water, high temperatures that all have negative effects on our abilities to raise fish. And so we've started with a climate vulnerability assessment. We're evaluating technologies and our approaches to maintain production, conducting fish health research and monitoring, incorporating resilience into our investments, and trying to improve our system overall. And that's what I have.
Okay, my little flaggy.
Go ahead.
I love my flag. Thank you, Mike. My question is about, actually, well, it's sort of related to the emergency order that now you can spearfish these smallmouth bass in the Coquille. I think, what's next? Depth charges? You're just going to just, so essentially you just want them gone. And so you have a POP that's about non-native fish management that specifically mentions this.
Yep.
My question is it enough? I mean, it seemed a bit puny. Or is this something that's going to be ongoing? Can you just talk to me about that one just a little bit?
So management of invasive species is very complex and can be very, very, very expensive. I mean, it's something you look to the Great Lakes, you look at their struggles with sea lamprey and basically everything else in the book. You look at Yellowstone Lake and their experience with lake trout. These efforts can be astronomically expensive, and if you really look at the history of it, you're never eliminating, you're managing a problem, especially once it gets established. So before we get too big into this, we need to really get in there and be able to identify what are the problems, what solutions will be effective, and what can we do. And so I would say, yeah, we're starting off with 2, and then we'll see where it goes. This isn't the only place we have problems either. I mean, initially I think we would have loved to have put in a POP for 25 positions, just to help us out with issues statewide. But I think another thing to consider is, last year we had a near issue with zebra mussels that came in aquarium. I mean, so this is an issue that I think you're probably going to see POPs on in the future. It's an issue that's not going to go away if you look at the trends and the southern climates. It's just moving north.
And my other question is about the hatcheries, where your first line, climate vulnerability assessment.
Yep.
So are you doing that separate than the agenda item that's coming up later, where they're doing by the fund that?
You're talking about the R&E proposal?
Yeah, exactly. So is this separate from that?
I actually don't have all the detail in my head on the R&E proposal, but I just overall with this, I mean, this is a large effort to conduct this assessment for our hatcheries. And so what we did in 2022, we put out a big request for proposals to assess our hatcheries, and there's 2 components to that. It's, what are we doing here? Climate vulnerability assessment and a climate risk assessment. And that's going to really address 3 goals. It's going to inform climate smart agency investments in existing and future infrastructure. We're trying to understand our short and long-term risks to hatchery practices. That's like pathogens, water transport, water resiliency, and pursuing carbon neutrality. There's also other parts to this. I mean, we're going to have to conduct some of our own analysis on infrastructure and other things. So I don't have all the details on the R&E proposal, but I'm assuming it's going to be a piece to this.
Okay, and so that's going to be a part of, so which POPs address this climate vulnerability assessment of the hatcheries that you're talking about?
Let's see here. Honestly, that one actually, I don't have the POP for that. That one we're just doing an investment on our own. I mean, we shifted and prioritized our own budget to pay for a lot of that assessment.
Okay.
And Sean, correct me if I'm wrong from back there, but we've shifted funds on that one.
Okay, that's kind of what I was wondering.
Yeah.
I don't recall a POP about that. What I recall is the research and enhancement thing that's later. Okay, all right. Thank you.
I have a couple questions, and actually I have more than 2, but 2 of them follow up on what Dr. King just asked. On the non-native fish problem, clearly a lot of that's from illegal introduction, and we don't even know how much, I'm guessing. But whatever the problem is, it's clearly getting worse with climate change, and habitat and water seem to be the answers, the long-term answers is do something about water, do something about habitat, and especially if we can find some big source of cold water, but those are hard to come up with. So the package that we have, this 118, is about monitoring, and my question is, as always, the monitoring I think is terrific, and we need it, and we need to prioritize and that sort of thing. But what about actions on this one? Because otherwise, we're at 118, the POP is about monitoring, which is important. But what about actions? Are you expecting that it will soon drive actions, or? And I know that we're mostly influencers rather than action.
Yeah, I would suspect it will drive responses. I mean, like I said, we need to get a handle on what's really going on out there and what will have an effect. And so before we can really do that, we need to kind of get out there and monitor. However, I mean, at the same time, we are actually out there. We're electrofishing. I mean, we had a big effort last year to remove bass, and I think we're probably headed that way again this year. So.
But this doesn't add to our actionability, and I know we are doing a lot in.
It probably will add to it. I mean, they're not going to just sit out there and monitor. I mean, they'll be removing fish too, I would assume.
Thank you.
Yep.
On the other one, on the climate change impacts on the hatchery analysis, that really, if all things were perfect, then we would have that information to inform the budget process. And if the first part of that of the analysis will come at the end of this year, the first 6, I think it is, and then the rest will come, I think, at the end of 2024. Is there a way to get that quickly integrated, since we don't get the chance to do it into this budget process? That information is going to be critical to us.
So quickly integrated into what? And what do you mean?
We're running hatcheries across the state. We're doing an analysis about climate change vulnerability, and clearly that's going to tell us some big picture things about how we do our operations. And ideally, in a perfect world, we'd have that now so we could base our, we could shape our budget based on it. But since it's coming at the end of 23, when we've already, we're into this process, how will we is there a process, or do we need to make sure that we ask for this to come back in, January, February, when we get that analysis?
Can
I talk about the process?
Yeah, sure.
I would just, Chair Wall, I would just mention that, of course, the climate vulnerability assessment is meant to inform many different processes. And so we have a number of federal funding opportunities that are in play right now. We have, for instance, our congressional delegation, including Senator Merkley, has been working very closely with us and some of our tribal partners to really drive investment in our hatchery infrastructure, and the climate vulnerability assessment will inform that, as well as our own agency internal processes. And we have many internal processes that aren't necessarily about budget development. They're operational processes. They're processes where we're prioritizing internally how we're going to react to certain situations. And so the vulnerability assessment will inform all of those, and then additionally any future potential state investments in those facilities.
Thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Spellbrink.
Thank you, Chair Wall. And I might just mention also, I think, we talked quite a bit about the invasive non-native species, and I think we're going to get a lot of help from our tribal partners on that, especially on the Coquille also. So, I think that needs to be mentioned. I know they've already expended quite a few of their dollars helping us in that situation.
Yeah, they have been an amazing partner to help us with this whole issue and this issue.
And we'll get a chance to hear from them in just a few minutes about that very thing. So, one last question, Mike. The number 134 is about the Jubilee Lake Dam repair.
Yep.
Is that basically for I know there's recreation behind that one. Is it also, I mean, how much fish and habitat benefit is there behind that? How much is left, and will this help fish and wildlife?
So I have, been to Jubilee Lake, actually. There's so many of these places that you never go. And that's in an area where there is not a lot of open water opportunity. There is some, but you've got to drive. So the recreational benefit is huge. I mean, thousands of people are visiting that lake every weekend. So it is a great opportunity for people to get out and fish. When I was up there, I do not recall the watershed extending above the lake very much. And so, I mean, I don't have the mileage of habitat that's above that. There's certainly some. But yes, this is, I would say, mostly a recreational opportunity.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
And it's, I guess I would just add, just for the historical perspective, that this Jubilee Lake is one of, I would say, a legacy of the old Game Commission, which back in the 1950s and 1960s was building dams for just for one purpose, recreational fishery development.
And this is one of them?
And this is one of them. And the legacy that we've been left is that it's a high-risk dam. And so we need to fix it.
Yep, we own it.
We
And
own
Yes,
it,
that
not
seems
because we went out and bought it, but because we,
We inherited it.
yeah, so.
Inherited a mess.
And
And
for
we've
those
had
of you-
others similar to this.
Yeah, Canyon Meadows Dam,
Canyon
for
Meadows
instance.
Dam, which we removed, actually, but
I wouldn't call it a legacy, I'd call it a herring or something.
call it what you will.
It
but
causes
I
a
just
lot
wanted
of
to
work.
make sure you understood the history.
Thank you.
All right, I'll give an overview of some of the focal areas that Wildlife Division is working on. And as with the other two divisions, you'll see these reflected in our policy option package requests. So our first focal area that I want to talk about is implementation of the Oregon Conservation Strategy. Our conservation program and Wildlife Division covers a very large number of species, but in terms of funding and staff is a much smaller component of the division. As the interest in non-game conservation and management continues to grow, there's a need to really expand the capacity of the work that we do. So our conservation program staff provide technical assistance to our partners and our landowners. They help coordinate invasive species management. They participate on technical committees to represent the interests of these wildlife species. They help with reviewing land development proposals. They manage and provide data sets and online tools. And they also conduct research. Some examples of the current research projects that we have ongoing include work on western pond turtle and western painted turtle, amphibians across the state, coastal martin monitoring, ringtail distribution research, and several projects on various avian species. All these efforts really help fill some of the data gaps we have for many of our strategy species. And finally, you've heard us present on our Oregon Connectivity Assessment and Mapping Project, the OCAMP project. This is an ongoing effort that will hopefully wrap up by the end of the year. And it's going to be critical for identifying priority areas for restoration and protection, not only for wildlife passage projects and wildlife connectivity, but also for some of the efforts that Sarah was talking about with prioritizing areas for habitat protection and restoration. Next slide, please. One of the division's highest priorities is our declining mule deer population. For the last decade, the department's invested millions of dollars in GPS collaring, which will help us improve our survey and analysis methodology, as well as in on-the-ground habitat work. Between 2015 and 2019, this work included an investment of over $25 million across nearly 400,000 acres through the Collaborative Mule Deer Initiative. The Wildlife Division and East Region have recently initiated the revision of our mule deer plan, and that work is ongoing. We funded a new position for the current biennium to act as our mule deer coordinator, and he's leading the plan development and communicating the management actions to our public. And that work should be completed in the first half of next year, and you'll see one of the policy option packages is to continue that position into the future. Next slide, please. Thank you. Another focal area is that of wildlife health, and specifically chronic wasting disease. So this is a disease that affects deer, elk, and moose, and is characterized by progressive weight loss and eventual death of these animals. We developed a chronic wasting disease response plan initially in 2005 and have continued to update that with new information over the years. Just recently, chronic wasting disease was detected in 3 different ungulate species in Idaho, so it's right at our border. Our Wildlife Health and Population Lab is working closely with our districts to increase our surveillance and sampling efforts. We do have some past efforts that will also help with this. We modified rules for the transport of cervid parts from other states in an effort to combat CWD. And then in 2019, the legislature prohibited the possession and use of commercial attractants that are derived from cervid urine because that urine can transmit CWD into the environment. And then most recently, in the 2021 legislative session, a bill was passed that would allow the department to conduct mandatory stop check stations for people transporting wildlife. So we're in the process of developing a plan to implement those check stations to increase our sampling efforts for hunter-harvested animals later this year. And then the final focal area I'll touch on is that of wildlife conflict. As you know, with increasing human populations and changing habitat, this conflict has continued to grow. Addressing the conflict is already a big part of what our staff work on, and that includes outreach and education, helping individual members of the public, agricultural producers, and property owners with how to coexist with wildlife, and then also just providing general assistance. Our department has recently updated our internal guidance for addressing human-wildlife conflict. That replaces our previous damage policy, and it provides both training and a reference tool for our staff across a variety of wildlife species and potential situations. Our field staff and staff here in division do provide advice to the public on those conflicts, on how to live with wildlife, issues with feeding wildlife, how to reduce attractants, and also wildlife disease concerns as they relate to human-wildlife conflict. And then finally, Commissioner Labhart, as you know, led a work group looking at human-wildlife conflicts and how they are responded to. And our policy option packages do include the consensus recommendation from that work group for some additional positions and efforts at wildlife response.
Go ahead, Commissioner King.
Thank you, Chair Wall. The muleys, poor things. My question is, all the pops that we have about it and extension of positions is great. My question is, and I had a bit of a conversation with Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde about this, is the pronghorns are in the same environment out there shriveled up in the drought as the muleys are. So is it going to be, I don't know, it's specific to that? Like if you see also pronghorns in the same situation, will the biologists be able to comment on that? I mean, is it really restrictive in that manner? Like do you have to actually ask for a pop for pronghorns? Or
Chair Wall, Commissioner King, I think we anticipate some of the recommendations coming out in that plan will be about habitat management, and of course, actions that are taken for habitat management could benefit both mule deer and pronghorn. So hopefully that would address issues that are common to both.
Okay. So, all right. And my other question is the chronic wasting pop that I love, 10 positions. Mm-hmm. But my question is are we thinking also about the lab? Like, and do they have capacity to handle potentially a whole lot more that will be coming at them? And are we thinking also about our OSP? Do they have enough infrastructure money, again, to be addressing some of all of this uptick in activity?
Chair Wall, Commissioner King, that's a great question. So in that POP, there is one position, full-time, year-round position that would be housed in our Wildlife Health and Population Lab, in addition to the field positions that are seasonal positions. So hopefully that would help with our internal capacity at our lab. We're also looking into opportunities for in-state CWD testing. Currently, we send all our samples out of state, which kind of delays the results timing. So we're looking into opportunities for that, and also pursuing federal funding to support kind of an increase in both capacity to do the testing and running additional samples. in terms of OSP, you know, they obviously will be assisting us where they can. We don't have specific funding to increase their capacity to help with sampling, but I think this increase in staff for us would probably be adequate, at least in the near term, and we can reassess that in the future.
Right, and you said you're pursuing also federal funding, which again is a different thing. We're not talking about the budget here.
No.
That's a different thing that you're applying for.
Yep.
Got it. Thank you.
I think that's it. Go ahead.
Well, that wraps it up. I think Sarah, Mike, and Bernadette did an excellent job of describing how these policy option packages were considered. I promise we're getting to the beaver slide very quickly. I promise we're getting to the end here also very quickly. So, real quick, you just heard described, when we developed these policy option developments, we really looked at where gaps are. Take a strategic look at what you're doing already. Where do you need additional science? Where you're seeing bottlenecks and outcomes? Where you want on-the-ground work? Really looking at the science, the planning, the regulation for the wildlife management that we're doing, and then leveraging these other funding sources, which I'll talk about a little bit more. And really the end goal here is to protect and restore resilient habitats and provide opportunities consistent with conservation. That's meeting our mandate, that's meeting our mission. At the end of the day, this is how it shook out with a number of 38 POPs. This is how you get them into these buckets overall. We know diversity, inclusion, and communication are important. We know climate change is important. A look at our infrastructure is important. Chair Wall and Sarah just talked about water and water planning, and you stole my example of looking at, you know, we're pretty good here about applying for in-stream water, but really where is that critical need at? We're also talking about drought planning, and so do we have a person available to be at that table and talk about fish and wildlife needs when those discussions are happening, especially when they're happening with municipalities in the future. There's a couple of areas that have really, you know, been of interest in the budget where we're emphasizing them. Beaver and climate change have been two big ones of those. So when we started prioritizing POPs, once they were developed, there was this really look at the funding source and what we were still potentially considering. And so it was really a time to consider not advocating against ourselves. All of this is, you know, critically important. Typically we prioritize by putting continuation POPs at the top, and then everything else of that. We usually have some instruction that says, well, the line's here, so everything above that it's pretty safe, and everything below. We don't have those instructions this time. So we're really building a budget around needs that we foresee in the future and filling those gaps. And so the second half of the list that you have, and I'll show you the POP prioritization list, but you have it in your packet. So anything below 119 is this group of what we're calling non-general fund POPs. And it really is leveraging additional money or things that we have to do anyway, or position increases, reconciliation packages, those kind of things is what you'll see in there generally. We don't think we're going to get told by anyone not to do these things. Of course, you can tell us that. You tell us something's in or out. It's not very important to you. So it gets a little trickier with general fund POPs because we're all competing for the same money. And for anyone listening who doesn't know what general fund is, that's the tax-based money that the legislature allocates and the governor's office develops a budget around. These are critical investments. I don't know how many people know this, but out of a state budget, 9% of general fund typically goes to natural resource agencies. So it's a big battle for general fund, and then we're carving out 9% of that as natural resource agencies. So we have to advocate pretty strongly for these investments. I think we're in the right place. We've listened to our stakeholders. We've listened to our commission. Nothing on this list is not important. They are all mission driven. They help us focus on meeting those gaps that you just heard provided. It focuses on where we do things well and where we could do things better. They're ambitious around those new injections of federal fund, whether we really think we're going to get them or we anticipate getting them. And they're strategic. They're also proactive in looking at the future and what we've heard from both our commission and our stakeholders. And again, we're leveraging partnerships and support for these POPs throughout this process. So getting to the beaver, you know, this is, besides climate, this is one area emphasized in our budget that folks want to hear much about. So we've dedicated a slide specifically for that Kevin will cover.
Good morning. For the record, Kevin Blakely, Assistant Administrator in the Wildlife Division. So, I was hoping I could really splash out the subject here, but it's been a topic, so it's already there. Over the past several years, there's been a lot of engagement and thoughts about beaver habitat on the landscape. Multiple beaver-related topics, lots of discussions have occurred, and we've certainly seen one common desire by both biologists and all of our interested stakeholders, and that's to obtain more information to better direct some strategic opportunities for beaver habitat projects throughout Oregon. Although I sit in the Wildlife Division, I want to emphasize that these current and upcoming efforts that are highlighted on the slide are embedded in a variety of positions and programs across the agency in all of the divisions, fish, habitat, and wildlife. Looking toward the 23-25 biennium, the department will be amplifying our existing investments, and program staff will continue to engage in habitat enhancement efforts toward beaver habitat needs to address riparian habitat recovery goals. Key pieces for those efforts are a combination of kind of those bins you see on the slide. We'll be looking to address some data needs that both we've been working towards and have been highlighted in those discussions, such as completing an updated beaver activity survey protocol. That's been developed with some partners through Oregon State University, and that'll give us a repeatable and comparable data sets to be able to document presence, absence of beavers, beaver sign, beaver dams across the landscape and in all the watersheds where we do collecting that data. We'll also be designing methods to better target successful habitat restoration efforts, and that takes a lot of collaboration, not just with somebody designing what to put in the ground, but getting some input from fish experts as well as wildlife experts for that species needs and on the habitat side as well. We'll be continuing to put great restoration efforts on the ground in priority areas for fish recovery, but provide a needed balance for beaver habitat potential in the best locations for sustaining floodplain habitat benefits. There are great opportunities upcoming also through the private forest accord beaver conservation biologist positions, as well as the new private forest accord subaccount through the Conservation Recreation Fund. As a component of fulfilling the private forest accord legislation, we will be adapting several of our field tools that were developed to better document, respond to beaver conflict and document those issues on the landscape and build opportunities to demonstrate coexistence benefits. Certainly not last in importance is our continued engagement with a multitude of a spectrum of conservation partners, conservation organizations, our agricultural partnerships that we rely on, along with the leadership both in the department, through the legislature, other state and federal agencies, and really just in a effort to foster community ownership and habitat for beaver. Beaver management activities with all the fish and wildlife species we're responsible to steward have components built into several of the POPs that they'll be highlighting here. Examples include the forest and watershed health work on federal lands through the Good Neighbor Agreement Authority. We are building capacity and effectiveness in the Habitat Division and expanding implementation of the the Oregon Conservation Strategy in a number of components in that kind of group of POPs. There's also great proposed work for outreach and coexistence biologists in several urban areas and increased funding for habitat projects and capacity through both the Oregon Conservation Recreation Fund discussions that you see in front of you and the Private Forest Accord mitigation grants as part of that component. I could elaborate on lots of other collaborative work we're doing with both universities in state and with other states and federal agencies, watershed councils and more, but I primarily wanted to demonstrate, give some examples of beaver as a key species within healthy riparian areas are integrated into our agency actions at a number of levels from policy to projects on the ground. And we look forward to increasing those opportunities provided by the proposed POPs and continue to accomplish the department's mission. And with that, I'll hand it back over to Debbie.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Can I just say thank you?
Yeah. For the record, Debbie Colbert, Deputy Director for Fish and Wildlife. Just this next slide, before you kind of engage in a conversation with Shannon and the administrators around the various POPs, we just wanted to put a fine point on this idea of investing and looking for new investments around climate resiliency, adaptation, and responding to drought. And so, all of this work is grounded in so many places of how we do our work. It's the climate and ocean policy that you adopted. It's our drought planning and response work. It's our species plans. It's our conservation strategy. I mean, all of those things are geared around adaptation and forecasting and responding. And then, just again, being mindful about the recent investments, as we think about where we go next in terms of investments. So that was part of our conversations, where are we already, adding into the agency in the 2021 session, the 2022 session, and then if you could just advance. And then kind of as we think in going forward into 23, 25, honestly, you can find climate adaptation, resiliency, drought planning in almost every one of our slides, and so this is really just a subset. But from our perspective, especially with the general fund request, we want it all. I mean, that's like my tagline. I'm like, we want it all. And again, as Shannon said, we think we've hit a good spot in terms of the general fund requests that we have put before you. It totals something like 18-20 million. We got 15 in the short session. I think this is doable. We're not asking for a line. We're just asking, hey, did we get everything in there? And we see some of these general fund requests kind of shaking out into two buckets. There are some that we just think are so absolutely essential to species and to our ability to respond. And it's things like the fish passage position. Even the last one, POP 116, the cultural and historic resource specialist, people could look at that and go, what? Why is that essential to climate change? Well, those are the folks that enable us to get great projects done in the ground. I mean, we have to meet the state standards and want to meet the state standards around cultural resources. And so in order for us to be doing projects, habitat work, renewing our hatchery, we have to do that analysis. And so having that capability really helps us to go faster with some of these projects. And then in the other category is things we think just really position us to be more proactive. And that's the POP 114 and 117, where it's, the game changer POPs, like really just adding that extra scientific and communication ability to move even farther, faster. So just, again, this is really to let you know that we hear you. We share this priority with all of you, and we really think that the package that we've put together in the general fund will advance this work pretty substantially.
Thank you, Debbie. Thanks, Anna. So this is the list. Oh.
No, thank you. Thank you, Chair Wall. Before you go on the list, because it's perfect when you're talking about the proactive investments. I happen to know this because I was on the EVAC committee, but the things that you don't see, things like the EV chargers and the things like the making sure we are in our infrastructure for green construction, things like that. And I learned from being on the committee, it's because we're asking them for a different place, essentially. So it really is, this is not an or, it's an and. Like we're just keep asking for stuff from different pots of money and in the hopes of to just get it all, because I agree, I want it all.
Chair Wall, Commissioner King, thank you. That's a good segue too. So for me, thank you. So in your packet, for the first time, you have the narratives for each of these. Those are still due to DAS here in several weeks, so there can be refinement, but we're really asking you to look at those and look at what's in, what's out. Additionally, in your packet, as a handout, and it's very green, if you remember, it came and it showed you what investments we got in the 2021 session for a legislatively approved budget, so you can see what POPs essentially added new positions and what were the focus then. And then we did the same thing for 2022, so you can see private forest accord and where there's this injection of 2 biologists that will work on beaver. And then there's, more their information system specialists, that will work on assessing fish habitat, private timber, and this overlap of where fish presence is, where barriers exist, and moving this needle on habitat. So that's in your packet to kind of look at these policy option packages as well. I won't go through the full list. Here on the slide we have broken out, it's kind of the first group, as I said, that these really the general fund grouping effort, and then the second slide is the more non-general fund where you're really leveraging other types of match or lottery fund injections. A lot of these are continuation or with really have an agreement or something that says that we really should do this. So that's the argument we'll be making when we go to the governor's office first and then the legislative fiscal office. Real quick, just to wrap this up, we have talked about this extensive, you've seen this timeline before, this extensive public input and outreach. The External Budget Advisory Committee got to see the presentation from the division administrators that you had today and much more in depth. So you guys had not had that. We wanted an opportunity to do that for you. We have been listening to the public all the way through. And it'll finalize today, so once you're done listening to the public, we can talk about where you want to go with the budget. I put this slide in, I didn't know, but for depressed optimists. In your packet, you have in more detail what folks said specifically about what's meaningful for them. I just put this up because it's always beneficial after this process to kind of reflect back how significant it is to me and our staff to hear people really do value wildlife. They support our Oregon Conservation Strategy. They support the Oregon Conservation Recreation Fund and building on the investment there for that strategy. They want healthy, resilient habitats. They want to have tough conversations about this and be part of it. I mentioned the chronic wasting disease concern. It's not just our hunters that are paying attention to this issue. Our environmentally friendly wildlife viewing folks want to have this conversation as well. Wildlife coexistence was a big one. You saw this great outpouring of wildlife coexistence support for that pop. Last EBAC, we heard modernization of hatcheries that builds on this deferred maintenance, this climate assessment for our hatcheries, engaging on all fronts, supporting our tribes, supporting our anglers, supporting native fish conservation, looking into the future. And then water, wetlands, and drought planning. Big one, came in a lot of different varieties. A lot of them mentioned beaver when they put their comments in, and we very much appreciate that. And so with that, I just want to thank you for your time. I know several of you spent a lot of hours with us understanding this budget. Our staff have spent a tremendous amount of time in the last 4 months to build this, so thank you.
Thank you. We have a couple questions, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, and then Commissioner Labhart.
Yeah, I do want to thank you for, especially Kevin putting forward that slide. He so mollified me that I was speechless, so I didn't say anything afterwards, and thank you for saying thank you. But that definitely shows how that all comes together to put beaver as a engineer of habitat. So, and thank you for all the work on the budget as well.
Okay, thank you, Chair Wall. I don't have any questions, just comments. So I'm going to be a strong supporter of the budget, so I'll just tell you that right up front. But one of the things I really appreciate was how staff spent time with us to really go over some of the details of the questions. And you actually, I mean, I'm sure you would say this anyway, but you actually did listen to us. And you actually did incorporate some of the comments that we made. For example, beavers. I mean, we've brought it up a couple times. The work group spent a year and a half, came up with some recommendations, and of course the question was, well, where's the pop for that? Well, okay, so now we've answered that question. It's built into various portions of the budget, so thanks for incorporating that. And so each of us probably have our own little priorities, but I really like how the department, took the general fund and made sure that those were in the top of the categories, because the other funds, it's probably going to be easier to get those across the finish line when you go to the legislature and say, well, yeah, we've got other funds for this, and it's easier. But when you talk about general fund, then they start zeroing in and they start listening. So having those priorities up in the front are extremely important. So and of course, for me, it's the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund that you mentioned, the Wildlife Coexistence Program that Bernadette mentioned, chronic wasting disease. I'm really glad to see that. It wasn't in the beginning at a priority, and now it is. So I really like that, because we've got to make sure that we won't follow that. A Mule Deer Coordinator, that's below the line of general fund, but there's other funds there. The salmon forecasting and habitat models, salmon's going to be, it's a big deal. And so we need to make sure that the science that we make decisions on is valid, and that we need to make sure that we have the research done there. And then the upgrade, I'm going to speak a little bit to this, the upgrade of the ODFW website is one of the other funds. But I particularly enjoyed the comment from Leland Brown, president of the Wildlife Society. And of course, because I care about this, I'm going to read what he said, because I support what he said. He said, "We see the upgrade of the ODFW website proposal as something necessary to inform and educate the general public in a more user-friendly manner. There are currently many unnecessary steps one must negotiate to get the information desired. At the same time, the website has vastly improved over the years, and new programs have been added and enhanced. Social media and related internet efforts have reached many constituents and those able and willing to participate in these venues. For those who must rely on other means of communication within the department, such as print media, television, radio, there are limited direct communications for ODFW program." In other words, he's lobbying for that, and of course, I'm lobbying for that too, because I'm part of the baby boomer generation where it was a lot of paper and those kind of things, and the new generation doesn't do that. You know, they're online and they're TikToking and Facebooking and all this kind of stuff, and so we need to make sure that we keep up on that. And I really liked, I forget which slide it was, but it talked about some of the exact things that Commissioner King and I had brought up to staff about, you know, making sure all you got to maybe click a QR code and you're automatically renewed your license for the next year. Or there's a click that says, did you remember you got a fishing license last year? You might want to think about getting another. And so really appreciate that. So bottom line for me is that we will probably approve this budget, but it isn't going to be us. It's going to be those stakeholders that are listening to us today and going to, with their constituency, going to the legislature and saying, yep, the department's got their act together, the department is moving some of this stuff forward, and we need you to provide the funding for it. So it's not just us out there working on it. It's going to be those stakeholders that support these POP packages and the budget that get us that 3% increase in general fund, and maybe we could even get more. So I'm really speaking not to you, Shannon, but to the choir that's out there listening, is we need strong support to be able to move some of these efforts forward. If you want us to do the things that you're asking us to do, we need your help to make that happen. So that's my comments, Megan.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Commissioner Coquille, you had your hand.
Yeah, it's just a point of mild curiosity, and I'm wondering if you know the answer off the top of your head. Love the inclusion of the diversity, equity, justice one. Wondering if, you know, you said there's one in this POP package. What was last time? Were there any? Is this the first one?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Coquille, in the past, the governor's office has talked about asking each agency to put on a diversity, equity, and inclusion coordinator. We're going ahead and initiating that, with that effort kind of falling to the wayside. We think it would be a great position to kind of bring us all together. In that POP is also language services, that you saw. So that would be an addition too. And I think really, I talked to the Office of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion at the governor's office. There are some positions that already exist in the state. So we grabbed their PDs. We think we can make it position descriptions. We think we can make a really good justification for why this is needed, especially with our R3 effort being the primary focus for the Racial Justice Committee. So
definitely, and I mean, I think it's core to that climate change, right? I think that's another one of those that's tied in there. Okay, thanks. Just curious.
Thank you, Commissioner King.
Thank you, Chair Wall. And as many of you know, I was on the EBAC committee, so a lot of this I have heard, but it is good to have it now in public record and all the other commissioners can hear and see. Because really, if you can call a budget process pleasant, you know, this actually was pleasant. It was a lot of fun. We really, you know, and I think it was because you were, in many ways, I had receptive, open, aware willing to help people. And some of the things that I brought up was diversity, equity, inclusion, and how that ties into climate and climate justice and environmental justice, and so many things that we talk around in a circle. And you think about my initial wheel, and how do we even describe what we're doing? That we're doing all of these super cool diversity, equity, inclusions that, when we have this antiquated website, we've got to fix the website. And so many of these things came together in such a nice way. And now, as you said, it's not up to us. I think we're all going to approve it, but then it goes out of our hands. And so here's hoping that we get at least some of what we're asking for. And noting that I like the kind of proactive aspect to it, that we know what's coming and we're trying to get ready in terms of instead of waiting and being behind the 8 ball and then having a big uplift and playing catch up. So I think that this budget does some important things for that. And again, it was just a pleasure. So thank you. Thank you for working with me.
Thank you. I have just a couple quick things to mention. One is I do want to recognize the department for, and I think you mentioned it earlier today, but recognize that this department went to great lengths to hear from the public and was open with those in our communications about the budget. And we have then EBAC to thank for all of the hours and hours that they put into this. And just to follow up on Commissioner Labhart's comment, they are a lot of the stakeholders, and now they've put in the work. They know what the budget looks like, and it's remarkable to have that set of people helping us with this budget process. I think that when I first heard the idea of not going through the typical prioritization, it was so different from what the agencies usually do that it was troublesome, but the strategy makes sense in our current situation. So I think that we go there. We keep ending up with water habitat and resilience high on all of these lists. The one thing that I didn't hear about today in the budget process that I would like to hear about, and I think we're going to hear lots of it in August when we talk about the Beaver Management Work Group, is the connection between OCRF and beaver management on the landscape and looking for beaver modified habitat. So I think we'll hear it there. And I think that's an important tie that we're making. And the only other thing I would mention is that it is pretty remarkable to see these natural resource agencies now at 9%, and Commissioner Labhart mentioned that earlier, that there's been an increase, but 9% compares to 2 and 3 for a long, long time that the state general fund was providing. So that's pretty remarkable. I think I'll stop there, and we have somebody waiting to, we have 4 somebodies waiting to testify, and then we will, I'll skip that part. Let's just go right to testimony unless there are any last comments. Then the 4 people to testify: David Moskowitz, Amy Patrick, Suristi Kamal, and Joe Leipzig. So, David Moskowitz.
Yes. Thank you, Shannon.
Let's see, since Amy and Joe, is it going to take a minute, Michelle, to get anybody that's...
He's already on.
Oh.
You just don't see him out there, but he's on and unmuted.
Okay, David Moskowitz, go ahead.
Oh, he was. Maybe.
We can almost hear you, I think.
Let me try this. How about that?
Yes.
Yeah, you're good.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Thank you so much. David Moskowitz with the Conservation Angler. So pretty exciting, the total ARB for the next biennium, $561 million. About 30 years ago, the budget was barely over 100 million. And so these are heady days since the dramatic cuts from Measure 5 in 1991. But it's our view that we need to be careful about not just spreading pixie dust over every single ODFW program ever created. Not all of these programs are created equal. Perhaps the biggest concern we have is that for capital improvements, major construction, addressing ODFW's infrastructure, it's really it's less than 3% of your total budget. And we believe this is an insufficient investment in the agency's hard infrastructure, whether that's regional offices, headquarters, electric charging stations, but also with the hatchery system being a high priority for the department and for the state. This is an important public investment. It's outdated. They're falling apart. They're at risk to climate change impacts and both exacerbating the problems as well as suffering from those impacts. A real-time example of this are the Leeburg and McKenzie hatcheries on McKenzie River, where ODFW recently received a long overdue water quality permit from DEQ, but yet it doesn't cure the long-standing water quality violations at these two facilities on the McKenzie, which support important native species as well as provide water to Oregon's third largest urban population. DEQ has given ODFW until after 2030 to cure the problems with temperature. So this is one example of where we're not spending enough to address how hatcheries are operated in Oregon. And it needs to be a comprehensive evaluation that goes beyond climate change and crumbling concrete. To address a couple specific general fund proposals, TCA does not support general fund funding for enhancing Columbia River fisheries analysis. That new permanent position should be funded with license dollars, as well as the non-native fish management package dealing with bass and the Coquille. We believe that should be addressed with specific license funds and not general funds. Also, related to the Jubilee Meadows Dam repair, that dam, so the Fish Commission apparently, it was good to learn that from Director Melcher, the history of that. Built in 1967, 50 feet high, 350 feet long. It blocks a creek called Motet Creek, which flows into Little Looking Glass Creek and then finally into the Winaha. This creek is bull trout spawning and juvenile rearing habitat. And we think that there should be a question of whether this dam should be there at all, because the investments are going to have to be ongoing. And we haven't evaluated what kinds of impacts there may be there to the natural habitat, even though it provides recreation. And finally, we'd like to respond very quickly to the Fish Division slide addressing how the hatcheries are being affected or what they're doing to address climate change. And the one thing that's not on there is the issue of reducing hatchery production to meet the reduced capacity of both freshwater and marine habitats. We believe it's a fool's errand to produce and release more hatchery salmon and steelhead when the current ecosystem's capacity to rear and feed them is not as great as it used to be. We're potentially wasting a lot of money by continuing to aim for increased production of hatchery fish into an environment that won't support them. It's like too many cows on a pasture that's been grazed down to the nubs and dirt. So we really urge specific funding to do a complete evaluation that's beyond just the climate vulnerability assessment the department is doing, which we're excited about and looking forward to seeing. But we need to fundamentally rethink everything about this part of the agency's program. Really appreciate the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, David. I don't see questions at this time, so we'll go ahead with Amy Patrick. Thank you, David.
Good morning. Here we are, back in the room, back face to face. Everybody's wearing pants. It's like it's 2019 all over again. Good morning. For the record, I'm Amy Patrick. I'm the Policy Director for the Oregon Hunters Association. I'll be brief in my comments, as I know we have a full day ahead of us. OHA is supportive of the proposed budget and its robust list of POPs, of policy option packages. In particular, we would really like to express our appreciation for the inclusion of POP 115, which is that CWD POP. The responsiveness of both the Commission and the staff to our testimony in May regarding that it was very well received, and we're very appreciative of that being included in the budget. In addition, as I stated in May, we are also very encouraged and would like to encourage prioritization of the Mule Deer Coordinator POP, and that's POP 122, and then also the Mule Deer Research component of the Wildlife Regional Program alignment in POP 136. And as always, we are supportive of the MINEM acquisition. And so we would also like to prioritize POP 121 along with that. I do want to say, because of my presentation in May, tied with the beaver management work group recommendations, and I specifically asked about a beaver POP, Kevin's slide was viewed by the EBAC group in May and did a good job of really explaining where that was going to come from and all those other POPs. And so I wanted to make sure to be on the record of saying that I can see where those funds are going to come from in those POPs, and find that to be a very good answer to what I was asking for in my statements in May. Just quickly speaking to two of the legislative concepts, the commission restructure, OHA just would like to say that we are actually supportive of keeping a regional tie in the state. We feel that regional representation is very important, and the regional meetings as well, even though it does maybe stress the commission a little bit with more travel, especially in the post-COVID world. We do think that the regional ties around the state, both in representation and in meeting location, are still important. And then to the CPI piece, while we're not exactly supportive of the CPI concept at this time, we are very interested in continuing discussions with the department around other opportunities, and we've expressed that with staff as well. But we would just like to say that we're encouraged by the number of requests for general fund dollars, and we believe that the department should go boldly forward with that message that all Oregonians can contribute to wildlife management and conservation, in addition to the hunters, anglers, and trappers who have historically funded so much of the department's budget. And so those are my comments. So I appreciate it, and I'll answer any questions if you have them.
I don't see any. Thanks for sticking with us all morning so you can do this. The next person is Srishti Kamal. And is she online? Yeah. Go ahead. There she is.
And, good morning, Chair Wall and members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Srishti Kamal, and I'm the Senior Representative for Defenders of Wildlife in Oregon. Defenders is also part of the EBAC. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on ODFW's budgets and priorities today. I am testifying on behalf of my organization, as well as other members of the Oregon Wildlife Coalition, a coalition of wildlife conservation organizations in the state working proactively and collaboratively to advocate for science-based and humane wildlife policies. We had already submitted a written testimony into record during the first hearing on the draft budget, but I'm taking this opportunity to reiterate some of our highest priorities as you possibly consider prioritization from your perspective on the various policy option packages or POPs and the programs at ODFW. Firstly, we are thankful for the inclusion of the new wildlife coexistence package, POP 113, and consider it as one of our top priorities, so we'll continue to advocate for keeping the funding on this package. Secondly, the Oregon Conservation Strategy and Non-Game Species Program is generally very woefully underfunded at ODFW, hence securing funding for these programs remain a priority for our coalition. This is why we strongly support POP 103 related to Oregon Conservation Strategy implementation and 112 related to the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund. Additionally, we support the expansion of the Habitat Division, POP 102, and the Climate Change Policy Implementation, POP 114. Furthering diversity, inclusion, and equity issues within wildlife conservation is another priority for the coalition, so we also support POP 111. Lastly, we oppose continued funding for lethal control of wildlife through Federal Wildlife Services Program without adequately considering the use of non-lethal deterrence methods first. I would like to conclude with the thought that securing funding for wildlife conservation and not just for wildlife management for ODFW has been one of the biggest challenges, but we are starting to see some changes as conservation efforts are making it into the POPs and program priorities. I hope you can support this change and continue to pave the way for wildlife conservation. I fully agree with Commissioner Labhart's ask, and I want to add that we will certainly be advocating at the legislature for these priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Srishti. And we don't have questions, so we will go right on to Joe Liebezeit. And then, commissioners, we'll be looking for conclusion for this one, so a vote. Go ahead, Joe.
Director Melcher, Chair Wall, and Commission members, thanks for the opportunity for testify today. My name's Joe Liebesite. I'm staff scientist at Portland Audubon. I lead our coastal marine program. And my testimony today is regarding two marine conservation issues. First one is implementation of the Territorial Sea Plan Part 3, or the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy. And then finally, I'll touch briefly on the Oregon Marine Reserves Program. Before I get into these issues, I just want to say I appreciate the challenge the agency and commission has in prioritizing the funding decisions that have been put forward. It's not an easy task. So first, regarding Territorial Sea Plan 3, Rocky Habitat Management Strategy, I think the commission has been briefed on this process, but it's been a while, so I'll provide a very quick background before I get to our recommendation. Oregon's rocky habitats make up 41% of Oregon's coastline and support a wealth of marine life, from colonial nesting seabirds, marine mammals, kelp beds, and nursing grounds for commercially important fish. There are also important education and recreational opportunities supporting Oregon's tourism economy. The Rocky Habitat Management Strategy has recently been updated through a process led by DLCD. The need for the update was critical as human visitation and associated impacts like wildlife disturbance have significantly increased since the original plan was written nearly 30 years ago. Climate change impacts, including ocean acidification, hypoxia, kelp forest decline, have emerged during this time, and new science indicates the extreme vulnerability of Oregon's intertidal habitats that may be at a tipping point due to increasing climate stressors. That's a recent study produced by Bruce Menge from OSU. So our concern is that now that we have this plan in place, that there's inadequate funding to implement it. Implementing the Rocky Habitat Strategy is a multi-agency endeavor, so we are working for internal support for DLCD and OPRD as well on this. However, ODFW will need to help implement Rocky shore management through permitting, site designation evaluations, and other tasks. This all takes time and capacity, and it's unclear where that will come from at this point. We realize that this support didn't make it into a POP, but we urge the Commission to consider a new staff position to support implementation of TSP3 either through a new POP or during the legislative session. This small ask could go a long way, we feel. Finally, I'll just touch on the Marine Reserves Program. We were disappointed to see ODFW's Marine Reserve Program is the third item on the 10% reductions options cut list this year. The Marine Reserve Program has now been in place for 10 years, and the program, in our view, has been a great success. ODFW's Marine Reserve team has conducted cutting-edge research, helped inform fishing management, and helped support the local economy through contracts to fishermen and others. If anything, we need to increase support for this program. ODFW Marine Reserve staff has cited the need for an analytical specialist and marine resources economist to join the team. We support those additions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we don't have questions, Joe, partly because it's been a while, but thank you for bringing that one to us. Any other questions or thoughts for anybody? And otherwise, we're going to go to a vote.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Okay. Any other comments, or is there a motion on this one?
I'll do it, I guess. I move to approve the department's 2023 through 2025 agency request budget.
I'll second that.
Moved by Vice Chair Zarnowitz and seconded by Commissioner Spellbrink to approve the 23-25 budget. Any last chance? None. Then we will take a roll call on this one. Michelle, can you do the roll?
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Labhart,
Yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Coquille,
Yes.
Zarnowitz,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes. Congratulations, all of you. Thank you.
Yeah.
We have. Yeah, I'll do him now. We have item C coming up. It will be a relatively long one, not as long as the one we just did, though, but we also have Representative Brock Smith, who has been waiting on the line to testify on item C and item I. So we're going to give him that chance, and then we will take a 10-minute break, and then we will go to item C, which is the Coquille tribe and the MOU. So could we go to Representative Brock Smith? There he is. Yeah.
Good morning, Chair Wall and Commission. David Brocksmith, State Representative, House District 1. I come to you from beautiful Gold Beach, Oregon, outside of a Bureau of Ocean Energy Management meeting for offshore wind. To item C, first, thank you so much for all that you do for Fish and Wildlife for Oregon. Appreciate the unanimous vote on the budget and the POPs. And I, along with Amy, am supportive of that, even though action's already been taken. With regards to item C, the Coquille tribe and the MOU is something that can be exciting and worthwhile. I just have 2 points that I hope can be that can be either addressed in rulemaking or as it moves forward. One, of course, is that there be a review of the MOU and the program, every 3 to 5 years to see how things are working there. And 2, to make sure that there's steps in place that there isn't a duplication or have any duplicity when it comes to license and tags being issued from through the MOU and then, of course, secondary from the department. With regards to item I and the fur bearer regulations, I encourage the commission and support the agency's recommendations. It's extremely important for Oregon and across the state, as you have all the information that shows. And I thank you for the time to hop in here and away from the BOA meeting, and appreciate the staff for setting this up, and thank the commission for the work. Chair Wall.
Thank you, Representative. And we don't have questions now, so sorry, we're going to make you go back to your other meeting. Thank you. Appreciate it. So, Commissioners, 10-minute break, and we will start item C.
Okay. See if I can stand up.
I know. Oh.
Your luck.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get started and welcome people here for item C, which is a memorandum of agreement between ODFW and the Coquille Indian Tribe. And we have Davia Palmieri ready to introduce the speakers and the topic. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, Director Melcher, members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Davia Palmieri. I'm the Conservation Policy Coordinator here in the Director's Office. I'm joined today by multiple representatives of the Coquille Indian Tribe for this presentation. Chair Mead, John Ogan, who's the tribe's legal counsel, and Mark Johnston, who's their executive director. Chair Mead's going to start the presentation by covering some of the background of how we got here and information about the tribe and this great opportunity. I just wanted to start by saying that staff here at the department see this as a really incredible opportunity to expand the pace and scale of habitat restoration that we all know is so critically needed in Southwest Oregon with this great partner. The department's mission is to protect and enhance Oregon's fish and wildlife and their habitats for use and enjoyment by present and future generations. This mission aligns with long-held tribal governance, their knowledge of maintaining functioning habitats, and their care for the plants and wildlife that has sustained the tribe since time immemorial. So growing our partnership with the tribe and hopefully other tribes in the future is a pathway to improve outcomes for fish and wildlife in Southwest Oregon. The tribe has access to more and different resources than the department does, giving a different and increased ability to influence the ability of our lands and waters to support fish and wildlife for future generations. So the department's been expanding our relationship with the 9 federally recognized tribes in Oregon for many years now, and we're really proud of that work. This has included one-off agreements with many of the 9 federally recognized tribes, including the Coquille tribe for our shellfishing agreement. We have an off-reservation hunting agreement with the Warm Springs, other shellfishing agreements like the ones the Commission adopted earlier this year with the Grand Ronde. But this agreement we're talking about today is more expansive and more comprehensive. That defines the relationship between the department and the tribe for the long term and how we'll relate to each other and work together. We hope it can serve as a model to be replicated between the department and other tribes in the future. And one of our key goals here is to enhance tribal voices in support of our shared interests as they relate to fish, wildlife, and their habitats, and solving the many crises that we've already talked about this morning in the other exhibits, especially related to climate change. So the agreement that we'll talk about does 2 primary things. It establishes a voluntary cooperative partnership to share resources, collaborate, work as partners within the 5 county areas in Southwest Oregon. And it also sets up a framework for Coquille tribal members to participate in subsistence and ceremonial harvest under tribal licensing. So during the presentation, I'll talk you through the details of the proposed memorandum of agreement. But first, I want to turn it over to Chair Mead and other members of the tribe to give you that background on their interest in engaging in this work.
Thank you, Davia.
Davia, just before,
Go ahead.
Chair Mead, just before you start, I just want to mention to the public that, and to the people who are waiting to testify, we do have people who would like to testify on this item. And so what we will plan to do is hear the presentation from you folks, then take a lunch break and come back and hear from the people who would like to testify. And then we'll take action. So go right ahead, and thank you for waiting all morning.
Thank you, Chair Wall and Commissioners. It is a great day to be here with you all. It's an honor, actually, to be here with you today. My name is Brenda Mead, and I'm chairman for the Coquille Indian Tribe. And on behalf of the Coquille people, I just want to say real quick, looking behind me, I can feel the energy of our Coquille people here today. If you could just raise your hands, those who are here supporting the Coquille tribe. I feel their energy, so thank you again. Thank you so much for allowing me some opening comments and just really to share with you a little bit about us, about Coquille people, and about how we got here today. I first just want to start by sharing a little bit about the Coquille tribe. It is important to know that the Coquille people have lived in what is now known as Southern Oregon and the Southern Oregon coast since time began, and that is documented as 16,000 years now. We are a blessed people as we continue to be able to live on our ancestral homelands. Since time began, Coquille people have hunted, fished, gathered here on this land, and we have been the stewards of these lands and resources as we relied on them for our survival. Protecting and advocating for fish and wildlife and the natural world is our sacred duty as a people. Our history is filled with heartache. In 1851 and in 1855, Coquille headmen signed treaties with promises that were never ratified. Our ancestors were later forcibly marched to the coast reservation with promises of safety from war, massacre, and the huge influx of white settlement. Many of our ancestors risked their lives and freedom to return to our homelands to continue their traditional ways. And in 1954, our tribe was handed federal policy in the form of the Western Oregon Termination Act, and later other policies that were intended once again to replace our identity and our self-determination as Coquille people, with policies to assimilate us and make us go away. But we continued to fight to be recognized as the original people of this land. And on June 28, 1989, our tribe celebrated being restored as a federal recognition as a sovereign nation once again. Restoration gives our tribe both the authority to govern our people and resources and the responsibility to support the health, well-being, and cultural heritage of Coquille people. This cultural heritage includes enhancement and access to those most important resources, the species, land, water, and resources within our service area as authorized by the United States Congress. Our cultural teachings continue to be to take only what you need and leave some for the others. In our tribal laws, we recognize the importance of these traditional foods to the health of our people and the need for access to these foods for subsistency and ceremonial uses. And the most important rule that guides this is absolute no waste. It is important that these resources are abundant for all who live here today and for our next generations as well. These resources allow us to uphold our most important cultural practices and ceremonies that make us Coquille and ensure our survival. And as a potlatch tribe, to help the communities we live in to be healthy as well. That is what this MOA and partnership means to me and my tribe. This MOA before you for your consideration is the result of some incredible work from our tribal staff here today, and many even joining us today, from the governor's office, who I must recognize for her support, and for ODFW and the amazing staff that you have in place, starting with Director Kurt Melcher, who took the lead on just thinking about how we could communicate in the best way possible and challenged us to be talking in the same language. Sometimes we don't speak the same language, and we need to stop and work on that. It's important to know how we got here today. It was in May of 2021 that ODFW came and met with my tribal council and reported that we would once again see the Coquille River closed to salmon fishing. That was the second year that it was necessary to do so because of the extremely low numbers of returning fall Chinook salmon. The numbers they reported were the lowest return numbers of Chinook salmon for our entire state. We were seeing a 99% decrease in 10 years, and the words that they were using there that day were near extinction numbers. They shared a huge list of issues that needed addressed. There were so many. What my council walked away with that day was knowing our river is in crisis. Our tribe responded with a formal declaration of an emergency. We recognized that ODFW needed our support and our help. Our river needed more boots on the ground, more voices lifted, and more resources than ODFW had. We began to reach out. We began to reach out to all of our community partners, and they have responded. The incredible amount of response and support we have seen in our community, every single city council on the Coquille River water basin, all of the Port of Coquille, the Port of Bandon, it is the Port of Coos Bay, all of the partners that came together. Coquille Step has been energized. They are there, boots on the ground, ready to go. We have something on our website that you can go on and click if you would like to volunteer, and we've just gotten hundreds of people responding. I just wanted to mention that because I think that it's the energy that we all need to move forward. So we literally got into boats and into the water with ODFW. This joint effort brought in so many passionate community volunteers, and we started out work to remove invasive bass, gather brood stock for the Hatchery Chinook program last fall, and we started calling our congressmen and our senators and the Bureau of Indian Affairs to get their attention to things like Coal River's hatchery issues, about Bandon hatchery issues, and the funding needs that we need. We've tasked our natural resources staff to target federal and private grant resources, federal appropriations, and any source of support we can bring to the table in this partnership. That emergency response on the Coquille River last year caused us and ODFW and the governor's office to think bigger, think holistically, and think long-term about a partnership to restore and protect all of our precious fish and wildlife resources in this area. That is what this MOA is about. There is too much work for one agency and too few resources if left to only the state. And the truth is, Coquille people have a sacred duty to care for fish and wildlife that aligns with the mission of ODFW as well. So instead of pointing fingers or making demands or filing lawsuits like so many do, we chose this MOA partnership as a better path to a future of abundance and sustainability in Oregon. This is not just about salmon. We need a more holistic view of all of the issues we are facing. We need to first look at those things we can address immediately and plan for how we will address these harder issues. We also must recognize that there may be some things we cannot change, but we'll work on those too. It is important you know that the tribe in the last few years has committed over $6 million in habitat restoration projects on the Coquille River. About 2 weeks ago, we received another $2 million in a federal grant for continued habitat work that we are doing in cooperation and support of private landowners. The reality is that we cannot focus our efforts on one or two species. We have to work holistically, which means we need more resources and more collaboration. This MOA is not about ODFW or the Commission granting any land claims or exclusive rights to the Coquille tribe or any other tribe. But this MOA will allow our tribal governments to begin issuing hunting and fishing licenses to our tribal members instead of them carrying a state license. As partners, we commit to coordinating every step with ODFW on how we set our harvests to ensure sustainability and opportunities for everyone. Our MOA requires us to meet and reach agreements on harvests. Neither side can dictate or force the other. That is not our intent, and we trust that that's not ODFW's either. The fact is that maybe 200 to 300 tribal members are already out there hunting and fishing. That's a tiny fraction of all the hunters and anglers in that area. And while we might manage our harvest somewhat differently, it will always be done in coordination with ODFW. The MOA will cover our 5 county service area. That's Coos, Curry, Lane, Douglas, and Jackson counties. That is designated service area approved by Congress in 1989. This is an area where our members are and where the Coquille Indian tribe is delivering services today and has been for decades. In conclusion, and again, I appreciate so much your time, this is partially about the cultural restoration of my tribe, but it is also about our tribal government working with the state as cooperative sovereigns on species restoration. It's about collaboration and sharing of resources, about the tribe using its federally recognized status to bring in federal funding and partners to address our challenges. It's also about working together formally as governments to address the many issues we are seeing with climate change, habitat restoration, water quality improvements, lack of resources, and the overpopulation of invasive species that we are all seeing today. These are blessed lands, and it is our belief that this land can give us all we need if we accept our responsibility as stewards, to understand the things we cannot change and to work hard to address those other issues. And I just thank you so much for your time and attention, and for the conversations that will happen as well. Thank you to the tribal membership behind me, and for their support. This is so important to the Coquille tribe, and thank you all. And I'm going to turn it over to you, Davia.
Thank you, Chair Mead. That was the most fun and exciting part of the presentation, because I have to turn to what's in the actual agreement and the legal text there. But thank you so much, Chair Mead, for sharing that information and that passion for the fish and wildlife resources that we're talking about today.
May I, excuse me, Chair, may I ask a question before this part? Just could you explain it? It's on your last slide. I love this slide because a lot of the people here are on the picture. But if you could go back one slide to the picture of Jeremy. Yeah. Can you explain your seal? Like it's like a longhouse or something? What exactly is what's your tribal seal mean?
Yes, actually the artist is in the room today. I don't know if I can do it better than the artist.
My name is Linda Meekum. I'm a tribal elder, and I was part of the restoration in 1989 and 90. And you'll hear more about that in my testimony. But soon after restoration, we needed a tribal logo, and we put on a contest to have some people submit designs, and mine won. And this is a revised edition. Our older one was a lot more fussy and complicated, so we kind of, a few years ago, we freshened it up a little bit. But it's the plank house, which is our traditional housing. The big monolith that you see behind there is what used to be our grandmother rock, and you will see it on the map a lot of times in Bandon as Tupper Rock. Tupper Rock was blown up by the Army Corps of Engineers to make the jetties in Bandon, so it's no longer there. And the spear is a Leicester spear, which we traditionally use for gapping salmon. And the cedar tree on the left is one of the major trees that we use for clothing and, housing and basketry. And the triangle designs are a traditional design we use in our baskets. And I guess that's about it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good question. Anybody else? Or we'll go on and let Davia do the other part.
All right, thank you, Chair Wall. So I'm going to kick us off with the details of the draft agreement that you have a copy of in your packet. But first I want to recognize that tribal rights related to fish and wildlife are not being addressed here. Those kinds of rights are established federally between the federal government and the tribes. And the framework we're describing is voluntary and based on the existing authority of the Fish and Wildlife Commission. So there's 2 layers of the authority to enter into this kind of agreement. First, the Commission has expansive authority over fishing, hunting, and trapping within existing state laws. This includes determining the time, place, and manner in which wildlife may be harvested, as well as the amounts of wildlife harvested and issuing permits for that harvest. The second piece of important authority that the Commission holds is to enter into agreements with any person, including tribal governments, for the development and encouragement of wildlife research and management programs and projects, which is kind of what this agreement is all about. So I'll move on to the process that brought us to this point today. As Chair Mead shared, in the summer of 2021, the tribe made a formal request to Governor Brown to enter into and develop the cooperative management approach that we're pursuing today. Starting last fall, the department, with the Department of Justice and the governor's team, began meeting regularly with the tribe's leadership to negotiate the terms of a potential agreement. In February of this year, the commissioners received early information on this work with the Coquille and other tribes. And when the general terms of the draft agreement and the proposed geographic scope of the agreement had been initially negotiated between the two parties, the tribe initiated government-to-government consultations with other federally recognized tribes in Oregon to share details of the proposed agreement and encourage those tribes to pursue similar work in the future. When the final draft was complete, we crafted a public notice and shared that full draft agreement and the rules that would implement it with the Secretary of State for filing on April 21st. So that's been available to the public for about 8 weeks now. I'll note that this process has been similar to other bilateral agreements that we've negotiated with tribes, like the shellfish agreements. We received a number of letters in the last 10 days as public comment on this, and I'll discuss that and how we propose responding at the end of the presentation. So moving into the content of the agreement itself, I'm not going to go linearly through it. I'm actually starting here on section 5, which is on page 9. Starting with the geographic scope, because I think it's helpful to have this map in your mind as we talk the other provisions of the agreement. And as Chair Mead talked about, we're proposing the geographic scope to be the 5 county service area that the tribe has. This is a recognized list of counties by the federal and state government where the tribe provides services like healthcare and child welfare protections. So Coquille tribal members are used to going to the tribal government within these 5 counties to get services. So it felt like a logical fit to also have Coquille tribal members go to the tribe for hunting and fishing licenses in the same area. Some people have asked about the seeming exclusion of Josephine County, and so I'll just address that. As Chair Mead said, this area was identified as where tribal members live, and in 1989 there were no tribal members living in Josephine County, so it didn't get included in the service area. So there's 2 other provisions of Section 5 that I'll address now. The first is to clarify that any harvest activities that the tribe permits for their members that occur on private lands must be with the permission of the private landowner. There's no extended authority over private lands here. And then the second provision relates directly to where ODFW is the landowner or manager, for example, wildlife management areas or marine reserves. And it indicates that tribal members participating in tribally licensed harvest activities on these ODFW owned or managed areas will follow the rules of the ODFW area. For example, harvest closures on marine reserves apply to tribal members, and requirements to possess and use non-toxic shot on certain wildlife management areas would also apply to tribal members if they're participating on those areas. There's also some language here that will allow the tribe to request an exemption from those kind of things. And just as an example of that, if there's a marine garden that's close to all harvest of shellfish and the tribe is hoping to do a ceremonial gathering opportunity in a culturally relevant place that happens to be on the marine garden, they'll have the ability to ask the department to consider that in the department's annual regulation process. And finally, I'll highlight that the agreement does not in any way exclude the department from entering into agreements with other tribes that cover the same geography, does not establish any exclusive use of land or resource in this area to the tribe, and it does not affect non-tribal members' ability to participate in hunting and fishing in these areas. So moving on to what the agreement really does. starting with Section 4, which is the cooperative management provisions. This is a critical policy statement that Chair Mead summarized really well, that the parties will coordinate our respective resources, our authorities, and our influence to pursue shared priorities for fish, wildlife, and their habitat. Chair Mead shared many examples with you of what that looks like in terms of pursuing federal funding, boots on the ground, and things like that. They have a lot of good access to those kind of things. The intent of this section is that we'll have an annual meeting between the department and the tribe to discuss our plans, opportunities, and challenges in the region. We have, the department has many existing plans, like the Rogue South Coast plan that's been addressed already, that are relevant and full of descriptions of actions for what needs to happen. And so at these annual meetings, we'll have the opportunity for both parties to talk about what within those kind of plans, and we're all planning to take on, divide work as appropriate, share work as appropriate. And then from those annual meetings, I'm sure there will be smaller groups identified to work on specific projects or actions. I'll also just note here that the length of the text in this section is a lot shorter, and that's because it's all about voluntary, proactive work that we want to do together. And so legally, it doesn't take a lot of words to make that happen. And so this is a really important part of the agreement, but it is a shorter text part. So next I'll move on to Section 3, which relates to tribal harvest. The intent of this section is to increase opportunities for tribal members to harvest fish and wildlife consistent with tribal values rather than the state values that have been the prevailing framework since the creation of the state of Oregon. As Chair Mead mentioned, the tribe has for years now been reimbursing their members for fishing and hunting licenses that they purchased from the department. So they have good data on which of their members are already participating, and it's between 200 and 300 people every year. Thanks to our electronic licensing system, which you talked about this morning as well, we're able to pull data just to give you a sense of the scale. The department sold over 100,000 hunting, fishing, or combination licenses in this 5-county area in 2021. So the scale of tribal members participating in harvest is a lot smaller than the scale of non-tribal members. So our expectation in implementing this section is that we're likely to see a shift in effort rather than a big influx of new hunting and fishing pressure, where people that are buying a license from us now that are tribal members will no longer need to buy that license, but their participation will be about the same. The proposed harvest applies to all of the wildlife that the department has authority to manage. So it includes finfish, lamprey, shellfish, crustaceans, mammals, and birds. I really want to highlight here that this is an agreement for ceremonial and subsistence harvest. It does not authorize the tribe to implement commercial opportunities related to the take of fish and wildlife. There have been multiple public comments about subsection F of this agreement, so I'll talk about that specifically. That is about potential future commercial harvests. This is not a change to the status quo. If the tribe wanted to, they could petition the commission at any point to seek a new commercial opportunity. And we've just documented here this opportunity for the future. The tribe would be able to come to the commission and the department with a new idea. And we want to be open to that. There could be things that monetize green crab, for example, or smallmouth bass, and we want to be open to those opportunities. But also, this is a very long-term agreement. We want to be looking 50 to 100 years into the future. And if we've been as successful as we want to be, there might be a reasonable opportunity for a commercial harvest. So that's why that language is in here. And then I will highlight as the last thing on this part, just that any future commercial opportunity that would be pursued by the tribe would be coming back to the commission, and any amendment to this agreement would come back to the commission. So there's a lot of checkpoints along the way. So the agreement lays out a framework for an annual meeting between the department and the tribe, at which the tribe will present the department with a list of species as well as proposed limits and areas for harvest in the next year. The limits and areas requested will vary between species because we're talking about all of the species in this region. There are many species where the department has low concern about harvest from a conservation perspective, and we will likely reach agreement easily on these numbers every year. There are some species, like those that were referenced in many of the public comments, where there's really high conservation and public concern right now. We expect that the annual negotiations will focus on those species where there's conservation concern, and that it is very likely the tribe won't be proposing harvest in some of those areas, like on the Coquille River, like Chairman talked about. In these annual meetings, department staff will be guided by our existing plans, like the Rogue South Coast Plan, like the Black Bear Management Plan. So our staff will be armed with many commission-approved guidance documents to help us determine what we can agree to. And we will have to have mutual consent on the limits and areas every year. If mutual consent cannot be achieved, there's a dispute resolution clause that I'll talk about a little bit later. That would allow us to go to mediation if we cannot agree. And if we cannot agree after mediation, either party will be able to terminate the agreement. There's really strong incentive for us to work together and be proactive on this. So once the limits and areas for every species have been agreed to between the parties, the department will issue an annual implementing permit, which is very similar to the process that we use for the shellfish agreement right now. And then once we have those limits and areas agreed to and the permit issued, the tribe will determine the method and timing of ceremonial and subsistence opportunities for their enrolled members based on culturally relevant timing and opportunities. So let's say, for example, that the tribe has been authorized to take 15 black-tailed deer from the Tioga unit. The tribe will then go into their own rulemaking and regulations process that will determine what seasons apply, so when tribal hunters can be out there, the individual bag limit for each hunter, and what weapon restrictions may or may not apply. That will go through the tribe's rulemaking and tribal code, and then the tribe will issue relevant permits, licenses, and tags to those members that are interested in participating. Part of this section talks about Oregon revised statutes that the department does not have the ability to exempt tribal members from. And there's an appendix to the agreement that lists all of those that are currently in place. And the tribe has agreed to adopt those into tribal code as well. Just an example of one of those is it's illegal to shoot from a moving vehicle, and the tribe will be adopting that as well. So many of these relate to safety in that way. There's also a commitment in the agreement that the parties will share data on harvest levels and population every year for these species to help us plan for the future, have more information about these species that we're all interested in. And there's also a commitment that tribal members will carry identification with them and some sort of proof that they have a tribal license to help with law enforcement, and that they will be required to present that to law enforcement, whether that's the Oregon State Police or the tribe's police. So moving towards the end of the agreement, starting on page 10, this is what I'll generally call the lawyer's section, and so I will summarize my understanding of these things, but we also have Erin with us if we need help. The first provision is the dispute resolution provisions that I talked about earlier. Lays out principles about both parties coming to that mediation in good faith and seeking for a good outcome. It describes the dispute resolution process and how we will find a mediator. And then, should that mediation fail, it lays out the rules under which both parties would be able to sue each other under the terms of this agreement or terminate the agreement if we can't come to agreement. The next provision that I want to highlight is the prosecution referral agreement. This is a very aspirational statement that both parties would like to pursue in the future, but it doesn't commit us to anything at this point. And what it really is all about is the ability for Oregon State Police, if they encounter a tribal member who has broken the tribal code related to hunting and fishing, to be able to work with the district attorney to refer that to the tribal court. So that can be handled by the tribe internally. We recently have developed some of these agreements in Eastern Oregon with the Warm Springs tribe. So we have precedent for doing this work, but it takes time and has to be negotiated with each county. So it'll take a little bit of time. It's also important to note here that violators of Oregon law and tribal code will be able to be cited by the Oregon State Police into Oregon court because there's going to be things that are legal under Oregon law and tribal code, maybe not under Oregon administrative rule, but under tribal code it is. And so there'll be a framework here, and we've already started meeting with Oregon State Police and the tribe's law enforcement to make sure that we have a smooth path forward for implementation. The next provision is equity and cooperative management agreements. This is in recognition that the department is likely to pursue similar agreements with other tribes in the future, and that the Coquille tribe would like to benefit from any new or exciting ideas that come up in those negotiations, and just allows us to pursue amendment to this agreement to incorporate those. The next provisions towards the end that I want to highlight for you deal with the terms of the agreement. It's intended to be perpetual between the parties. And responding to Representative Brocksmith's comment, there is a provision that commits us to reviewing every 5 years and affirming between the two parties that we are still on the same page about this. So the agreement would become effective once signed by both parties and implementing rules are in place. So it's really important to note here that the administrative rules that are part of the packet today and the Commission's approval are required to actually implement the agreement. So if both parties signed it and we didn't adopt the rules to implement it or the tribal code to implement it, it actually would not be in effect. And then the next section indicates that amendments or termination can be pursued if both parties agree to that. We had some public comment that it was unclear how the state would be able to leave the agreement if it wasn't going well or if there are other things that change. So we're proposing an addendum language that has been agreed to by the tribe, the tribe's general counsel, and the Department of Justice, that makes it clear that there is the ability for one party to unilaterally leave if we would like to. The final provision on available funding and continued authority relates back to the effective date piece of this, about the rules remaining in place. Recognizing that this is intended to be a very long-term agreement between the parties, the broader political context or context in general may change in the next 100 years. The authority of the Fish and Wildlife Commission, the authority of the Tribal Council, and so this is just an acknowledgement that should those things change, the agreement may lose its effectiveness. So that concludes the general summary of what's in the Memorandum of Agreement. And we did have some public comment, as I referenced, and so I just wanted to summarize an addendum that is in the packet for your consideration today that has the full approval of the tribe, and they can comment on that if they would like. And so there's 3 issues that were raised in the public input that we are proposing in the addendum to address. The first is that we heard from some of the other tribes in Southwest Oregon that there was concern about pursuit of future agreements with ODFW. How would we all be working together? And so creating Section 3H on page 7 would commit the Coquille tribe to working with any other tribe that the department forms an agreement with in an annual meeting to talk about priorities and harvest levels to ensure that we're all working collectively towards those broader fish, wildlife, and habitat goals. Similarly, there was concern in that this geographic scope is a bureaucratic administrative one and not any claim of ancestral territory, but it does overlap with claimed ancestral territory for other tribes. And so we're proposing to add additional exclusions to Clause 6F on page 12 and adding a 4th rule to clarify what the intended impact on other tribes is. And then the third piece here, I already referenced the unclear unilateral termination opportunity. And so we've proposed an amendment to Section 14 with more clear language that is really direct and sets out a pathway for one party to initiate termination of the agreement. So those are the pieces of public input that the department and the tribe worked on this week to address, as well as with other tribes. And so I want to give kudos to Chair Mead and her team for working through that quickly in response to that public comment. There were other comments in the record that I didn't include here, and I'm happy to address those if you have questions. later. And finally, if the agreement is adopted today, I just wanted to walk through a bit about what implementing it looks like. So it'll become effective through the creation of Administrative Rule 635-800-100 if you adopt that today. And our intent is for the tribe, the department, and the state police to convene a summit at which our leadership and all of our staff can talk through the agreement, the intended use of it, make sure that we're all on the same page to get forward with it, get going with this work, and begin our conversations about the shared opportunities for habitat restoration, lay out a path forward for coordination, and discussing the potential for tribal members to start hunting under the terms of this agreement this fall in 2022. So the Tribal Council will adopt harvest regulations and the Oregon revised statutes that we talked about before into tribal code. They're working on that already to be doing that as fast as they can. And then we'll hopefully be kicking off that annual cycle of meetings between the two parties that are laid out in the agreement. So thanks for your time and attention to the details of the agreement. I'm going to turn it back over to Chair Mead, who will say more eloquent things than me, and just talk a little bit about how the tribe's prepared for this. And then I'll just summarize for us all.
Thank you, Davia, and she's amazing, by the way. Thank you so much. I just want to recognize the incredible work that has come of this discussion over this last year. Like I said, from Director Melcher down through the governor's office, and Aaron has been incredible as well. Just so many people in these conversations, as well as the Oregon tribes. It's been a lot of conversations as Oregon tribes have met since March on this agreement, really talked through, and it's always, it feels fulfilling when you come to a place that you recognize everyone's put a little bit into this agreement that made it better, and it's exciting to think that these other tribes are also coming behind us and saying we want to be at the table too, because we all need the help. It's the truth. And I recognize for our tribal government, we have a lot of work to do still. And it's the nuts and bolts that give everybody assurances and understanding completely. But this is really about the framework of how we are going to work together and commit to finding resources and finding solutions and having even hard conversations about how best to do this. And hopefully we will learn a lot. I already know, because I've been blessed to be able to work with these amazing people. But I also know that we have things to share with you all on some of the ideas that we feel we could be working together on. And back to Kurt Melcher's mention of how we work together, we speak the same language. We're going to figure out how to collaborate and coordinate better, because, you know, as the tribe brings federal funding in, we got to make sure that it's hitting that same direction that the state is working on, and some of the other agencies too. So I could talk about it all day. Sorry. But it's just so exciting. I think about my kids and grandkids, and that's really where it comes from, you know, to think my grandson couldn't fish on the Coquille River until he was 15. He's 5. And I just thought, we have to figure out how to come together and support the work that ODFW is doing, because we all struggle with budgets, and we all struggle with lack of resources or staffing. It's a big area and a big place, and we can do this together. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair Mead, and I'll just end on our issue slide here in the staff recommendation, which is to adopt the administrative rules with Addendum 1, as well as the agreement with Addendum 1. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one Commissioner Card already up with a question, so we will start with you, Commissioner Labhart,
Okay.
and then Vice Chair Zarnowitz.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one question. Mom, your 2 children, are you going to be here at the end when we take final action, or are you leaving?
No, we're here.
Okay, I'll save my comment for later. Thank you.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, this is a very exciting agreement and MOA, and I do have a question just on, a lot is talked about the statutes in it, Davia, and maybe you can talk about the rules, for instance, when you're working together, and how do the rules apply when you're working together? If, say, for instance, there's a rule that we have where something's protected by rule, but the tribe is interested in something there.
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowicz, I think I'll address your question and then maybe defer to Aaron to correct me if I need more. The distinction I made between Oregon Revised Statute and Oregon Administrative Rule relates back to the Commission's broad authority for fish and wildlife management. So if there is something that the Commission has put in rule in terms of a protection from harvest, is that what you mean? I think that in any conversation with the tribe, that's where we would start. That we would say that for these reasons, the Commission has implemented this protection, and we would be seeking from the tribe at that point a good enough reason to pursue harvest. My interpretation, and Chair Mead can weigh in on this as well, is that if there's that reason for the protection, the tribe is very likely interested in protection as well. But in terms of the legal framework, I think that we would have the ability to allow that harvest, and that's where I'll ask Erin.
Oh, thanks, Michelle. I couldn't find my microphone. Yeah, I agree with that, and I think that a helpful example might be where perhaps there isn't a state season to harvest at that time, but the tribe has a ceremonial interest in harvesting, and so that would be, a situation where the harvest could be outside of state seasons.
Okay, thank you.
We have two other questions, Commissioner King, and then I think Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Yeah, she was before me.
Go ahead, you go.
I was just thinking, with all of the upcoming celebrations of Juneteenth, that how applicable it is that something like this is happening on what is now a federal, not just national, but federally recognized holiday. It just occurs to me that there's something significant in here that it just should be acknowledged. It just should be mentioned. So that's all. That's all.
Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Yes, and I just am. I'm so thankful that you guys are here and that all of this work has happened and that there are so many tribal members in the room today. That is such a testament, and that you have the kind of leadership that your council voted unanimously on this, because I know how some of these tribal councils work sometimes. It's an honor to be in the room with you today, and I'm so thankful that this is happening and that we have precious future here as well, right? That's you guys. Anyway, thank you.
Yes. I have a couple questions. I have one for you, Davia, but I'd like first to just mention something to you, Chair Mead. A lot of people have described this as an important moment. You described it eloquently, and you just need to know it is for us as well. So thank you for that. I do have a question, and one of them, it came up several times this morning. The tribe has abilities to do work that we can't get at. Can you talk a little bit about what you see that to be?
Yes, thank you. And again, it's really about just lack of resources. I hate it that it's always about budgets and it's always about staffing and whether we have enough staff and boots on the ground to be there. But for the tribe, this area, this 5-county service area that you're talking about is our 5-county service area that we've been delivering services for. So we have this infrastructure in place already. We also have the relationships with the local, like I said, the local city governments and with like the OAA, all of the fishing groups, all of the, I guess I would say just the groups from the left side of the table to the right side of the table. We feel like we're the conduit to bring folks together and to think of this long term and to challenge people to think about it differently. It's not about ownership, it's really about stewardship. And that's what we want to talk about more is that we have to look at this holistically, and we want to try and figure out how to bring other state agencies in as well. I think Director Melcher mentioned that the authorities of ODFW doesn't reach to habitat, some of the habitat work that ODFW would like to see. And we have the ability to have those relationships with state agencies. And then to take it a little further is the federal agencies. The Bureau of Indian Affairs hasn't been super boots on the ground with us, because normally you have to own a hatchery or you have to be very involved in the natural resources management and partnering with folks. And that is where we want to be. We want to start bringing in those resources, and our relationship with the federal government is different than any state agency, and really is different than actually states too. To be able to have those conversations with the Department of Interior or BLM or Forest Service is going to allow us to start talking bigger. What are we going to do about water quality issues? And why are there elk in our backyard? It's because we're not managing our forest lands. We're losing our natural. I could be on this, sorry, all day. Whoa, I better bring that one back in. But we have a lot of conversations to have, and I just think that the tribe brings that ability to bring all that energy together and focus it. And if we're talking together, we're focusing it in the same place, and it could be incredible.
And one of the reasons, that's helpful, very helpful. One of the reasons I'm asking is that as I read the agreement, and I bet other people read it that way, there was a lot of information about harvest and those pieces of it, and that's to be expected. That's what we've worked on for a long time. But there was also stuff in there about the tribe giving the tribe a bigger voice in conservation and looking at the wild stocks. Can you talk a little bit about that, how to make that more of a priority to recover these stocks and to look at habitat stuff on the ground?
Yeah, and I think that's our ultimate goal. And it's very long term. I feel like it is going to take us, I'm afraid to say, it's going to take us many, many years together. Even all of us pulling our canoe in the same direction is going to take us a long time. Yes. We have a lot of issues to address. We have water quality issues on the Coquille River that I don't have to get too deep into, but that is going to take DEQ and other agencies to come together. ODFW is really the starting point, though. Your words on the wall is exactly where we need to be going, and then figure out how to bring those other pieces in. We can't have one without the other. So conservation, water quality issues, habitat issues, all of these things. And we really have to look at historical information as well, and that's the other thing the tribe can bring, is just talking about what is the capacity of the Coquille River, or what did it look like 200 years ago. We can have these conversations about, and finding balance with landowners that have ranches and they're farming there and they have other needs of that too. But I feel like there's some simple things that we could be talking about that could really start getting the ball rolling in the same direction. Yes, I know. Thank you.
Just real quickly to answer your question, Chair Wall. Specific example. We have a team back at Coquille right now working on an America the Beautiful grant and about 4 other grants. We are actually, and if you've competed for grants, you know that collaboration, partnerships, and having a framework for how to tip the dollars onto the ground in those sort of collaborative partnerships with state, federal, and local partners is so critical. We're actually using language from the recitals and other places in here as we are drafting up grant applications. So this MOA is providing us a specific tool to target federal dollars at this point directly related to habitat protection and restoration, watershed health. And as you've seen, this administration finally is putting a premium on environmental justice, social justice, dealing with inequalities and the systemic issues there's actually increased opportunity for these grants for Native American Indian tribes. And when we're able to show the partnership through this MOA that we have established with the state, we believe that it's going to help us be successful in those very competitive grant environments.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And
Javier.
Chair Wall, I'd like to add to that, building off of that example and just a little more detail there. The America the Beautiful grant, tribes can apply for that and states can apply for that. And we have a maximum number. And I believe the department has already maximized our number that we're planning to submit. And so having the tribe also submitting grants increases the number of those grants that can come to Oregon. And if we're working together on identifying what those should be, we have a more strategic set of what's coming to Oregon. And just applying that to the Recovering America's Wildlife Act, we really focus on the state apportionments when we talk about Recovering America's Wildlife Act and what that could mean for us, $25 million a year. There's a tribal title in that bill that's $100 million a year that'll be administered through the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And that's just another example of having our organizations stand next to each other and go strategically after these funds. We can bring more, better to Oregon.
And do those apply to habitat work equally or as both with hatchery work?
It depends on the grant source.
Thank you. The one last question I have is, and this is the one to you, Davia, is you mentioned that any amendment to this agreement would come back to the Fish and Wildlife Commission, and that's not in writing yet, right? I mean, clearly that's a statement and it's clear. Everybody heard that, so just want to make, because that was a question that came up.
I think Erin has an answer.
Yeah, and I can answer that. So this agreement by the OAR, oh, thank you. Surround sound here. There's an Oregon administrative rule that implements this agreement into administrative rule.
Got it.
And so because the Fish and Wildlife Commission is the body with authority to adopt and amend those rules, it has to go through the commission. So that's how that works.
Thank you, that helps.
Yeah,
That
good.
clears one up. Thank you. So I think that we have exhausted our questions to you. Why are you laughing? You want lunch too, right?
Oh, of course, yeah. But Chair Wall, I did want to just,
Okay, go ahead.
your question, thank you for the question. As Mr. Ogan and the Chair mentioned, that we're working on these amazing grant applications and incorporating this language. And we do have an example of a grant we've already received, and the Chair briefly mentioned the $2 million. That's a specific grant through PCSRF, a Pacific Coast Salmon Rehabilitation Fund, that the tribe had access to, a little over $2.2 million. We wrote that application earlier this year, and we were notified just a few weeks ago of that funding. We're going to pass that money through to the Coquille watershed. It's the largest sub-recipient grant that the Coquille watershed has ever received, and it's a critical amount of money to it's called the Kalido Tide Gate Project,
Right,
which
I
is
know
an
it.
important project in relationship to habitat and estuary enhancement. And so without that funding, that project would still be on hold. And so we're excited about being able to pass all that money onto this project. So that's one example, and the first example of what we would hope to be many examples of opportunities to share resources. Thank you.
Thank you. That's real helpful. So shall we stop there with great thanks to you for waiting and for your remarkable testimony. And we will take a lunch break, come back and hear from the people who are signed up for public testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
30 minutes, can we do it in 30 minutes? 1:30.
Thank you.
Be back. system first. Yeah.
Good.
We're live? Okay, now we're live. We have quite a few people who would like to testify. I usually mention the 3-minute limit. Your popularity rating goes up if you stay within it, and that would be really helpful. So if we could just start right through the list. Jeff Mornerich, Linda Meekum, Jennifer Proctor Andrews, and David Moskowitz are the first 4. After that, I'll read the next 4, so if those 4 we could be ready. Amy Patrick from Sublimity, whoops, never mind.
Yep.
Amy Patrick, who is here, Jennifer Fairbrother, Gary Jackson, and Bridget Wheeler. So if we could start with Jeff. And I think he's online, right?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jeff Mornerich, and I'm assuming everyone can hear me.
Yes. Yeah, we got you.
I'm an attorney at Dole Colwell in Douglas County. Douglas County is actually the oldest law firm, and I've been practicing contract law and business law now for almost 30 years. And from a legal standpoint, there's a number of problems with this agreement, and I submitted some of my concerns in writing. It wasn't all of them, it was some of them. And I would encourage you to review those comments. But by far, the largest problem with the agreement that I saw was that it failed to allow either party in this agreement to terminate the agreement in the event the other party failed to act in good faith in the management of our fish and wildlife resources. And apparently my comments were heard, and I've just changed all my comments I was going to make today because your conservation coordinator stated that now the parties have drafted an addendum to the agreement that's in your guys' packet today, allowing for this unilateral termination of the agreement and some other various revisions. I want to make it clear that I have not seen this addendum. To the best of my knowledge, it's not available to the public yet. In fact, your conservation coordinator stated that, quote, we worked on the public comments this week. And I know that was this week because if it wasn't for a friend of a friend of a friend who knows a taxidermist, I would not have even seen this agreement. And I didn't get my comments submitted until day before yesterday. So in my opinion, there's no way that your commission could or should adopt this agreement today. The public has a right to review this addendum and review the revisions to the agreement. And again, like I said, I kind of eliminated a lot of my other comments because of this addendum. I need to see it. So I think in closing, I do want to say this. I've been involved with ODFW processes and the Oregon Hunters Association and others for a lot of years. And I'm completely dismayed with ODFW staff right now. This agreement, it's a monumental agreement. Yet ODFW staff failed to provide a copy of it to the Oregon Hunters Association, I believe to the Oregon State Police, to the Salmon Trout Enhancement Program, and many of the other interested stakeholders. And so now the public is questioning the integrity and the political motivations of ODFW staff by just trying to cram this thing through on such short notice without notifying people in the public. I mean, I'm going to assume ODFW staff has received marching orders from Governor Brown, who wants this agreement in place before our term ends, but that's no reason to short circuit this process. And I wanted to bring that matter to this commission. You guys need to know that. There's a comment I just read that was submitted to you guys by Tim Barbalettos. I can't say it. Tim Barbalettos. I've met him before. He's a retired OSP game officer, longtime supporter of the ODFW. And his comments to you guys, he said, quote, lack of public oversight fuels distrust, and it illustrates the worst in a representative form of government. And I just want to point out, your commission was very close to adopting an agreement that would have bound the state in perpetuity to something you didn't even know what you were signing until the public got involved. Really dismayed that ODFW tried to cram this through like it did. And I really want to see that addendum before any sort of agreement gets adopted. Thank you for all you do, and have a good day.
Thank you, excuse me, thank you, Jeff. And we don't have questions, so we will go to Linda Meekum and then Jennifer Proctor Andrews.
I guess this mic is working. Thank you, Chair Wall, and ladies and gentlemen of the Commission. So glad to be here today, and welcome. I welcome the opportunity to talk to you. My name is Linda Meekum. My family, my ancestors, are from the Nasoma village, which is in now Old Town Bandon, and I'm a tribal elder and a retired council member from the Coquille tribe. Today I want to start by inviting you to imagine a day very much like today, probably pretty rainy like it is today. A spring day with patches of clouds and the sun coming through off and on. A day when the fresh scent of pine and cedar is in the air, a smoky campfire, the laughter of children, and the quiet murmur of men and women chatting while they work around their campfire and in their camp. Only this day I'm speaking of is a long, long time ago, when the passage of time was not measured by numbers on a calendar or pieces of paper, but instead was measured by the changes of the colors, or when the days became long, or when they were short and dark, when time was measured by the return of the mighty salmon to the rivers, when measured by the time for digging camas bulbs and the gathering of acorns, and when measured by the moon and the tide as they did their magic dance and clams were for the taking. Those were the days when my ancestors walked on this land, the land that we today call Southwest Oregon. In those days, there were no asphalt roads cutting through the forest, no concrete bridges spanning the rivers, and no poles strung with wire or sounds other than what came from nature, the ripples of water, the chatter of birds, and the call of hawks and bull elk. Game and fish were plenty in those days, and people flourished on what they were able to hunt, fish, and gather. There was no greed, for the people only took what was needed and always left more for others. But that way of life disappeared, and eventually the people were told that they were no longer allowed to hunt and fish and gather as was their way of life, unless they had special permission. Many people were sent away to other places far away. Traditional ways and time was now measured and administrated by laws and permits, maps and fences. Other people came and built houses. Towns grew up where there were once meadows, and riverside trails in the soft grass became roads covered in concrete and asphalt. Even worse, in 1954, we the people, along with 61 other tribes and bands from Western Oregon, were told that we were no longer Indian. We were to assimilate and learn the ways of those who had taken away our way of life and our lands and water. We were to disappear. But that didn't happen. We didn't disappear. Through the hard work of many people over the years, we were able to regain our sovereignty as a tribal nation through restoration of our tribal status with the federal government. As such, we now govern ourselves through our Constitution, providing education, health care, and many benefits to our tribal members and the community. We are a fortunate people, for we have survived. As we know the importance of our resources, our people, our lands and water, and our sustenance, we are good stewards. I am one of those people who worked on our federal restoration. There aren't many of us left from that group, since it was accomplished in 1989, 33 years ago. I was much younger then, but it seems like yesterday, and I remember it well. Actually, my daughter is in the audience. She was a teenager at that time, and she was also in a lot of those meetings. That small group of people was tasked with drafting a restoration bill that would be passed and ratified by the United States Congress. We were told by our Congressman, Peter DeFazio, that our chances were slim. 5 other tribes from Oregon had already been restored in the 80s, and Congress was tired of hearing from Oregon tribes. We knew that we were the very last one, and then we were told by Peter DeFazio that there would be no others, and that there would be no other chances. Our one chance was that one time. Most of our success would rest on the content of our bill, which listed the counties of Douglas, Lane, Coos, Curry, and Jackson as our reservation. Although we strongly felt that we should be able to include our own governance of fishing and hunting rights in those counties, it was apparent that those rights would not be supported, and including that language in our bill would kill the bill. There was a fear that we would take too much, that it wasn't fair, and so in order to assure passage of our bill, we left that language out, we acquiesced, and we didn't want to be controversial, so the language stayed neutral. We weren't able to get the bill through Congress before it adjourned in 1988, but we managed to accomplish passage the next year, sponsored by Senator Mark Hatfield and with the continued help of Peter DeFazio. So here we are today, all these many years later, using advanced technology that was unforeseen and unheard of in 1989. Who would ever think that we were able to do this? We are witnessing, hopefully, the signing of this memorandum of agreement with the state of Oregon. It feels like we have come full circle at last. And yes, we are a sovereign nation. We govern ourselves in ways that protect and strengthen our way of life, but also protect and strengthen those natural resources that we and the people of Oregon depend on so much. Not just for ourselves, and not just for now, but more importantly, for the future generations of all who come after us. We have always left some for the others, and we always will. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Jennifer Proctor Andrews. And then we'll go online for David Moskowitz.
Daisla, Gala Gahais, Gala Tlatna Lua Hamak Amichil, Jensen Sanu, Kokwelk Au, Hakaimach Mikam Iltisan, Henia Tlatna Hakaima Dudlugwa da Kamastan Tildaya Ich, My Hawiu Tla Waga Dimsit Ich, Salem. Leclem tla podlanich tla kamastan ma tla namanayas mikam leclem ich nelcha da gai umqua tla Roseburg. Hello, friends and cousins. Good day. It's good to see you all. My name is Jen Proctor Andrews. I'm a Coquille Indian person. My relatives are the Meekum family. My family is from Bandon, but I grew up in the Willamette Valley, Salem. I currently live in Portland and Bandon, and my Meekum family lives in Roseburg around the Umpqua River. I've been an Oregonian all of my life. My ancestors were Oregonians. For millennia before Spain, Great Britain, Russia, and the United States laid claim to our lands, the territory that would become Oregon. My family are Oregonians, and my child is an Oregonian. My son is growing up learning the Milik language because this is the language that was here before you and I were here. And my family, my tribe, are still here today in our lands, in what we call Oregon. And we will always be here. Despite the unratified treaties, the Indian agents, the diseases, the wars, the boarding schools, termination, the allotments, and the payoffs, we're still here. We are here as a sovereign nation. People who have been here since time immemorial, and we plan to be here for centuries to come. We are here speaking our languages, dancing our dances. We are here creating jobs, managing our lands, caring for our forests, caring for our waters and our fish who are family to us, just as our ancestors managed these very lands and waters for millennia before Oregon was even a concept. We are resilient. We are teachers, raising our children with the knowledge and power they will need to thrive as partners with their environment, as we have done for millennia right here in what we now call Oregon. And when Oregon is gone, we'll still be here, hunting, gathering, managing our forests, our waters, building community, raising our children, speaking our languages, and practicing horticulture. I don't have time to go into the many reasons we make great partners as resource managers. But I will say that the history books might not have told you that we have been doing this for millennia, and we were managing the land when settlers came. We were doing it sustainably because why would we do it any other way? We're always planning for the future generations and generations who come after them. We don't move away and take over someone else's resources when we've squandered our own. The proposed MOA before you today, I view as actually a quiet acknowledgement of understanding. It's not special because of the annual state and tribal cooperative management meetings, the coordination of funding, or developing harvest areas and limits, or any other points defining the agreement. Other state resource management departments have those same points defining their own agreements with their tribes in their states. It's not unique in this manner. This one is very special because of the positive intent and language used to convey understanding that we are all more successful together in collaboration instead of collision. The language in this MOA expresses intent to collaborate. It indicates that mutual trust and understanding of our education and our dedication to sustainable hunting and fishing practices. And it conveys that understanding of the current state of treaties because we have always hunted and fished and gathered and managed our lands. And for us, it has never been something given or traded to us, and so it cannot be taken away. However, we know and we see as our tribal family grows, so does the population in Oregon, and we see forests burning and land sold at prices we never thought possible, waterways drying up and resources squandered, and the demand on our management of natural resources is building every day, and we know that collaboration is more successful than collision. This MOA is not groundbreaking in and of itself. The special part is how we got here, coming to the table voluntarily as partners. To support and learn from each other is a shortcut to success. It's a shortcut to success. Other states with similar agreements are not as lucky. They squabble and nitpick, documenting every disagreement as they're bound, not as friends by mutual respect, dedication, and trust, but bound as enemies by judgment of law to sit at the table together. So thank you today for your vote in acknowledgement and in favor of the MOA.
Thank you. We'll go to David Moskowitz. Go ahead, David.
Good afternoon. Chair Wall, Co-Chair Zarnowitz, members of the Commission, Director Melcher, Chairperson Mead as well. David Moskowitz with the Conservation Angler. We believe that the Fish and Wildlife should sign an agreement with the Coquille Indian tribe, but not this version and not today. And the reasons for that are just a few, and they can all be overcome. First, we think that as Oregon policy is intent to maximize public participation in rural development under ORS 183.333, we feel that the spirit and intent of that law was not met in terms of involving the public in developing this rule and memorandum of agreement. Just recently, ODFW spent a lot of time with the public on coastal fishery rules in the South Coast. Same geography, same species. It shows that there's great public interest, and that was not captured in the development of this. Rules Advisory Committee could have helped foster that. Additionally, the rule package has an inadequate budget impact statement, which is a little ironic given that the Commission adopted its agency recommended budget for the next couple of years earlier today. The question is ODFW adequately staffed to implement this agreement? We know they have the talent and the ability and the interest. So I guess we very much applaud the habitat restoration efforts of the tribe to work on the coastal salmon abundance, but habitat work alone is not going to bring these fish back. We have fisheries that take too many fish in the ocean. We put too many hatchery fish out in an environment in the salt water where the food web has been interrupted, and we don't have the productivity that we used to have. And so immediately going to a hatchery solution for these fish, even though they're at very low abundance, doesn't necessarily show a recognition of what the science has been telling us about the use of hatcheries to conserve wild salmon and steelhead. We're concerned about that kind of understanding. In terms of providing specific statutory authority for setting time and method and gear, the commission and the department have that duty statutorily alone. And this agreement gives that authority to the tribe, and that's inconsistent with state law. We also say, just to conclude, that the fact that there's changes in this document all the way up until yesterday show that it's not quite ready for prime time. There are thoughtful people who can work on this and achieve an excellent agreement, but this one is not it. Our organization urges a delay in adoption. But we want to end our comment, my last comment. We support Chair Mead's dreams and commitment that her grandson can fish for wild salmon in the Coquille River. I think everybody in the room shares that, and we need to get there, but we need to do it right. And thank you very much for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, David. We don't have cards up right now, so we will go to Amy Patrick. Is Amy still? There she is. And then we'll go to Jennifer Fairbrother, who's online.
Good afternoon, Chair Wall, Director Melcher, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Amy Patrick. I'm the Policy Director with Oregon Hunters Association. I had testimony written and we submitted it yesterday, and I'm going to go on the fly because I'm adjusting it as I've been able to be here and listen to the presentation that we had. It was a really informative and really wonderful presentation to listen to. As I said, it answered many of the initial concerns and questions that some of my board members and constituents had raised. And we're just very appreciative of being able to be a part of the conversation. The two concerns that I do want to raise are more process-driven, and I had the opportunity to speak with the tribal leaders about this at the break because I didn't want to be disrespectful with the concerns that we have, and one of them is the public process and the public engagement. More so in that the information sharing, I think, in such a presentation as what we listened to ahead of this setting would have gone a long way to answer some of the questions and the unease. And so that public process piece, I think, still remains a very important part of the process of working through this MOA now and in the future going forward, working out the details that we've heard referenced that have yet to be decided. And the second, again, kind of plays off of the first, which was the speed at which this was brought forward, which then I saw in the presentation, this has not actually been a recent event, as it seems when you don't have the information initially. It has been ongoing for a rather long amount of time and representative of a lot of negotiation in that time frame. So again, that public process piece is really our biggest concern. OHA will not be asking for a delay in the approval of the MOA. We look forward to continued involvement. Actually, I had a wonderful conversation with Chairperson Mead, and we'll look forward to opportunities for her to speak with our board, our constituents, also Oregon sportsmen's associations around the state to also help allay any of those concerns or questions that may have arisen from the sportsmen's community around the MOA. So I thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Amy. No questions, so we'll go right on to Jennifer Fairbrother. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Chair Wall, Chair Mead, members of the Commission, Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Jennifer Fairbrother, and I'm the Conservation Director at the Native Fish Society. So I want to begin by saying that the Native Fish Society believes that the conservation and recovery of abundant wild fish is the shared endeavor of all people in the Northwest. Working together to manage populations and protect habitats will give our wild fishing communities the best shot we have at ensuring that we can sustain the cultural, economic, and social values that these populations support. At the same time, it's critical that the best available science, cultural knowledge, and conservation management philosophies are being applied to any fishery that will be managed by the state and tribal nations. It's also important that there remain opportunities, as we've heard from others, for the general public and stakeholders to provide comment and input on management decisions and actions that affect fish and wildlife within the state. This proposal certainly represents a new era for fish and wildlife on the Oregon coast and warrants thoughtful consideration. So we have several recommendations for the Commission to consider today. We suggest that the department first establish a universal framework that can guide the creation and implementation of individual management agreements. And this process should include robust public, tribal, and federal involvement. This framework should stipulate that the goals of any management agreement must be in alignment with the department's objectives to conserve and recover the state's native fish and wildlife and their habitats. It should outline how any existing fishery management plans and regulations will govern management actions and will govern fisheries and hatcheries under new agreements. It should outline the needs for additional staff or resource capacity and identify the funding sources for those. It should outline a process for public involvement in providing input and comment on the implementation of conservation management plans. It should outline a process that ensures that annual fisheries, be they tribal, recreational, or commercial, don't exceed the biological conservation needs of individual runs and populations. And it should outline procedures and commitments for parties to share data and information, not only with each other, but with the public. And finally, the framework should outline how federally listed species management is going to be handled and how management plans or agreements might have to change if new species become listed in the future. So we encourage you to do this critical work up front and build as robust a framework as possible that can guide any new management approaches and agreements. We believe that doing so now is the best way to ensure that these agreements are equitable and transparent, that they build trust between the state, tribes, and the public, and most importantly, that they will have a positive impact on the conservation and recovery of wild fish. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. There aren't questions, so we'll go on to the next person, who is Gary Jackson, and then Bridget Wheeler and Ann Niblett. So Gary Jackson, and we'll give it just a minute for him to come online.
Okay, you got me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. My name is Gary Jackson. I am the Vice Chair of the Cow Creek Band of the Umpqua Tribe of Indians. Our ancestral homeland includes the north bank of the Rogue River watershed upstream from Agnes and the Umpqua River watershed upstream from Scottsburg. The Cow Creek tribe fully supports efforts that recognize opportunities for all tribes to assume a larger role in natural resource management within their traditional homelands, and we will continue to be a supporter of efforts of all tribes in Oregon to secure expanded opportunities of tribal members to hunt, fish, trap, and gather traditional foods for ceremonial and subsistence use within their traditional use areas. Cow Creek initially opposed the MOU between the ODFW and the Coquille tribe because it could have been interpreted to provide rights for Coquille in Cow Creek territory. The changes that Coquille, ODFW, the Coos tribe, and Cow Creek have negotiated make clear that this agreement does not provide Coquille ancestral rights within Cow Creek ancestral areas. The state is not the arbiter of tribal rights related to fish and wildlife. We understand that the state may provide authority to the tribes to assist the state with its responsibilities for managing fish and wildlife. That's what it has done here. We all acknowledge and appreciate that this agreement only allows Coquille to work on regulatory matters that are derivative from state authority. As Chairman Courtney stated in his letter dated June 15th, 2022, Cow Creek has withdrawn its opposition to the proposed agreement and is supportive of this agreement moving forward based on the amended language. We continue to expect the state to abide by the state consultation laws that bind it, including ORS 182.164. If you take action or plan action or consideration within Cow Creek's ancestral homelands, you must follow state law and cooperate with Cow Creek. The state failed to do that here. Again, we hope it is the last time. We look forward to continuing to work with ODFW, Coquille, and other tribes on these critical matters of mutual concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. And we don't have questions, so we'll go on to the next person, who is Bridget Wheeler, and then Ann Niblett.
Good afternoon, Chair Wall and members of the Commission. My tribal family was correct. I should have used bigger font. My name's Bridget Wheeler. I'm an enrolled member of the Coquille tribe. These are my sons, Zane and Garen Wheeler. I'm a descendant of Chief Washington Tom of the Chukwaladan village located at present-day Myrtle Point. It's an honor to be testifying before you on this
Recording in
historic day.
progress.
Keep going. Okay. Sorry.
Growing up Indian was not for the weak. In fact, when you think about 100 years ago, being an Indian was tantamount to a death sentence. It's hard to imagine the layers of survival skills required to live when rule number one was to become a hidden Indian. My school years were fraught with messaging and a curriculum about savages and scalping. I remember very distinctly my first experience as a newly enrolled Indian in the fourth grade. And I was immediately put into the school's Indian education program. And then that's when I started getting pulled out of all my normal mainstream classes for special tutoring and skill development. I realized at an early age that in order to survive this, I needed to move in and out of my most personal cultural identity. Luckily, I'm not that same person today. It's taken years of personal growth, involvement with my tribe, lifelong learning of my culture, and the absolute realization of how proud I am to be Native and a member of my tribe. I'm a proud 22-year employee of the Coquille Indian tribe and the current culture and education director for the tribe. The majority of my career has been spent in advocacy at the state government-to-government level for Indian families. In recent years, I've witnessed an incredible relationship develop between the state's agents and tribal sovereigns. I've sat in rooms and watched emotional outpourings from the state's 9 federally recognized tribes around education, healthcare, archaeology, repatriation, and natural resources. And I've watched the state's delegates and employees listen and listen and listen again. I've watched the faces of our partners as the listening turned to learning and the learning turned to action. Today's potential action is truly the greatest demonstration of partnership, relationship, trust, respect, and solidarity. To know that, just need a second. Sorry.
Go ahead, take your time.
To know that my 11-year-old boys may potentially enter their young life immersed in a system of mutual respect and shared values that I can only dream about. They will be raised in a time where their story and experience and traditional knowledge is valued at the decision-making table, and that they will be acknowledged as joint caretakers of Oregon's greatest resources. And finally, that their experience in our state will be a joint narrative between the Native people that inhabited this land for thousands of years and the many, many people that inhabit, love, and care for this land today. So, thank you.
Thank you. let you know we do have one person that I didn't name, so Ann Niblett is next, and then Canyon Niblett, Cassie Ross, and then Stan Steele, and then we'll be finished with these.
Anybody know a joke?
No, I don't know. Pardon me?
I was saying, anybody know a joke? Need some groovy music?
Some that would be an ad here.
You can't record it. Oh, no. Who's there?
Canoe.
Canoe.
Can you get this recording going?
For a change.
Clever.
Where's that box of donuts?
Yeah. They're back there. Still there. Drought Outreach, okay. I'll come to it. Oh dear. What is this?
It's just balls. Really doesn't get out, so just like.
Balm. Yeah, Jesus, it's concrete is what it is. So do you just do it?
Yes. Did you want to make a motion? Thank you.
This is the link that I just forwarded.
We could revive the Juneteenth tradition of reading the Emancipation Proclamation.
Recording in progress.
Bridget Wheeler, come on up while we have recording in progress. Huh? Oh, sorry. What? I'm sorry. Pretend I didn't do that. Anne.
Daisla, Shigushe and Michelle Niblet. I am a Coquille Indian woman descended from Gishkiu, from Chok, Brela Dene, a village site near the Coquille River. Jala Shade, Jala Shulkwe. Hello, brothers and sisters. I call you brothers and sisters because today we are. We are all part of a family of land stewards that call Oregon home. Each morning before I go to work, I drive out to our tribe's reservation and spend time in the forest, running, listening, and praying. This is the richest hour of every day for me. Each morning, the land has something to say. Each morning, my spiritual thirst is satiated from the deepest of wells. I learned the importance of listening to the land from my elders. They taught me that I have a kinship relationship to the land. Now, if you look at my skin, you'll see that I'm not just Coquille. I have native ancestry too. I have ancestors that are native to Scotland. I imagine that if I visit the land of my Scottish ancestry, I will find a village there whose people have loved and cared for the land for thousands of years too. They are the experts I would look to if I wanted to learn how best to care for the land in Scotland. The truth is, we are all native. We all belong to the land somewhere. As a native-born child to the land in Oregon, I'm asking you to help honor my kinship obligations here and understand what a partnership with Coquille people brings. We aren't here to exploit the land and its resources. We aren't here to take with greed. We come on behalf of a relative, and that's why you need us, because we represent family, and we just want to return that family to health. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about the name. Canyon Niblet.
Hello, my name is Canyon Niblet. I am a 16-year-old Coquille tribal member. We are gathered here today to talk about a co-management agreement between the state of Oregon and the Coquille Indian tribe. I'm going to tell you why I think it's a good idea. I've grown up in Coos Bay, Oregon since I was 7 years old. When my family, including my mother, 3 brothers, and sister, first moved here, my mom brought us to almost every cultural event we could make it to. Our first year in Coos Bay, my siblings and I became solstice dancers. Our tribe holds ceremonies every summer and winter solstice. These are 2 of our most sacred ceremonies. The purpose of the ceremonies is to give back to the tribe, our ancestors, and the land that brings us plenty. Growing up, I've seen firsthand the gifts we bring as the Coquille people through our values. Some of our values are protecting and preserving the land, practicing potlatch. That means we give to others generously, especially those in need. Honoring our elders, always leaving some for others, only taking as much as we need, and using every part of the animal we harvest. I believe that if you allow us to help the state of Oregon co-manage the Coquille River, you will be inviting blessings onto yourself and the land. Thank you.
Thank you. Cassie Ross.
Good afternoon. My name is Cassie Ross, and I'm an elder of the Coquille tribe.
Recording in progress.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Can I? And I grew up in Coos Bay. Our family was raised. And when I think about the salmon and The wildlife that's down there in Southern Oregon, that was our food. That's what we ate. And I'm speaking now for the salmon, and I think the salmon and the wildlife down there are so thrilled that there are so many dedicated people working to bring them back that it can't get any better than that. So thank you. Thank you for all your efforts.
Thank you. Stan Steele.
Good afternoon, Chair Wall, Commission members, Director Melcher. My name is Stan Steele. As a proud father of 2 adopted Native American sons, I am beaming, and I could get extremely emotional. We've came full circle. Boy, it feels good. And, you know, my oldest son makes traditional bows, traditional arrows, uses traditional ways to tan hides, and yes, he has long hair. But just this morning when I talked about that this event was taking place today, he was smiling too. So to say that the agreement might not have some working out, some hard spots, it will. All agreements do. They get better with time, just like our relationships with our brothers and sisters. Brenda Mead said something that I think is astounding. It's not about ownership, it's about stewardship. We have to give everything a chance. It will prosper and it will grow. And in closing, like I said, I could get emotional. Every day before we hunt, when we hunt, we go through a Native American ritual. And it adds meaning far more than just stepping out of a truck and attacking the land. And so with that being said, this is a great day for Oregon. And hopefully we will have more of these agreements statewide because together we're better.
Thank you all. So, commissioners, we have heard from lots of people. It looks like a couple of you would like to make comments. Let's go with Commissioner Labhart first and then Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Thanks, Chair. Can we have staff come back up? So I do have a comment after all the questions are asked, if that's okay. Okay. So I have a question for you, Davia. We've heard some testimony today about lack of public input. So could you identify for me what happened on April 2021 for our public notification? Could you elaborate on that some more?
Sure, Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart, on April 21st of this year, we fought.
We're in 22.
Yeah, so it was April 21st, 2022 that we filed public notice.
Okay, sorry, so 22, excuse me.
Yeah.
Could you elaborate what happened on that date? Sorry.
Sure,
I'm
so
getting my dates mixed up.
we published with the Secretary of State public notice that gets filed online. So that included the draft agreement, the full text of the draft agreement, as well as the draft administrative rules. And so that got published online for anyone that was interested to review it.
So would you be able to admit that we might have done a little bit better in letting the public know about that? Because it sounds like there were some groups that do follow this that didn't. I mean, even though it was public information, it was filed publicly, we might have slipped a little bit there and keep letting people know.
Yeah, Chair Wall and Commissioner Labhart, I think we've heard that people would have preferred to have direct outreach from us with that information before the agenda, which was published about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, okay. So my other question is, well, it's not really a question, it's more of a comment. There's been several letters that we've received here fairly recently, within the last day or so, and even last night, asking us to revisit some things that are in the MOA, and there's been a little bit of criticism for that, but I actually see it as just the opposite. the letters that we received, we heard, we listened, and we said, they make a good point. Now, for those who we didn't accept their amendment, they're probably saying, well, they didn't listen to us. Well, we did, but in this case, some of the comments that we had, we did listen to, and we did react. So I think from a public standpoint, because we represent the public, we did react in what I perceive as a timely manner to address that. And I want to give one example for that. And that was, we received 3 letters regarding the termination process with some concerns by folks. And I did talk to representatives of our department representatives regarding this. And the agreement as written, without the amendment, we do have the ability to terminate because we could repeal the administrative rule at any point in time which authorized the proposed MOA. So legally it's in there to do that. But in talking to department staff and representatives, we felt that it might be better because there was some concern about this to propose an amendment that made it clear and discuss that with the tribe and the tribal attorney, and they both agreed to it. So just to make sure that everybody's up to speed on what it says, it says either party may unilaterally terminate this agreement for any reason by using the procedures of this paragraph. A party proposing unilateral termination must first serve written notice to the other party's contact. The parties shall thereafter initiate meetings within 60 days in an effort to identify and resolve the issues. The parties shall make good faith and diligent efforts to resolve the issues. Depending on the complexity and significance of the issues, the parties acknowledge that resolution could take substantial time and multiple meetings. In the event that the issue is not resolved after such mutual good faith and diligent efforts, either party may terminate this agreement by both, 1, providing a 90-day advance written notice to the other party of its intent to repeal the implementing rule or resolutions, or 2, repealing the implementing rule or resolutions. So one of the gentlemen that reached out to us, and at least I'll speak for myself, he reached out to me, but I think he reached out to all the commissioners, Mr. McClellan. He was one of the ones that said that, and after we were able to get him a copy of this amendment based on his and other interpretation, he said he no longer opposes the MOA. He said, with this revision, further concerns described below with other sections of the MOA are mitigated by knowing that ODFW may exit the MOA if it proves to be unworkable, inequitable, or otherwise unduly burdensome problems of interest. So that's an example of how we reacted based upon some input that we received in somewhat short manner, but timely manner. And then I think the vice chair of the Cow Creek tribe also identified that he had some, the Cow Creek tribe had some concerns. Immediately, staff got together with the Coquille tribe, and attorneys talked back and forth and proposed an amendment. And now the Cow Creek tribe says, yeah, we're fine with that. So as some people have said, no agreement's perfect, and this is a way that we've tried to address some of those concerns in a timely manner. So these amendments are appropriate, I think, at this point in time. So that's my questions for now, but I would like to comment at the end if possible, if that's okay with you. Thank you.
I'm being careful too. We did tell people we were going to start at 2:30.
Yep.
We're going to be a few minutes late, but we will get to that item I soon. So Commissioner Spellbrink.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Yeah, and I too apologize if some people thought we didn't give enough notice, and maybe we didn't. And I know there's some concerns over the MOA, but I think it's important to also recognize that OHA had some concerns too that they wrote about, and they were here today and talked to some of the Chair Mead and some of the tribal members and changed their mind to support. And I wish that all the people that testified remotely could have been here to do the same, to have some face-to-face interaction, because I think it might have changed their mind. I'm personally convinced that the benefits from this relationship will see a lot of those concerns diminish. I really appreciate the tribal attitude of protecting and advocating for fish and wildlife, and especially their policy of no waste. And I think, as we've already observed, they're not afraid to put their effort and their dollars where their talk is. and there again, I was going to also just borrow the statement that Chair Mead made, and that was that the same one Stan Steele reiterated, and that it's not about ownership, it's about stewardship. And anyway, I'm supportive of the MOA.
Thank you. I want to go back to a couple things, and then I'll see if anybody else has comments, and I know you do, Commissioner Laphart. On the public process piece, the points are well taken that we heard. I also heard Chair Mead talk about, or nod her head at least, when people were saying, could we have meetings? And I think OHA mentioned meetings and reaching out to people after. It's always great if we can do all of those before, but appreciate that you're willing to go talk with people and work these things out. I applaud the work of the tribe, of Davia, the department, and the governor's office in getting us to where we are now. It's a remarkable moment. There were a couple things that I had big concerns about that have been addressed. One of them, and at the top of the list, was the conversation about wild stocks, protecting habitat, the stewardship comments, those sorts of things. And it's, I heard a lot about that from you, Chair, and from others in the tribe, which was very helpful. And I think that, the one other piece that had come up before but seems to have been addressed clearly was the one of that if there are amendments, it will come back. So that was very helpful. So with that, I think we'll go to Commissioner Labhart and then Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde for.
Okay, thank you, Chair Wall. First of all, I want to look at Director Melcher, and I want to particularly thank you for your leadership in this process and getting this going. This was your idea, and maybe others, but you're the head of the agency, and I want to particularly thank you for your leadership in moving this process forward. It says a lot about you personally. It says a lot about your commitment to tribal relationships in the state of Oregon and about stewardship of our fish and wildlife resources. So I want to talk to you boys. What you're going to see happen here in a few minutes is something that's going to be pretty cool. And you're young enough where you may not remember this, but I hope you do. The tribal elders are here because they know it's a big deal. You may not know it, but you need to know it, that what we're about to do is a template for what other tribes, template means it's a base, it's something that others can use as an example of something good. So this template that we're about to approve, called the Memorandum of Agreement, is something that's going to be really cool for tribal nations, not just your tribe, but other tribes in the state of Oregon. And I want you to remember this day because it is a historic day for the Coquille tribe. It's a historic day for the state of Oregon, and it's going to be really cool. And I hope someday you say, I was there when we did that. So just remember that. Thank you.
Okay. I mean, it is a really big honor to get to make this motion. I want to make one comment before, because I know that there has been some comments about public process and whether or not there's been enough public process around this. I just want to say that if the department needs to do more work around public process with stakeholders, that's one thing. But one thing that I think is really, really important to remember is that as far as I'm concerned, Chair Mead should be sitting level with this commission right now, not below us. This is a sovereign to sovereign relationship. And these were meetings in that spirit. So I just want to offer that because I think a lot of times people get confused between what is a stakeholder and what is a sovereign tribal nation. And that's one of those things that we have to start to work on getting through our head. Anyway, So with that, I move to approve the draft memorandum of agreement in amended attachment 3 and adopt new OAR 635-800-0100 as proposed by staff and shown in amended attachment 4.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded to adopt the memorandum of agreement as read into the record. And before we go further, we do have an additional comment from the director.
Thank you, Chair Wall. And I did want to talk a little bit about the process, and I think our distinguished commissioners have both elaborated, or several have elaborated to this already. Is my microphone not coming through?
That's better.
Okay, let me move a little closer. And with regard to process, of course, first I just want to point out for the record that we did follow the Administrative Procedures Act. This meeting was all properly noticed. The filings were made with the Secretary of State, so we complied with all the aspects of Oregon's Administrative Procedures Act. Many of our constituents, of course, are very familiar with the processes, and we do a lot, as you all know, a lot of process, public process. And in this case, it's different. We're dealing, as Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde pointed out, with a sovereign tribe. We're engaged with them in essentially in state to tribal consultation. We, of course, can't have you all engaged in that consultation because we would violate Oregon's Administrative Procedures Act if we had all 7 of you in a room meeting without the public present. So anyway, it's a delicate balance. We were criticized by not only some of our public folks, but also from other tribes for the lack of transparency. But it's it's something that we, of course, work closely with any tribe on as it relates to the public side of our discussions. So I just wanted to point that out for the record and let you all vote on this motion.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Then Michelle, will you call the roll, please?
Coquille?
Yes, definitely.
King?
Yes.
Spellbrink?
Yes.
Labhart?
Yes.
Hatfield-Hyde?
Yes.
Zarnowitz?
Yes.
Wall?
Yes.
Unanimous?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's unanimous. Thank you. Let's take a 5-minute break.
message when I try to send something.
And it seems I lied. We're not doing this at 2:30, but we are doing it at 2:50. So here we go for item I, fur bearer and unprotected mammal regulations. Derek Broman and Kevin Blakely, take it away.
Thank you, Chair Wall. For the record, Kevin Blakely, Deputy Administrator in the Wildlife Division. Just to kick us off real quick, just kind of a reminder overall, this is a very focused topic we have on the agenda, but Derek, the program is very versatile. It sits in the game program in the Wildlife Division, but there are a number of different projects and overlays, even looking at the wolf conservation management, overlaying with other forest carnivores. Really important interaction over on the conservation side, out with fish districts, our research unit. So just don't want to kind of always look past the agenda item, and the staff in front of you representing a great big bulk of work and engagement. So I'll hand it off to Derek.
Good afternoon, Chair Wall, members of the Commission, Director Melcher. For the record, I'm Derek Broman. I'm the Carnivore Fur Bearer Coordinator. And as Kevin mentioned, we're going to be talking about the 2022 to 2024 Fur Bearer regulations. Providing a brief overview for hopefully a brief presentation, I'll first talk about an overview of the Fur Bearer program and then go into some details regarding the general regulations that staff are proposing. Excuse me, and then transition into some species and season-specific information. So kind of playing off of what Kevin said, the Fur Bearer program can primarily be lumped into four main categories. There's data and research. We collect a lot of information. We partake in a number of research projects that oftentimes directly feed into conservation and management, which is another bucket. And that's fairly diverse. It can range from anything from threatened and endangered species to non-native invasive species management. And then there's a necessary component to disseminate that content, disseminate that information to our public, to our collaborators, researchers, and others, both in Oregon, nationally, and internationally. And then there is a component of a regulation and harvest, which is the bulk of today's presentation. But again, as Kevin said, this program's pretty diverse. It's basically about 23 species that the program covers. 6 or 7, depending on how you're counting, are conservation strategy species. And speaking for myself, the majority of those conservation strategy species comprise my time spent on this program. But again, we're going to focus on the regulated harvest side of things. So one of the fortunate things that we have in the state of Oregon is that we have mandatory reporting and mandatory check-ins for bobcats and otters specifically that allows us to ensure our ability to monitor harvest and to gain great insight on trajectory of and health of our populations in the state of Oregon. And so our mandatory reporting is expected of all licensed fur takers. They receive a fee if they do not report on time. And the information that we collect is priceless. It's highly detailed and really unmatched in the country. We have mandatory check-ins of bobcats and otter. We can get some fantastic information on biology and indications of the harvest, such as the sex and age of the animal taken. We're very well aware of some concerns regarding the activities of regulated hunting and trapping in the state of Oregon. And so our regulations reflect a number of those concerns, especially on the trapping side of things. So for example, we have mandatory trapper education that's expected of any trapper out there. We also have things like setback restrictions. So traps cannot be set in places where they might come into contact with humans, such as 300 feet from a trailhead, campground, or picnic area. Other areas are influenced pretty highly in our regulations by new science, policy coming locally and nationally and internationally, information and new science on animal welfare, such as the best management practices taken on by the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, and then also needs coming from law enforcement side of things. Now for the program and the regulation of the activities, we sell two types of, generally speaking, we sell two types of fur taker licenses. One allows the fur taker to hunt, and that is represented in the blue in this graph by fur bearer hunters. And there's another license that allows the individual to hunt or trap. And that requires that that individual has to first pass trapper education. Those licenses combined have been about 1,600 licenses in 2021, which is a kind of a 5-year decline from a number close to 2,000 in 2017. The majority of the species harvested in the state of Oregon are muskrat, coyotes, and bobcats. And responses of Oregon trappers to a survey in 2015 stated that 32% of the time their activities were affiliated with damage. Now, transitioning into our general regulations, I'm going to talk a bit about our trap check requirements or trap check intervals. And so some of this might be a bit of repeat, especially to those that have been paying attention to the work group process here recently, but I'll try to be quick. So the ODFW has had a 48-hour trap check in place for fur bearers and unprotected mammals for quite some time. The 2001 Oregon State Legislature essentially ratified that 48-hour period for fur bearers and then directed the commission to set predatory animal trap check times, because at that time there were no trap check times for predatory animals. So there was a legislative directed task force that went and looked at these topics, and then ODFW had their own predatory animal trap check working group. And so in 2004, those regulations were established in that there's a 76-hour trap check for predatory animals with a restraining trap, 7 days for predatory animals with restraining trap when damage is occurring, and 30 days when it's a predatory animal with a killing trap. In 2012, the commission took a hard look at those, all of those regulations and voted unanimously to keep those trap check intervals in place. In June 2020, the commission meeting where we are most recently adopting these fur bearer regulations, there was direction from the commission to go revisit those trap check intervals. And so at the direction of the commission, a professional facilitator was hired, work group participants were selected, and there were 9 live streamed meetings that took place between June 2021 and this most recent January. As I stated, there have been a number of updates that occurred in the commission along that way, and then their final report came out in February 2022. In those work group discussions, primarily the focus was on the predatory animal trap check intervals. The 48 hours were kind of identified early on as being out of scope because there was more attention, more interest in talking about the others. The 76-hour and the 30-day trap check periods received extensive conversation and discussion in that work group, whereas the 7-day interval was quite minimal with little discussion occurring. Following the conclusion of that work group in January, there were no consensus recommendations coming out of that work group process. Following that conclusion, staff then met with had meetings with individual affinity groups, and we had 2 commissioners present for those conversations. And this allowed us to get a little bit further into the weeds on topics that weren't necessarily being live streamed and with other affinity groups present. And in those conversations, we used the work group as the foundation to drive those conversations. We honored that process and used the boundaries set there to aid our discussion rather than, say, coming up with new concepts that nobody had discussed to date. In those small group meetings, we were able to get more detail on the factors that are contributing to the thoughts and desires and requests from these affinity groups. Everybody wanted to talk about animal welfare and that being a priority. There was also conversations about needs and capacity to address conflict and business services, and all oftentimes tied to economics. It was great that we got a greater glimpse at where everybody was coming from. However, still coming out of that process, there were no consensus for the trap check changes. So even after this additional small group discussion, staff were really not left with a roadmap of how to proceed. Nonetheless, we did see that there was a great deal of conversation around the 30-day trap check period. It seemed like although there wasn't consensus, we felt that there was an opportunity to make a suggestion there that most could potentially live with. And so staff proposed changing the 30-day trap check to a 14-day period, which was a concept introduced and discussed in the work group. Continuing the conversation of general regulation changes, staff set out to address some questions and concerns regarding activities on ODFW owned and managed lands. And so we took a dive into our regulations on ODFW properties and tried to look at the use of these properties. Is the current use in alignment with the regulations that were in place? And trying to factor in things like knowing that some of these locations are going to be a hotspot for a lot of human activity, a lot of user activity. And so to try to account for the differences of those users and to make sure that there's reduced conflict and to address potential concerns of human and pet safety, we made proposals for a number of our wildlife areas and other areas that we own to ensure consistency across these properties. And things like boat access, boat launches, those aren't probably the best places where we want to have hunting and trapping. So we updated those regulations, and that's part of the staff proposal today. So I'm going to shift now into more of the species and their shaded season specific regulations. This is very brief, but ultimately we are not proposing any changes to the seasons for these species. For our unprotected mammals that oftentimes include animals that are highly abundant or affiliated with damage or non-native invasive species, we propose to maintain essentially no closed season for those animals. Conversely, for the animals that are conservation strategy species or of conservation concern, we are proposing to have no open season for those animals. Regarding our bobcats, which is the third bullet, or sorry, our fur bearers, which is the third bullet there, we're proposing no season changes for those animals except for accounting for leap year, which is going to occur in 2024. And regarding pursuit seasons, we are not proposing any changes to those for those 4 species listed. Bobcat are a high-profile species for our regulated fur takers in the state of Oregon, and as such, in addition to the information that we collect from mandatory reporting, we, as I stated earlier, have mandatory check-ins of those carcasses. So we can get information on age and sex. And so with that very large pile of information, we are able to look at so many different components of the harvest to get an indication of what's going on with our populations, what is harvest doing to those populations, if anything. And to jump to the ultimate take-home, we are not proposing any changes to those bobcat bag limits based on all that information. Moving to beaver, we've heard some concerns and questions regarding the beaver closures that we have in place in the state of Oregon. We have about 16 in place. Some of the regulations are currently specific to waterways, and there were concerns that that didn't adequately represent what the intent is, which is no harvest of beaver in that area. And so we went and looked through our beaver regulations and made changes to reflect that these closures applied not only to the water, but to the land near them, or not to tributaries, but the full watershed. And so we feel like that would really help shore up any of that confusion and address all those questions that we've received. We also have a desire to increase the mandatory reporting that we have for beaver taken. And this is beyond what we already require of our licensed fur takers. And this will hopefully fill knowledge gaps and allow us to adequately monitor harvest and answer the outstanding questions that both the agency have and the public and our stakeholders as well. And getting to these proposals has been a bit of a progression. So there was an initial staff proposal where we were looking to, for each individual beaver taken, obtain information on was that animal taken on public or private land ownership, also obtain information on the location at an appropriate scale, and then find out was that take relevant to or associated with damage. So that was the initial staff proposal, but then the Commission's Beaver Work Group recommendations had a list of other ideas to consider. And so we looked at that list, tried to see what we could add to the initial staff proposal, trying to incorporate those that were valuable and feasible for decision making and providing meaningful insight on what harvest is like and what does it mean for decision making. And so part of the Addendum 1 as part of your packet today is a blending of those two sources of information. And so what we're proposing is for each beaver taken, licensed fur takers have to report on each of those animals. This isn't just limited to federal lands. This is all lands across the state of Oregon. We will get information on location specific to watersheds or certain sub-watersheds that have been shown in the literature to be associated with beaver populations. We want to collect the type of water feature that the animal was taken from. Also get information on who the land ownership is, state, federal, private, and then the reason for the harvest. Again, trying to tease out some of the information on damage. So again, that's a part of our addendum 1, and that being the staff proposed change to the additional reporting for beaver. Continuing on that animal, the Private Forest Accord, or PFA, which wrapped up earlier this year, does have some overlap with the licensed fur taker regulations that we're discussing today. There's still quite a bit of PFA that's to be ironed out, but we saw this opportunity and this need to put into regulations and inform our licensed fur takers of what applies to them to ensure compliance, because we don't want to adopt these regulations and then put them in an awkward position if something does apply to them. So part of PFA requires that all take of beaver on forest land must be reported. And ODFW will be collecting information in our damage database, not through our fur taker reporting. But one of the components of the PFA is that beaver pelts that are taken on large forest land cannot be sold or exchanged, except for certain situations of damage. So that's one of our staff proposals of rule, is to make fur takers aware of that requirement or that prohibition. Also, because PFA has reporting requirements for damage occurring on private forest land, much of the time that's going to occur outside of the season and or will not be something covered by the license that we issue to these people. And so staff are also proposing in our regulations to clarify what information essentially gets reported where, because we don't want a duplication of information to both be reported for PFA and reported on a fur taker harvest report when they're two different things. So that's an additional component that we had in our staff proposal. We also needed to clarify in that addendum 1 that we had some incorrect language in our first proposal about who was to be doing the reporting, and so that's the explanation of where that is coming from.
Derek? Can I
Yes.
ask a quick question there on that one that you just talked about?
Yeah.
Forest land in that case is more than 5,000 acres?
Forest land in the packet has the definition. So there's large forest land and small forest land. Large forest land is greater than 5,000 acres. And so it's the large forest land that has more of the beaver restrictions. However, it does stay in PFA any forest land, which the definition is, I think I might have in a back pocket slide, is basically any land, any private land that has harvestable trees on it. So it's a pretty broad definition. Kevin can chime in, or there's some folks in the room too that could perhaps join in on that. But there's still a lot of questions. It's a little bit of an awkward place for the Fur Bearer program to have to describe what the PFA does or does not do. So we're trying to do our best at this point to inform those that just definitely need to know about what's coming around the bend.
There is some landowner interest in this, as you can imagine.
Yeah, Chair Wall. To just help out a little bit. So forest land itself, you can be a forest land owner and you just have to have the forest tree species that you don't even have to be harvesting or doing those sorts of activities, but they just have to be those forest tree species. It excludes Christmas tree plantations, nurseries, those sorts of things. But you're exactly right. There will be some pretty necessary outreach to landowners, and that's where I think Derek hasn't made the comment yet that we really are at our district levels at the local field office. We'll be doing a lot of outreach to landowners, and we want all issues of beaver conflict and issues and questions to come to the district office so we can get them in the right place and make sure when we do our required reporting on an annual basis about beaver conflict, beaver take, and just beaver coexistence successes we've had, that it's a good, accurate report. And all that language in a private forest accord for those definitions reflect back to Oregon Department of Forestry statutes. So some are really familiar with those, but there are going to be quite a few landowners that that you're probably have been familiar with in your local area that have never really had to deal with that definition. So we'll be reaching out.
Thank you. And one last detailed question on this, because a lot of those letters did come from my area, and I might get to answer some questions. So the people who wrote to us in public correspondence will be on your list of people to talk to as soon as we have this information ready to go, right? The people who wrote in and asked about this question would hear from us when we get ready with our public information about what this is.
Chair Wall, yeah, we could do a couple things. One is, which is just go through there and look who those were so we get a timely response to that maybe. And then the outreach really is something that's going to take some time and it's going to go in different ways. We'll be doing a lot of that initial outreach with our beaver conservation biologists, but that's in a specific area of the coast, Central Coast and North Coast.
Okay.
But yeah, we have had other questions other than your area, and that's that if I own 8,000 acres, but I have very few forest tree species on my property, am I a forest landowner?
Yeah.
The answer is yes, but you're not a large forest landowner. It's the polygon of those forest tree species on your property that you add up. Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Or at least that's as we understand it now. So, Kevin stole my last bullet, so I can continue. So a lot of these beaver proposed staff regulations specific to beaver are a reflection of our desire to have more information, greater monitoring for conservation and management of beaver statewide and across all land ownership types. And so we'll be looking to take advantage of some of these other reporting requirements such as PFA and additional outreach, because outreach for the PFA is likely going to be complicated and extensive. And so we will be able to, the beaver component is quite small relative to everything else, but we will be able to hitch our wagon to that message train and get to those same folks that may have beaver questions right now, but they're absolutely going to have other questions that are probably a little bit more pressing as more information comes out.
Thank you.
But ultimately we do want people to get in touch with us. This is what we already do. People aren't required to report to us, but nonetheless they call the wildlife agency when they have a wildlife problem or question or concern. And so we want people to get in touch with ODFW because we can provide good advice on how to resolve an issue, to increase coexistence, and ultimately find long-term solutions. And also ensure legal compliance, because there's some techniques that just are not. So it's all under this larger umbrella to address the requests and desires not only of stakeholders, the public, and work group members, but also to address our own agency objectives to aid in the conservation and recovery and management of beaver and their ability to modify environments within their habitat. So this is all kind of trying to fit underneath that umbrella of doing more in the beaver game and filling those gaps and being able to take some notable steps forward. Primarily a wrap-up slide. Want to just talk more about the Fur Bearer program, what it entails, show some gratitude for some partners. We do still hope to have an online option for our hunter or our trapper education course and exam. Want to thank a number of the fur takers that have assisted with ODFW project and others in data collection, specifically hounders that have assisted in our biodarting and our Alcide cougar study. And then we have a number of fun, exciting projects that are underway or right around the bend. Anything from feasibility assessments of reintroducing certain species in Oregon to we're doing marten work in the Coast Range Cascades and blues, all with different intents and purposes. And we're still collecting the cameras that we had deployed throughout Oregon this year for wolverine, which is a part of a larger effort with the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. So a lot of, again, fun, exciting things that happen in the Fur Bearer program, but again, most of today is about just the regulation side of the licensed regulated fur takers and their activities. So, happy to take any questions now, otherwise we can return certainly after public comment.
Thank you. We do have a question from Commissioner King.
Thank you, Chair Wall. And as probably everyone knows, I'm the only one who's a hunter, a finner, and a trapper, and I have done the trapper ed. So this question is actually just so that we make sure we state for the record. Why is there a difference with predatory animal with restraining trap, and then one restraining trap and damage is occurring. Why is there 76 and 7 days? Why is the difference between those two?
Chair Wall, Commissioner King, in speaking in generalities, we can dive deeper if need be. Predatory animals are a Department of Agriculture definition in statute, and those animals are affiliated with damage. And so, and there's many other statutes that are, specific to predatory animals versus fur bearers, unprotected animals, game animals, etc. So, a lot of people can go out and proactively be removing those animals to try and reduce conflict in the future. And when they're doing so, they have a 76-hour trap check period, meaning that they don't know if there's an animal out there or if its damage is currently occurring. But once damage occurs and they're using a restraining trap, they now have a larger window to work within. And so that was part of the discussion that occurred when those original recommendations came forth, is that, okay, they wanted to have a separate set of regulations associated with damage, which is different than recreational trapping and fur taking. What's the flexibility? What does that mean as far as economics, as far as how much time and effort can be applied, and what does that mean for potential loss? And so it's, as you can see, it's narrower when damage is not yet occurring, but then once damage occurs, it extends out to a 7-day period.
Thank you.
Commissioner Spellbrink.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Derek, just a quick question on the cougar study in LC unit. I think when I talked to you last about that, the study was done, but the data wasn't all processed yet. Is that done now and data process? Is that available?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink, the data is still being analyzed. I think we still might even have some live callers out there. So it's on its way, but at the same time, I don't want to rush those staff, because if they see other opportunities to keep this going and answer more questions, I would like to see that. So I wouldn't want to rush the results. But if somebody's got a hankering for some curiosity satisfied, I'm sure I can make a phone call.
Perfect. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Commissioner Coquille.
Just a really quick question. So in your first slide, or one of your first slides, you said trap for damage was 32%. The other 68%, what is that recreational? What is that?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Khalil, so when those individuals were surveyed, they asked, like, how much or are you trapping associated with damage? And so 32% said yes. That doesn't mean it's all damage. It just means that they are doing something for damage or it's affiliated with damage. So that would mean that the majority are not associated with damage. One activity or one route of that in Oregon is that landowners will grant access to a person if they can help with a damage issue, but then they get now the ability to go, say if they want somebody to help with their coyote issue or nutria or possums or whatever it may be. And while you're out there, oh yes, you do get to trap bobcats. So it's kind of a trade-off for access for a number of these folks.
Okay, but those people, when surveyed, would say that they're not trapping for damage, or they say that they are. Sorry, I don't know why I'm confused about this.
So the greater majority are not affiliated with damage at all.
Okay.
And but 32% say that some of their activities are associated with damage.
Great. Okay.
Not exclusively.
Okay, got it.
I think the survey even said that, like, if I remember right, but like 60% of trappers were asked or contacted about damage. So a lot of them pass. They don't do it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I think that's it on the questions for now. And so we will go to testimony and then call you back up, of course. And for testimony, we have a lot of people interested. And so we're going to, we do have a timer here that the director's taking care of for us, and we're going to have to really stick with it on these, if you will. If you can go with 2 minutes instead of 3, that's appreciated, but we'll go right through. Kim Norris, Quinn Reed, Kelly Peterson, Bob Salinger are the first 4, and then Jefferson Jacobs, Jane, yeah, we have this giant hammer up here. Jane Biquette, Patty Mayfield, and Scott Beckstead. Some people are online, some people are in person, so the first 4, 3 of them are online. So Kim Norris, Yeah, and Bob, if you'll come up, we'll get to you soon. So Kim, is that Kim? So do you know? Is Kim Norris ready?
Kim is on mute.
Pardon me?
Kim is on mute.
She's on mute? Oh. Kim, if you can take yourself off mute and go right ahead. It looks like it might be frozen. While we're, huh? Oh, okay. Go ahead, Kim. Kelly? We'll come back to you, Kim, in case you can hear us. Kelly, can you go ahead?
Oh. Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay, I wasn't sure if Quinn was before me, or you just tell me if you want me to go instead.
Why don't you go ahead and
Okay.
we'll go back to the other two.
Oh my God, you bet. Okay, thank you, Chair Wall and Commissioners. I'm Kelly Peterson. I'm the Oregon State Director for the Humane Society of the United States, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify today on the proposed trap check times. HSU has submitted our written comments as part of a larger coalition, but I did want to highlight that the Humane Society Veterinary Medical Association, which is our sister organization, has also submitted a letter signed by 50 veterinarians throughout Oregon, urging you to adopt and enforce a 24-hour trap check time for all traps, regardless of the location of the trap or the classification of the animal. The proposal by the department to only move the most egregious of our trap check times from 30 days to 14 days for predatory animals, quite honestly, once again fails to meet the most basic of humane standards for Oregon's wildlife. For any animal not instantly killed in a conibear trap or a neck snare, the difference between 30 and 14 days is virtually meaningless, and it does nothing to reduce animal suffering. Any animal caught in a trap, exposed to the elements and predation without food and water, suffers, especially for 336 hours. And the latest research included in our coalition comments confirms that traps designed to kill animals quickly often fail to do so, and animals instead suffer long and painful deaths. In one of the studies in our comments, they found that neck-snared coyotes suffered from this grotesque swelling known as jellyhead, and also from lacerations to the head and neck. And for that many of them, death didn't come for hours or even days. The AVMA does not even consider so-called kill traps to be humane because they don't always render a rapid or stress-free death consistent with their criteria for euthanasia. This should be an issue where common sense and ethics, and research and broad public sentiment are all perfectly aligned. We know that the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies in their Trapper Education Manual recommend a 24-hour trap check time. They state clearly, quote, make a commitment to check your traps at least once every day. Animal welfare is a top priority. Bad weather or other problems should not change your plans, end quote. And then you only have to look at the public comments to realize just how out of sync Oregon's trapping laws are with our values. And, you know, I've been involved in this issue for 20 years, and our trap check times are cruel, they're arbitrary, they're unenforceable, and we have 4 different trap check times, ranging from 48 hours to 30 days. We have no trap check times for black bears, and they're trapped as well by Wildlife Services. You know, 2 years ago at the June Commission meeting is what started this latest trap check review. I was grateful. It was refreshing to hear some commissioners indicate their shock that trap check times were up to 7 days, and they had a desire for more humane trap check times. And as was stated then, they are pretty archaic right now, and we agree. It's time. Oregon is an outlier, and it's why we're asking for a 24-hour consistent trap check time to reduce suffering for all wildlife and all traps, on public and private land. It's reflective of Oregon's values. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Kelly. Let's go to Kim Norris and then Quinn Reed. Kim, are you ready? I'm not, Kim, can you hear us? No. Quinn, will you go ahead then? And
Okay, can you hear me? You got me now?
Yes.
Oh, we got you now. Okay, great.
Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, for the record, I'm Kim Norris, Portland, Oregon, and to the commission, thank you for the opportunity to testify. I was really impressed by what I just heard Kelly Peterson say. I'm afraid what I'm about to say pales in comparison, but I will do my best. I would respectfully like to urge the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission to use its authority to adopt a 24-hour trap check requirement as the minimum standard for any animal in a trap. To paraphrase my husband, a former trapper, he says anyone who can't check their traps every day shouldn't be in the trapping business. This view can be found reiterated in the opening pages of the Trapping Education Manual that's published by the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. It states, the decision to become a trapper represents a serious commitment of time and dedication to responsible behavior. Trapping is a highly regulated activity because the public is concerned about wildlife conservation and the welfare of wild animals. When trapping season starts, trappers must check their traps every day until they are removed, end quote. I recently learned that Oregon's trapping policies allow animals to remain in traps anywhere from 48 hours to 30 days, as Kelly was talking about, depending upon the type of trap and the animal. And I also understand that there are no trap check times at all for black bears trapped by the Wildlife Services. This is all shocking to me. Right now, as the commission is considering these changes in rules, this is the perfect opportunity for Oregon's trap check times to be updated to 24 hours for all wildlife in all traps on both public and private lands. This would be consistent with the guidelines from the Trapping Education Manual published by the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, and it would also be consistent with regulations of 37 other states, including California and Washington, that already have the 24-hour trap check requirement in place. With all these sources taken together, it's clear that there's no acceptable reason to leave any animal in a trap for days on end. Please reject the current recommendation to Oregon's trap check times and instead adopt meaningful reform. A 24-hour trap check time should be the minimum standard for any wildlife caught in a trap. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before the commission.
Thank you, Kim. Let's go next to Quinn Reed, please, and then we'll go to you, Bob.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, members of the Commission, and Director Melcher. My name is Quinn Reed, and I'm the Oregon Policy Director for the Center for Biological Diversity. I'm here to testify about proposed changes to Oregon's trap check times and to encourage you to use your authority to adopt a consistent 24-hour or daily trap check time as the minimum standard for any animal in a trap. Along with my colleagues, Kelly Peterson and Bob Salinger, I participated in the trap check work group convened by this commission. As you know, despite months of meetings, the work group was unable to come to any agreement. I've heard it described as a failed work group, but it's really more accurate to call it a doomed work group. You know, from the first meeting to the last, we were still debating whether animals suffer in traps. You know, let's be clear, any living thing caught and possibly injured in a trap, deprived of food and water, exposed to the elements and predation suffers. How can we have a meaningful conversation about reducing suffering for animals caught in traps if more than half the people at the table, including federal and state agency reps, won't acknowledge the fact that animals do suffer in these conditions? The staff proposal before you represents the status quo. This issue is and always was best suited for the commission. So we ask you to use the authority you have to adopt a 24-hour or daily trap check interval. Oregon's current trap check times are archaic, they're confusing, they're arbitrary, and they're cruel. You know, so many people, including me, and you just heard this from Kim a moment ago, you know, are shocked by these standards and Oregon's frankly embarrassing track record on reform. Oregon is on the wrong side of progress. 36 states have either 24-hour or daily trap check times for all wildlife. And this isn't just driven by groups like mine. You know, as Kelly mentioned, OFWA recommends daily trap checks. Additionally, the American Veterinary Medical Association recommends checking traps once every 24 hours, and the American Association of Mammalogists suggests twice daily or more. Trapping advocates in the work group resisted comparison to other states, citing Oregon's unique terrain and weather patterns. But Colorado adopted daily trap check times for all wildlife, and Washington adopted 24-hour trap check times for all live restraining traps and 72 hours for kill traps. So if these states can do it, and if wildlife services can adapt as it is able and required to do, why can't we do it here? We were told in the work group that we should disregard Washington because it was changed by ballot measure. My response to that is, so? That demonstrates that public opinion is not on the side of letting animals suffer for days upon days in traps. Public opinion matters, and I urge you to look at the hundreds, if not thousands, of comments that came in on this issue asking you to take action today. Efforts to do something about Oregon's archaic trap check regulations go back over 2 decades. If anything is clear from those efforts, it's that nothing will change until or unless the Commission takes action. Thank you for your time and consideration, and a special thanks to Vice Chair Zarnowitz and to former Commissioner Woolley for all their work ushering this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Quinn. Let's go to Bob, and then we'll have Jefferson Jacobs and Jane Biquette.
Good afternoon, Chair Wall and members of the Commission. My name is Bob Salinger, and I'm the Conservation Director for the Portland Audubon Society. I'm going to testify on 2 aspects of the fur bearer rules today. The first is the beaver provisions as related to the private forest accords. We appreciate the work that's been done on that, and particularly the work of Kevin. We want to express our support for those regulations. I served on the negotiating team for the OFPA Accords. I was the bird guy on that team, so they gave me salamanders and beaver to work on. And again, I also just mentioned Derek as well. We appreciate the work that's going on with those. Those regulations will increase protections for beaver on private forest land. They'll also increase the information we have about beaver management on private forest land. So we consider them a significant advance. The only caveat I would express today, and you heard this from staff as well, is that there's a lot more work to go. This just covers a portion of those private forest accords as they apply to beaver. So we still have to hire staff, we still have to do the outreach, and we also need more regulatory pieces as well. They fit into other rules that we opened in the fall. So we look forward to working with staff, Derek and Kevin, to advance those and bring those back to you and fill in the rest of the puzzle. But we're real excited about seeing those go forward. The second part is about the trap check requirements that I'm much less positive about. I've served on trap check committees now dating back to around 2000 for ODFW. I served on the most recent one. I consider them all failures. We've seen very, very little advancement in terms of trap check requirements, really no advancement. And I consider the move from 30 days to 14 days on kill traps no advancement. I don't see that as a significant change. We know that animals don't always die in kill traps. We know they trap non-target species. And for an animal that is in a kill trap that doesn't die right away, 14 days really isn't different from 30. We think we can and must do better. We did get high centered on this committee about the question of whether animals suffer in traps, animals that are deprived of food, water, shelter, exposed to the elements, exposed to predators. That is the definition of suffering. Suffering is depriving animals of the things that they need, and that is what we're doing when we trap. I've run Oregon's busiest wildlife hospital now for 30 years. If I ever came to you or your staff and said, I'm not going to provide animals with food, water, and shelter while they're in my care, regardless of whether I'm going to euthanize them or not, you would shut me down. And you should. And we need to hold everybody to those standards. Trapping is an exception, not the rule here. We are particularly concerned about the longer periods that are up here, the 30 days, the 7 days, the 72 hours. I don't typically pass out graphic pictures, but I did here because In fact, we got in a trapped coyote a couple of weeks ago. It was running around with a trap on its leg. It's graphic. If you look at the second set of pages, you can see the bones are sticking out of its leg. I'm not saying that happens with every animal that's trapped. It certainly is not every case, but I am saying that the longer you leave an animal in the trap, the more likely you are to have those kinds of inhumane results. So we would very strongly urge you to reduce all trap checks down to 24 hours. That's kill traps and restraining traps. It's the humane thing to do. It's the right thing to do. And it's a way of saying, hey, if you're going to do this, do it right. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Jefferson Jacobs, and then Jane Biquette.
Hello, hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Jefferson Jacobs, and I'm the Riparian Restoration Coordinator for the Oregon Natural Desert Association, and was part of the State Beaver Working Group, whose recommendations were unanimously adopted by the Commission. The Beaver Working Group recommended that ODFW move away from managing beavers purely for population numbers and towards managing beavers to maximize ecosystem benefits, especially in light of climate change, drought, and fire. However, in the meantime, until ODFW begins implementing a more holistic management strategy, managing beavers' populations based on catch per unit effort continues. Poor beaver population health could delay or diminish current and future beaver benefits. So until beaver management is more ecosystem-based, it's important, in the meantime, at the very least, to try and manage for a healthy beaver population. And if CPUE data is the tool to be used to manage beaver populations in the meantime, then it's important to look at that data very carefully. CPUE is a simple equation dividing the number of beavers caught by the effort it takes to catch them. If the beaver population is increasing and trapping effort is stable, CPUE goes up. With more beavers to go around, it's easier to catch one. If CPUE declines and trapping is stable, it means it's getting harder to catch a beaver, implying fewer beavers. ODFW states that trapper effort and total beaver take are both decreasing, and that CPUE is stable. This means that fewer and fewer trappers are working just as hard to catch a beaver, implying fewer total beaver. A beaver population in decline, not a stable population, as stated. A stable population with declines in take and effort would result in an increasing CPUE, not a stable CPUE. Evidence for population decline is even more serious in the long term. There's a statistically significant trend of a decline in CPUE, as well as big declines in harvest and trapping effort since 1997. This means that for more than 2 decades, a lot fewer trappers have been working a lot harder to catch a lot fewer beaver, implying fewer beaver to go around and a 20-year decline in the beaver population. The regulation proposal states that failure to restrict harvest of fur bearers to allow for adequate reproduction and growth would result in adverse economic effects in the future, and that the regulations attempt to strike a balance that will provide opportunities and associated benefits subject to the need to conserve these wildlife populations, end quote. I encourage ODFW to revisit their data, their stated intention, and the economic impact of a declining beaver population. And I would suggest that part of a balanced reaction to 20 years of declining beaver populations might include clarifying regulation language regarding beaver's predator status and temporarily only permitting beaver trapping on rivers that are too large to be dammed by beavers on public lands. This would translate intentions into actions, provide for reproduction and growth, strike a more proportional balance between trapping opportunities and ecosystem benefits, and generate monitoring data to inform future management decisions. Today, we've heard a lot of great news about how all the various ways the different ODFW programs and strategies are making big changes to help enable beavers to manage the landscape. Let's make sure that the one program within ODFW with direct responsibility for managing the beaver population itself isn't just sticking to business as usual, but is also doing all they can to help enable these amazing ecosystem engineers. Thank you.
Thank you, Jefferson. And we'll go to Jane Baquette. And if I could just reiterate that we're trying, if possible, to keep this to 2 minutes. I know you came in expecting 3 because that's our typical. So people can, we're letting people go to 3, but please don't go over 3. And if you can keep it to 2, that would be terrific. So let's go to Jane. And Patty Mayfield, Scott Beckstead. So Patty? Go ahead.
Hi there. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, Chair Wall and Commissioners. My name is Patty Mayfield. I'm a 4th-generation Native Oregonian, a practicing veterinarian of 17 years. My family are 5th-generation cattle ranchers, and I'm an avid outdoors person. This winter, my dog stepped into a leg hold trap a mere 49 feet off a public trail. The experience was horrible and traumatizing. In my years in the emergency room, I've treated numerous non-target animal patients who were victims of leg hold traps. Many of these animals required limb amputation. Along with my veterinary colleagues on both the state and national level, I oppose the use of traps. We understand through decades of medical and scientific research that but for the perception of pain in the cerebrum, pain pathways are exactly the same in all mammals. Additionally, the State Legislative Assembly, under 167.305, finds and declares that animals are sentient beings capable of experiencing pain, stress, and fear, and that they should be cared for in ways that minimize that pain, stress, fear, and suffering. Through email correspondence this spring, Derek Broman informed me, quote, Oregon trappers spend on average $1,897 per year excluding time, which far exceeds individual profits from sales of harvest, end quote. Along with economic data available in the notice of proposed rulemaking, coupled with Mr. Broman's statement, this supports the fact that licensed trappers overwhelmingly engage in this activity, not for means of sustaining their families or for the purpose of livelihood. In fact, it's an expense. The reality is the majority of trappers are engaging in this behavior as a hobby. That's a very unpleasant feature of heritage and tradition. If the department refuses to abolish this outdated and irrelevant practice, then at least at bare minimum, reduce the amount of injury, pain, and suffering inflicted upon these animals. We have scores of medical and scientific research evaluating the devastating nature of crushing injuries which traps inflict, and the extensive tissue ischemia and necrosis that ensues within a 6 to 12-hour time period. We also understand that killing traps can fail, leaving animals to suffer for days. This data underscores the importance of trap check times of at least 24 hours, if not less, regardless of the arbitrary definition applied to animals or the location of the trap placement. I've heard trap proponents argue for why a trap check period time of less than 24 hours is impossible, including the location of traps, inclement weather, ultimately expense, to which I say it's the trapper's responsibility to make the time, possess the knowledge, and have the resources to safely use them. This includes a trap check time of less than 24 hours, as ethical trappers should adhere to. The staff proposing a 30-day trap check time to 14-day trap check time because of the inability of the work groups to reach a consensus is really quite senseless to me. These work groups have been debating the same principles for nearly 20 years. And in what way is changing it from 30 days to 2 weeks going to have any positive effect in reducing suffering? How does this change anything? It's extremely disappointing, and I implore you to abandon any established culture, bias, or precedent that fails to recognize the basics of humane and ethical treatment of animals.
Go ahead and
do
wrap up, if
something.
you will, please. Yeah.
Yes, thank you for your consideration. Please mandate the traps are checked every 24 hours.
Thank you. Scott Beckstead, and then Madeline Reese. If we could set it, I'll call them. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Chair Wall, members of the commission, for the record, Scott Beckstead, Director of Campaigns for Animal Wellness Action and the Center for a Humane Economy. I am also an adjunct professor of law at Willamette University, where I teach classes in animal law, wildlife law, Endangered Species Act. I want to save time here, so I'm just going to cut right to the chase. I won't repeat the very excellent testimony of Ms. Peterson, Ms. Reed, and others. But I just implore this commission to take a look at the overwhelming weight of public opinion as registered in comments to this body in support of 24-hour trap check requirements. You know, animal welfare matters to the people of Oregon, obviously. And for so long, the overwhelming majority of people who believe animals deserve to be treated humanely have been ignored by this body, and that needs to change. I was thrilled to be part of the beaver work group. I get to see beavers every morning on my morning hikes. They're amazing animals. We need them out on the landscape. You know, I'm going to cut it short here, but thank you so much for listening. And again, please listen to the overwhelming weight of public opinion that supports a 24-hour trap check requirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Could we go next to Madeline Reese and then Suzanne Fouty, please?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Maddie Reese, and I am a rising second-year law student at the University of Oregon Law School and resident of Eugene, Oregon. I'm also a law clerk with Cascadia Wildlands, a nonprofit conservation organization with the mission of defending and restoring Cascadia's wild ecosystems. Cascadia Wildlands was a lead petitioner on the 2020 request to close federal public lands to beaver trapping, and 2 years later, we are here again to ask that you do so. In 2020, as part of a large coalition of citizens, scientists, and conservation groups, we submitted a science-based petition to this commission seeking to close these lands to commercial and recreational beaver trapping and hunting. And rather than vote on our request, like in response to previous petitions to update state regulation of beaver killing, the commission established a working group. Hunting and trapping have since continued in the intervening 2 years. Beaver-created habitat would help Oregon's wild and human communities handle the impacts of climate change, including drought and unprecedented wildfire. Areas with recovered beaver populations experience improved stream temperatures, stream flows, and expanded high-quality fish and wildlife habitat. These areas also see creation of wildfire safe zones and faster post-fire recovery, which becomes increasingly relevant every year. Across Oregon, federal, state, and local agencies, conservation organizations, and many others have spent enormous amounts of time and money on stream and riparian habitat restoration to improve water flows and watershed conditions and imperiled species recovery. Many of these efforts mimic the activities of beavers and would be greatly enhanced at little to no cost by the presence of active beaver colonies. Meanwhile, existing regulations continue to allow the removal of beaver colonies, hindering and in some cases reversing these restoration efforts, wasting taxpayer dollars and undermining science-based ecological recovery. The recommendations to be presented by the work group are likely to be a good start, but this is the minimum action we need to take to help beaver recovery, water quality, and habitat restoration. We have already seen 2 years of additional damage instead of science-based regulation by ODFW. The evidence is clear that the commission should close federally managed public lands to beaver trapping and hunting. This common sense action would remove a key factor in human-caused beaver mortality and increase the ability of beavers to provide the ecosystem services our public lands desperately need. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Maddie. Suzanne Fouty and then Robert Beshta. Go ahead.
Chair Wall, commissioners, I'm going to ask the standard question. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Suzanne Fouty. I'm a retired Forest Service hydrologist and soil specialist and have a PhD from the University of Oregon. My research examines how cattle, elk, and beaver alter stream systems. As in 2020, I am here today to ask that you close federally managed public lands to commercial and recreational beaver trapping as a climate change response action. Published studies are clear that a closure will result in measurable water and habitat improvements as beavers and their dams increase in numbers and distributions. Improvements include better water quality and stream flows, improved and expanding fish and wildlife habitat, and increased natural fire breaks in safe areas for wildlife and livestock during wildfire. This closure request is not on your agenda because we were waiting on the outcome of the Beaver Management Work Group, which could not come to consensus on this issue. However, the need remains and the science is clear. Beaver can help in very direct ways to minimize climate change impacts. Therefore, I ask that a motion be made and seconded to add this request for discussion and a vote. Climate changes are accelerating, and Oregon's human and wild communities need you to take bold, immediate action. While the rule changes in the 2020 Notice of Proposed Rulemaking and the Beaver Management Work Group recommendations have value, they do not set Oregon on a path of rapid statewide stream riparian restoration needed to help minimize climate change impacts. But a closure of this magnitude can. This closure request involves 53% of the state, or about 32 million acres. It affects less than 20 people in a state of 4.2 million people and countless fish and wildlife, all of whom need water and other beaver habitat benefits. We have already lost 2 years of restoration, as in June 2020, citizens, conservation groups, and scientists made this same reclosure request. Despite going through the proper steps and receiving an ODFW email that our request was on the agenda for a vote, no vote took place. It turned out that the rule summary language in the 2020 Notice of Proposed Rulemaking had been crafted to be so restrictive that the Commission could only vote on the staff proposed rule changes. This was a massive failure of public process to the detriment of Oregon and agency credibility. This time, the rule summary language is not restrictive. It begins, amend rules related to fur bearer harvest, bag limits, area closures. It does not restrict the Commission to existing closures or proposed rule changes. As such, you can vote to close these public lands. I urge you to do so. Over these last 2 years, as beaver trapping and hunting continued, Oregon experienced drought, wildfires, water conflicts, salmon with lesions, towns burning to the ground, and burned wildlife and livestock. Our future will be much worse unless we change what and how we do things. Therefore, your decision will have major consequences far into the future, and it will follow you as you watch and experience what unfolds for Oregon's human and wild communities. Please act. Oregon needs you to lead. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we go next to Robert Beshta and then Mac Hankins? Go ahead.
Thank you. Chair Wall and Commissioners, my name is Robert Beshta, and I'm currently an emeritus professor in the Department of Forest Ecosystems and Society at Oregon State University. During the last year, I served as an alternate on the Beaver Management Working Group for Dr. Boone Kaufman. 3 days ago, on June 14th, I sent a letter and 2 attachments to the Commission highlighting the scientific importance of having beaver in Oregon streams. From that letter, there are several points I would like to emphasize. First of all, the North American beaver, known scientifically as Castor canadensis and represented prominently on the Oregon state flag, is not considered by the scientific community to be a predatory animal. Instead, the scientific community widely recognizes beaver to be a keystone species, a species with unique attributes for altering stream and riparian ecosystems in many important ways. In all ODFW publications and literature going forward, beaver should be identified as keystone species because their dams, ponds, and wetlands spread water and increase groundwater storage, trap sediment, and increase the diversity of plant communities and the amount of carbon they store. Beavers not only moderate the effects of climate change for streams and river and the riparian areas, but they also have a strong multiplying effect on the biodiversity that provides increased habitat support for a wide range of aquatic and terrestrial wildlife species. And they do it for free with major economic benefits to Oregonians and the state. Secondly, we are currently experiencing global climate and biodiversity crises that are increasingly affecting Oregon's stream and riparian ecosystems. Given that situation, it is of fundamental importance that the state and its agencies respond in a meaningful way. In the case of the Commission, you have an opportunity and an obligation to initiate needed changes in the management of beaver because of all the values and ecological functions this species provides. Rules are thus needed to create conditions so that beaver, as quickly and as many ways and areas as possible, can help offset the high risks that the ongoing climate and biodiversity crisis generate for life, property, and natural resources in Oregon. At a minimum, the closure of hunting and trapping of beaver on federally managed public lands would be an important first step. There are additional steps that could be pursued by the Commission, and some are included in the attachment B of my June 14th letter. Lastly, there is a serious and perplexing error that has been inserted in the final report of the Beaver Management Working Group, where it is indicated that in Oregon, quote, beavers are widely distributed and abundant, unquote. There is no evidence that I am aware of indicating contemporary beaver populations are abundant. Beaver populations were decimated by industrial scale trapping of the 1700s and have never had a chance to recover. Today, the frequency of beaver dams in Western Oregon is low and in long-term decline, and their frequency in Eastern Oregon is exceptionally low. Overall, beaver remain functionally extirpated from the state, and action by the Commission is urgently needed to reverse this situation. And I thank the Commission for the opportunity to provide testimony and would be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt Hankins, and then Sierra Shearland, and then Paul Engelmeyer.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, so I'm going to be the black sheep of the group. There's been some information that is lacking that I've noticed. Number one, part of the low harvest for the past several years probably has something to do with the fact that beaver are not currently worth anything, along with most of the fur market being down extraordinarily, coyotes in particular. So to base the fact that there's less beaver being trapped in Oregon because there is less being trapped, period, because of population, I find a little uneasy. I think there's less interest in trappers trapping them due to the lack of funding, because trapping is expensive, as we know. Also, the 24-hour trap check program, there's 19 states that have a 24-hour trap check. Comparing Oregon to other states is not really all that fair, I feel. 20 states are 36 to a daily, 3 or 48 hours, and 6 or 48 or more. I feel that the eastern side of Oregon had a tough time efficiently trapping with a 24-hour trap check, and I just don't see how it's going to work. But thank you for your time. I will cut it short so we can get through the rest of this list and move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mac. Sierra Shearland. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Wall and Commissioners. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Sierra Shearland, and I'm a junior at Oregon State University. When people ask me where I'm going to be in 10 years, I don't know what to say because the future looks grim. Just in Oregon, we have had droughts and wildfires, and I know it is going to just keep getting worse. We might not have a devastating wildfire this year, but there will not be another big one, and we know that the climate-related events are just going to get worse and continue to devastate communities. It feels to me and to a lot of us that we have no future. The science about climate change has been clear for so long, and we know there are changes we can make to mitigate the impacts, but it feels like the science is never enough. My question to you from all of us is, what will it take for it to be enough to take action? I'm here today to ask you to take action on this beaver closure request, and I've also submitted over 40 letters from other OSU students who are also very anxious about what is happening, and they want something positive and tangible to happen. They understand that beaver can in fact help us mitigate things like drought and wildfire. We want to be able to look to the future and know there's a future to look forward to. During spring break, my friend and fellow OSU student went to Ashland and spoke to people who are working to protect against future wildfires, and beaver often come up as a possibility to help with wildfire, to create places that will not burn, that are safe zones. We read articles that tell us how areas in Colorado and Oregon didn't burn where there were beaver ponds and wetlands. Again, I come back to you and ask this question. The science tells us what we need to know. You know this. You know that beaver can help. What is it going to take to make a decision that allows beaver to start doing their work all over Oregon so that I and other young people like me get the possibility of a future? We don't want to hear you say that you care about us and our future. We want you to show us and take action that makes us really feel like you care. Please close these public lands so that beaver can start to expand and do their work. Thank you.
Thank you, Sierra. Paul Engelmeyer? Yes. Got it. Thank you. Randy Comaleo? Go ahead.
Hi, Chair Wall and members of the Commission, and thank you for continuing to allow participation in Commission meetings via video conference. My name is Randy Camelio. I live in Corvallis, and over the past year, I watched over 40 hours of beaver management and trap check work group meetings. During these meetings, a parade of experts, including scientists, federal land managers, ethicists, and even some trappers, explained the critical ecological need for more beavers on the land and for reducing the suffering of wild animals caught in traps. At the same time, a few others struggled to justify the need to trap beavers on federally managed public lands in Oregon and for inhumane trap check times. Some even went as far as suggesting that fewer beavers might result in more beaver dams and that animals do not suffer in traps. It was stunning to watch. Facing a global climate crisis with unpredictable effects on wildlife, this is a moment where the Commission can do something for all Oregonians and refocus wildlife management on ecosystem health and biodiversity, rather than continuing to allow trapping everywhere under lax trap check rules. We need to set aside significant areas of the state where beavers can exist unexploited by trappers and can achieve ecologically meaningful populations. We also need uniform trap check requirements at the minimum standard to reduce animal suffering. A simple and logical start would be to ban commercial and recreational trapping on federally managed public lands and institute a uniform 24-hour trap check time for all wildlife anywhere in the state. These two changes would be a small sacrifice that trappers could make in how they practice their hobby in order to benefit all Oregonians and reduce the suffering of wildlife caught in traps. Thank you for considering my comment.
Thank you. The next three people are Amy Stewart, Brian Pozowitz, and then Amy Patrick, who's in the room. So Amy Stewart.
Thank you, Chair Wall, members of the Commission, and Director Melcher for the opportunity to comment. For the record, my name is Amy Stewart. I, and as a member of the Great Old Brownsford Wilderness, respectfully request a moratorium of beaver trapping and hunting on all federally managed public lands. I'm a retired fish and wildlife biologist from Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. I spent 31 years of my career with ODFW and finished as the watershed manager for the Deschutes Basin. But I'm also on the leadership team of the Bitterbush Broadband in Central Oregon. It's one of 4 chapters located in Oregon, and we're part of the Great Old Broads for Wilderness, which is a national grassroots organization led by women that works to protect wilderness in our public lands. Our 4 broadbands in Oregon believe that a moratorium on beaver trapping on federal public lands is a simple first step towards restoring beavers at a landscape level that will have immediate benefits. In addition, it supports Governor Brown's executive order on climate change and ODFW's climate and ocean policy. I don't need to repeat the testimony that everybody has done so far in support of beaver restoration that has gone before me. You already know the multitude of ecosystem benefits that beaver provide. We personally have seen firsthand the benefits of beaver in the Ochoco Forest and on Bridge Creek, which is a tributary to the John Day River, where there has been a moratorium on trapping. And where beavers have become established, they've restored channel morphology and reconnected streams to floodplains. As several people have said before me, we're in the midst of twin crises of our own making of climate change and loss of biodiversity. Notwithstanding the last 2 months of snow and rain, we've been experiencing a drought that many are saying is the worst in over 1,200 years, affecting communities, agriculture, and particularly important to me, fish and wildlife. Natural climate solutions using the beaver must play a critical role in Oregon's approach to mitigating climate change. There are less than 200 licensed beaver hunters and trappers in Oregon out of a population of over 4 million Oregonians. Past trapping and hunting closures in Oregon's history showed that beaver populations can be restored with a moratorium. It's time to limit the impacts of trapping by a small number of trappers on our federally managed public lands for the benefit of all Oregonians and our native fish and wildlife. We're only asking for protection on federal lands that comprise a little more than half of Oregon. The remaining lands are still open for trapping and hunting. Although I appreciate the fact that the staff has proposed making some investments in increasing monitoring and reporting, that just doesn't make it for protecting beaver. If you believe in making our best effort to restore native fish and wildlife, especially our most vulnerable species like ESA-listed salmon and steelhead, if you believe in restoring our riparian area streams and floodplains, if you believe in doing our best efforts to modify impacts from drought and flooding, then it's time to take that first step and protect our state animal. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Amy. Let's go to Brian. Go ahead, Brian.
Yes, hi, everybody. Good afternoon. Chair Wall, members of the Commission, thank you for the chance to comment today. My name is Brian Pozowitz. I am here on behalf of Humane Voters Oregon. We are an Oregon-only nonprofit working to promote the humane treatment of animals. We joined some written comments with a number of other groups asking you to shorten Oregon's trap check times. We also submitted written comments of our own on several other aspects of the proposed rules, and I hope you will have a chance to look at those if you haven't already. Before I become too critical, I want to say first that we support some of the policy decisions reflected in the proposed rules. including the expanded trapping closures on state-owned lands and not expanding the so-called pursuit seasons in which, as I understand it, people chase wildlife with dogs for recreation. Beyond that, I hope you have seen in the record the overwhelming number of public comments against business as usual when it comes to hunting and trapping wildlife in Oregon for fur and recreation. There are hundreds of comments about the cruelty of trapping and, in particular, the time that animals may spend suffering in traps under Oregon's lax trap check requirements. There are also hundreds of comments about hunting and trapping of beavers and the impact that may have on the health of our watersheds, not to mention the beavers themselves. I do not have unrealistic expectations about what's going to happen today in terms of changes to the proposed rules, but I hope that in the future, the Commission and the Department will give increasing consideration to whether it makes sense, given all the concerns about animal welfare and ecosystem health, to continue killing wildlife in Oregon for fur and recreation for the benefit of what I understand to be a pretty small number of people, fewer than 2,000. Thank you very much for considering my comments.
Thank you, Brian. Let's go next to Amy.
Good afternoon again.
Hi there.
For the record, my name is Amy Patrick. I'm the Policy Director for the Oregon Hunters Association, and I'd like to just say up front, since several of the folks who have already testified went well over the 3 minutes, some over 4 minutes, I would appreciate equal time to get through my testimony this afternoon. I will try to keep it short, but I feel I need to address several things that have been said here. As a member of the work group for the beaver management work group and an alternate on the trap check work group, I feel it's a disingenuous representation of what we discussed in those work groups to categorize it as saying that we couldn't agree that animals suffer in traps. There was a lot of conversation around that, and while we didn't agree on the use of inhumane and humane and those terminologies, we also didn't agree on the fact that there was a difference between suffering and stress that animals also exhibit. So I believe that's a disingenuous representation of the work that we did and the conversations that we had in those work groups, and that was not an obstacle that couldn't be overcome to reach consensus. And unfortunately, that work group did fail to reach any recommendations, which is why staff brought forward the recommendation that they did, because they did not have any other recommendations from our work group to go off of. So we support the staff's recommendation, because in the lack of recommendations to come out of a work group, a commission-sanctioned work group that met for 9 months, that was the only viable suggestion for them to work off of. Additionally, I'd like to say that we are against any other reductions in intervals without the inclusion of very necessary stakeholders that were not at the table in this work group. The Trap Check work group did not include the Oregon Cattlemen's Association, the Oregon Sheep Growers Association, nor did it have representation from the wildlife control operators. All of those organizations would bring vital information and deal specifically with the predatory animal damage issues that are on the table here. Without the inclusion of those very important voices of user groups, I think it's a disingenuous move to try to reduce those trap check times when we have not really clearly heard from all of those folks. Additionally, if we are looking at reducing intervals for predatory animal damage, I think there are two parts of the equation that need to be considered. If we are looking at reducing the interval in the name of humaneness and animal welfare, the other side of that equation is also the user groups that rely on that to protect their animals. So I would posit to you that if there are reductions in the intervals, then there also needs to be a complementary compensation side of that for wildlife services to maintain the level of service that they would provide for these landowners. To me, that provides a more balanced equation. If we reduce trap check intervals, and that requires wildlife services to be out on the landscape more often, looking and checking those traps, that is going to require them to have a larger funding source to put those people on the ground. Now, that was part of the initial proposal that we put forward when we offered up the 30-day to 14-day as a compromise in the work group. It was coupled with that funding piece. That funding piece was rejected by the protectionist groups and has since fallen off of the conversation, and I'd like to bring it back around because I don't believe it is a fair and equal balance to that equation of change if we do not provide funding for a level of service to offset those intervals. I'd also just like to reference, I know I haven't seen them, but I can picture the information that Mr. Salinger provided for you. I could provide you with just as many pictures of sheep with their faces chewed off, cows with their udders chewed out. It's not a competition of who can show you the most graphic pictures of damage, but I would posit to you that for every picture that somebody may show you of a predator in a trap, there is a livestock or another animal who has suffered from a predatory attack on that animal. So I would just ask that you, as you look at those photos, you realize that there is a balance there. And when somebody says that it's inhumane to trap, somebody else could also say it's inhumane not to, and to leave livestock unprotected. I'm sure I'm well over my time, and so I will wrap up and just say one more comment on the fact that folks are calling for a beaver trapping ban. That is so disheartening to me after spending a year of my life on the beaver management work group and going through all of those conversations only to have it come back again in this meeting. It's disheartening, and we worked very hard in that work group to come up with those recommendations. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Amy. Jim Soers, and then Lauren Smith, Kyle Williams, Stan Steele, Don Nichols. So Jim Soers, and I think he's online and the rest of the people are in the room.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Jim. Yes, we can. We thought you weren't there.
Chair Wall, Director Melcher, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Jim Soers. I am Vice President of the Oregon Trappers Association. I live in Wallowa. Concerning fur bearer regulations through 2024, we are supporting the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife staff recommendations. On my coyote lines, I trap 10 to 12 ranches. It takes me 8 to 10 hours to check traps. I cover about 75 miles. These ranchers want and need me out there controlling the coyote populations. No one ever brings up that checking traps is only half the work associated with running a trap line. There's an equal amount of work to skin flesh, wash, stretch, and comb the pelt to make it of the greatest possible value. On my trap line, that would require, between the checking traps and handling the fur, it would be about 20 hours of work. And you expect me to do it in 24 hours and turn around next day and do it again. This is why we have a 48-hour check, and we need to remain at that. Trappers want to get as far away from any populated areas as they possibly can. If a 24-hour track check was imposed, the most likely result would be more traps closer to populated areas, as trappers are forced to attempt to keep transportation costs within reason. This is the last thing we want, as it increases the possibility of catching a wandering pet. We have worked hard to let everyone know that they need to take reasonable precautions to avoid catching pets. The last thing we want is to catch anyone's pets, and that could happen with a 24-hour trap check. I want to address predatory rules for Oregon Department of Agriculture, Wildlife Services. Any shortening of trap check intervals needs to be directly tied to guaranteed budget increases from the legislature to maintain control of damage incurred by the agricultural community. And also concerning beaver, I live in Wallowa County. We have 6 closures on streams here in Wallowa County. 5 of those 6 have been closed for over 50 years with no increase in beaver. people associated that know that it's habitat, it's not trapping, that controls beaver populations. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Can we go to Lauren Smith and then Kyle Williams? Go ahead.
Chair Wall, Director Melcher, members of the Commission, for the record, my name is Lauren Smith, and I am the Director of Government and National Affairs at the Oregon Farm Bureau. And thank you for the opportunity to provide comment on ODFW's proposed fur bearer and unprotected mammal regulations today. By way of background, Oregon Farm Bureau is the state's largest agricultural trade association, representing approximately 6,500 farm and ranch families across the state. Excuse me. Predator control is of immense importance to OFB members, and as such, we urge the Commission to not make drastic changes to trap check timelines without reconvening a work group or rules advisory committee to mitigate the impacts on land managers, and requesting increased funding from the legislature for the Predator Control Program. And I'd also like to say I agree with all of Amy's comments that she made. They were very succinct on the work group. Predators are increasing on the landscape, and damage to livestock can result in thousands of dollars of economic loss. Farmers and ranchers operate on extremely thin margins. The loss of even a few animals can be the difference in a rancher being profitable for the season. Farmers and ranchers are already under immense economic pressure due to a myriad of issues, including all of the inflation that we're all feeling. And any changes to our trap check timelines will directly impact their operations and how they manage predator animal damage on their operations. Currently, USDA Wildlife Services is contracted to assist with controlling damage caused by predatory animals to agricultural crops and livestock. This includes predation from bear, cougar, fur bearers, and having this program fully funded is essential to Oregon's farmers and ranchers who face this immense financial loss from their predation. Decreasing trap check times across multiple categories will require USDA Wildlife Services to double their staff to complete the same amount of work. Reducing the trap check times without the corresponding budget increases to the predator control budget puts agricultural producers at greater risk of depredation and eliminates vital agency resources needed to respond and mitigate the damage caused by coyotes and other fur bearers. Therefore, we urge the Commission to consider the big picture and not just seek reductions in trap check timelines that will add greater harm to Oregon's agricultural producers without considering what could mitigate those impacts. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment, and please don't hesitate to reach out with any of your questions or concerns.
Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you.
Let's go to Kyle Williams.
Hopefully I made my font big enough I can read it. Chair Wall, Director Melcher, and members of the Commission. My name is Kyle Williams, and I'm the Director of Forest Protection for the Oregon Forest and Industries Council. We are a trade association representing more than 50 Oregon forest landowners and forest products manufacturers who protect and manage more than 4 million acres of forest lands, employ nearly 60,000 Oregonians, and together make Oregon a nationwide leader in providing sustainable home building materials. There's two items I want to touch on today that can be found within the proposed regulations, fur bearer regulations. I would start by focusing on the modifications to beaver harvest and reporting resulting from Senate Bill 1501, a historic piece of legislation which codified the most comprehensive set of changes to private forest land management since the inception of the Forest Practices Act 50 years ago. Beginning on page 7 of the draft rules, you will find intentionally specific language that makes changes to beaver harvest and reporting on forested lands, which are a result of more than a year of negotiations between private forestry representatives, small forest landowners, and environmental groups known as the Private Forest Accord. OFIC and its members are participating in the rulemaking to enact regulations consistent with the deal's terms, and these changes to the fur bearer regulations mark another step to full implementation of that agreement. Next, I would like to address modifications to the trap check times. I participated in the work group effort that unfortunately didn't achieve what I think we had all hoped for. One thing that we did accomplish was the recommendation for a reduction from 30 days down to 14, for traps that we as forest land managers utilize to protect our seedlings from being damaged and eaten by large rodents. This reduction will double costs to land managers for labor, transportation, equipment, animal and crop loss, and more. However, we accept this modification down to 14 days in the spirit of good faith negotiation. However, we would strongly oppose anything less. There was also discussion about modifications to both the 76-hour and 7-day restraining trap check intervals that never did achieve support. The workgroup conversation was frustrating for a lot of reasons, primary of which was a sense that both sides of the discussion couldn't fully appreciate the weight of what changing the intervals would mean to each other. The reality is reducing any of these intervals will require significantly more resources for a landowner to accomplish the task of responsibly protecting their livestock or crops. OFIC was and continues to be open to discussing change, but only to the extent that modifying these intervals is offset by providing adequate funding and resources for land managers to still accomplish this critical work. With that said, I would encourage adoption of the staff recommendation as drafted. Thank you for your time and willingness to consider my perspective.
Thank you, Kyle. Stan Steele, and then Don Nichols. Yes. Oh, okay. He's here? No. On there. Got it. Thank you. Go ahead, Stan. Welcome again.
Chair Wall, Director Melcher, Commissioners, my name is Stan Steele. Here representing the Oregon Trappers Association and the Oregon United Sporting Dogs Association, amongst other groups that'll take up too much time to mention. Commissioner Becky Hatfield-Hyde, thank you for keeping me centered on some of these topics. She did a great job. It was great advice. These are controversial issues. We can look at going through the private forest accord, Senate Bill 1501 or 1502. We can understand that we talk about the conservation groups that were there. I want to talk about the conservation groups that weren't there. The harvesters. Fur bearer harvesters were totally excluded from this accord. But yeah, we're the ones that were impacted the most from removal of harvest of beaver. Now, some are saying that that's a cruel and unusual activity, but it's a wildlife management activity that's recognized worldwide and utilized in research to, ultimate consumptive of good. So I could go through a whole list of problems that I saw with the two work groups, and I participated in both of them, but I can also talk about some great things that came out of those work groups. When we sit down, and probably one of the things that I saw today with the great memorandum of understanding with agreement with the Coquille, is that things were happening when people were in person. We were building relationships. We were actually having across the table discussions about what's our problem, where are we losing our focus, how then can we come back together. And out in the hallway this morning when I got here, had a great conversation with Bob Salinger. We're probably at opposite ends of a lot of this on the discussion, but because we were able to talk, we actually came into what I would classify as some agreement that we need to talk more and that we're not as far apart as a lot of people think. But when we're doing things over a computer screen, we call it computer warriors. It's so easy to say what we want to say, or we're not worried about offending. I've always been a guy that kind of can get dug in quickly, but I've also been a guy that says, let's have good conversation. So the PFAs, in my opinion, everybody's touting them as a fantastic deal. When you leave the most impacted user group out of the deal, boy, I have a hard time raising that to a level of fantastic. As catch per unit of effort, I want to address that. I could talk forever on this because I am so passionate about it, but catch per unit effort is not a way that you can judge a population. It's where you can judge how many people are out there interacting with that population. And I worked CPUE as an enforcement officer for decades. When the market falls on beaver prices or bobcat prices or coyote prices or muskrat prices, the participation or the harvest will fall. So CPUE is not necessarily a good judgment of what's going on with the actual animal population. The Trapper Ed, OTA would love to see an enhanced trapper education in Oregon to where we actually have in-person trapper ed, where we, Senate Bill 60 in Montana. And if I get over, just cut me off.
You're
Okay.
over 30 seconds already.
Okay, so, but I guess
here
we'll
am
take
cutting
up
you
some of Kelly's time that she went over. But what we'll do is in Senate Bill 60 is an outline trapper education course that is really going to would help us. And we need to review that here and analyze it and see how that can help us. Wildlife services backfill of funding. If we're going to cut services from our different time intervals, we need to make sure that we have a legislative action and a policy option package that keeps our maintains our level of service. And then in closing, we had predator management districts set up. And the same groups came in and opposed those predator management districts in the last legislative session that took away. So there's a lot that we still need to talk about, and I think that is where we need to go. But I would also say in closing, and I know I'm over, staff's recommendations are reasonable and talks need to continue. And as I said earlier, we can get to a better place. Thank you.
Thank you, Stan.
Sorry for going over.
John, and then Paul Engelmeyer, and then we're finished with the public testimony. So go ahead, John.
Chair Walls, Commission members, I must be honest with you and state for the record that I am not Don Nichols. I relied upon someone to sign me up. My name is Doug Nicole, and I am president of the Oregon Trappers Association.
We're just glad somebody else made the mistake, not us.
But it was my fault. I'll take the blame. I should have done it, but somebody said, oh no, I'll do it for you. So as president of the Oregon Trappers Association, I would like to add our support to staff's proposal for you to accept fur bearer regulations that have been presented to you. So, man, I'm way under. I'm going to be the first one. I'm going to set a precedence here to get up, say what I want, and get out of here. So, thank you.
Thank you, Don or Doug. Go ahead, Paul. Can't hear you yet. I think you're muted.
Correct. Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Wall and other commissioners. I'll try and make this incredibly fast. I've got a lot to say. I'm in support of the request from Suzanne Foudy and Dr. Beshta about a motion and a vote discussion that's critical. We've got an opportunity right now to move forward. We don't really need to wait. And so when I look at the issue in the Beaver Working Group, they didn't even discuss the fact that Oregon has more streams on the 303D list than any other state. And beavers will help that issue. Our systems are impacted across the board. And so beavers will be part of the solution. And so a vote will clearly show what the opportunities we have that we should act on. The morning discussion about climate and drought set the stage for what we can do. The question was, what could we do? We could do something today that would help all of these systems, multiple conservation plans. Coastal coho was identified in the Beaver Working Group recommendations, but there's every other ESU is listed under the Endangered Species Act, and every one of them has pointed to beaver being part of the solution. Those date back to the 90s, some of those water, and they pointed to that, and we still haven't had action. Public lands, that is an opportunity because of the investments we're making. When I shared with folks that we have invested in our Central Coast, Mid-Coast Basin, about $100 million to restore these watersheds in 25 years. The next question was, wow, if that's just the Central Coast, how much is happening statewide? I said, I'll check it out. Well, the ballpark number is $1.1 billion to recover the beaver, recover salmon and watersheds. Would beaver help on that? Not a question mark. Storing water naturally, improving water quality, and it's linked to our own ODFW state conservation strategy. So you put on another 50, 60 species that would benefit. from robust beaver populations at a landscape scale. That's where we need to go. That's the vision. It's the vision for recovery of watersheds and the multiple species, and that animal will work for us for free. And right now, they're on the sidelines. They're present in the landscape, but they're not robust populations. That's what we need. Beaver complexes storing water in the upper portion of the basin on federal lands, and we will see a response. This is something that we can do. That's the question from the young woman from OSU, Sierra, and many of us. What can we do? Well, I've been invested in the Central Coast for 25 years, and there is movement, there's action, and it is happening all over the state, and it's literally hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, and we're not even incorporating this species that will work for us for free. So I urge you to make a nomination, a motion, a second, and acknowledge this fact that there's investments and opportunities that we can do right now. And so I really hope that the commission steps forward. We don't have to wait, because we will be at the same point in time in the future. Next trapping season discussion. So thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Okay, commissioners, thank you all for testifying. And we are ready for questions to staff again. And Commissioners, just so you know, I think what we'll do is when we get, no, go ahead, that's great. Let's ask our questions to staff, and then we'll parse this just a bit. We'll take the trap check issue first and then the rest of it. So we may be able to work our way through that one a little faster, and then we'll work with the rest of it. Does that make sense? Are you, yeah.
Just right, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I think Commissioner King and then Commissioner Labhart.
Well, thank you, Chair Wall. I think this is a simple question. It's in the amendments, like when you listed all the different watersheds where trapping is prohibited. I just wonder if it's just a simple omission. When I was reading through them, when I got to the minimum, and there's 6, and I think the 7th one is supposed to say trapping is prohibited, because all the rest of them say that it is. So I wonder if it's just literally just missing.
I had the same question, and the staff report actually said that the Minam tributaries, the Minam and its tributaries there was a ban or a closure, but not in the rule.
But not in the rule. Right, exactly. That's why I'm asking it, because I remember seeing that, and then when I read the rule, I thought, huh. And it says, at least in my copy, 13 of 38.
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner King, and you were saying you saw it somewhere else that it was prohibited?
The chart on page 11 of the staff report.
Okay.
It said it was closed in the Minam and the tributaries, but not in the rule, which is on page 4 of the rule.
So I think part of the issue here is that that's in reference to, sorry, Chair Wall, Commissioner King. I think there's a difference in the Minam wildlife area versus the Minam River. So I think there's I have to take a deeper dive to try to see where to dive into. I think it's
Yeah, what I'm reading, at least on this amendments, is it says Minam River Wildlife Area. And I thought that would be where this trapping is prohibited applies. That's what all the other ones say. So, like the next page says Power City Wildlife Area. So, and it literally is just that one.
Yeah, so Chair Wall, Commissioner King, I think what the source might be is there's the beaver-specific closures on the Minam River and its watershed, and then there are the Minam Wildlife Area trapping closures.
Okay.
that one is specific to beaver, typically associated with these waterways, which we're expanding to include the land immediately adjacent to them. And the other is the wildlife area itself. I think that's the source, but I'm trying to find back and forth a couple times.
I think, but this, I mean, again, what I'm reading, it says Fur Bearer Harvest Pursuit amend rules regarding trapping on department lands. So, I mean, like I said, I just think number 7 is missing. Because it's on every other one, not that one. And I just found that odd.
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner King, appreciate pointing that out. We've been asked several questions about the plan, the Minam River Commission adopted wildlife area plan, and we had committed to do that once we get through these 2. So we're just starting into that process. That the final purchase of that, I think, is by December of 23, and so it's a great point out because we'd have to look at what that means for the current land ownership there. It does have winter closures that don't allow people to go into there, but I think the beaver closure is appropriate to the waterways and that sort of stuff. But now we're talking about the land base of the wildlife area, and that certainly could be a recommendation that you make. But we have not brought forward a wildlife area management plan for the Minam River Wildlife Area in the new whole wildlife area as it's being purchased. So,
Yeah, and I'll add to that. I mean, through this process, we went to look at all of those land ownerships. And so there you can see that even on the Minam, we are talking about other changes beyond just trapping. We're trying to look at a consistency of use, size of the property. Can you have a handful of people on there and all recreate together without bumping into each other and causing any problems? So those edits for the Minam primarily are the other uses that we're trying to address, not necessarily just the trapping component. That property is large enough that we probably would allow it on the property.
yeah. And Chair Wall, Commissioner King, could also emphasize at the very beginning of Division 8 in 0050, it provides the opportunity to issue our staff at the wildlife areas can issue permits for trapping. So many of our wildlife areas have trapping prohibited because in general you just can't go there and trap. But we use trapping there to, for instance, at Summer Lake to trap muskrats and different things that we have problems with in population-wise for some of the dikes and levees and that sort of stuff. So by putting it in there in the Minam River Wildlife Area, it puts out that trapping is prohibited. You just can't go there without permission, without notification, and do trapping during those seasons. If the wildlife area staff wants to engage in trapping, then they go through the process of having that discussion in wildlife area management plan and then talking about that and issuing permits. For us, that technique works well because then we get a great reporting back on our lands and what's happening on those. And we do that at several of our wildlife areas.
So does that sentence need to be in there? So does number 7, trapping is prohibited, in there or not?
Chair Wall, Commissioner King, it is not there now. If you want to make that a part of your motion when we get there, that is perfectly fine. I mean, it's simple. So
Okay.
I think you could reflect that easily in a motion, and we would understand that. We usually take the nod over to council to make sure it's clear in what's in the motion.
Thank you. Thank you.
Other, Commissioner Labhart.
Yeah, 3 questions, and while I'm asking the questions, I think they're short answers, but could you pull up the one chart, Derek, that shows the 48 hours, 76, 7 days? Could you just pull that up while I'm asking the question? So the first question, hopefully short answer, but one of the testifiers said beavers are functionally extirpated from the state of Oregon. Is that an accurate statement?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart, no.
Okay, thank you. Another testifier said 36 states have 24-hour trap check. Could you clarify that for me?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart, I think I have probably a back pocket slide. We've shared these quite a bit with the work group. That's inaccurate. So 24 hours is different than daily. 48 hours is different than daily. 36 hours is different than daily. So when looking at the state, and these are for, I should clarify, these are for the licensed fur taker activities. A number of states have exemptions or no trap check periods at all when it comes to damage. And in many states, that oftentimes fall outside of the Fish and Wildlife Agency. So just for the licensed fur taker activities, across the United States, there's only 48 states that have trapping. Delaware and Hawaii do not have trapping at all, so the sum here is 48. 19 states have a 24-hour trap check. 20 states range between 36 hours and daily, and legally, daily is basically 47 hours and 59 minutes. So I oftentimes pull out 48 explicitly, even though it's basically an hour difference than daily. And then there are 6 states that range from 72 hours, 96 hours, or none at all for even the licensed fur taker activity.
Okay, could you go to that chart now?
Oh yes, the one you asked for originally?
Yeah, there we go. So I'm pretty sure that there's going to be a motion or discussion about shorting the trap check requirements. So on predatory animals with restraining trap before damage, predatory animals with restraining trap and damage is occurring, and predatory animal with killing traps, it's accurate to say that Wildlife Services is the majority of the entity that implements those 3 categories. Is that a fair statement? Is that correct?
Chair, Commissioner Labhart, I would say that Wildlife Services is indeed one of the biggest players statewide.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if we in fact shorten the trap check requirements, which I believe there's going to be some effort to do that, how does Wildlife Services do that? I mean, how do they, if you shorten it, it's a greater workload, correct? I mean, you're shorting the time frame, so you got to be out there more often. So how would Wildlife Services address that?
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart, as part of our opportunities to address predatory animal damage, we get those dollars from legislature that are both passed to Oregon Department of Agriculture and Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife to deal with those issues. And we have an intergovernmental agreement with USDA Wildlife Services, and they're really the experts to answer the question. I'd like to call up the Assistant State Director with USDA Wildlife Services, Kevin Christensen. He can introduce himself for the record and really answer that question more directly about what impact a certain change would be, whether that's with his service staff now or economically. Okay. It'd be a more accurate answer.
So Kevin, while you're coming up, do you understand the question I'm asking?
I think so.
Introduce yourself for the record. Great.
So, Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher, for the record, I'm Kevin Christensen, the Assistant State Director for USDA Wildlife Services here in Oregon. Chair Wall and Commissioner Lampart, your question is, what would be that? What would it take for Wildlife Services then to adjust to a shortened time frame?
Correct.
So, given a proposal of 48 hours, currently at 7 days, and again, that's a max check interval. That's not the minimum. That's the max that a trap could be checked. But in a hypothetical world, and in the work that we do, when we have a lot of complaints coming in, an employee could work, say, 5 days a week and work 5 different unique areas where they could maintain equipment while also having the landowners check on their behalf to help a quicker response time. If we move to something like 48 hours, a 2-day time interval, that would be anywhere from 2 to even 3 times the amount of workload. Because if you look at a calendar schedule of a check interval on a Monday, Wednesday, Friday, then your alternate days would be a Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and then that puts, with labor standards, putting employees working routinely on weekends, you have to look at alternate schedules, paying the overtime, and then so you're looking anywhere from doubling or even upwards to tripling staff to try and maintain that same level of workload.
So, given that you've got a current budget right now, and as I understand, you're not able to meet the current requests that you have right now, so you prioritize.
Correct.
So I'll just use this as an example, because starlings that are eating cherry trees, and somebody calls you up and said, I need to take care of starlings, and you have a requirement of a 48-hour trap check, would you say, well, wait a minute, starlings, you're low priority now because I've got a law or a rule that says I got to do 48 hours. So you would, I'm using this only as an example. Would you tell that landowner, sorry, I can't get to you, but because I've got to do this? Is that, I mean, because you're not, right now you don't have any more money, right? I mean, I'm trying to figure out, you'd have to prioritize your workload if we did this. Is that correct?
Yeah, Chair Wall and Commissioner Lampart, that's the experience that we're already engaged in. We're always having to prioritize.
Okay.
Having longer intervals, you know, even though we still have landowners helping to monitor equipment for us, if they notify us we have something, we can prioritize our day to get to that right away. But in the same regards, there's always going to be some new damage or new loss or conflict or even a human health and safety event that comes up that takes precedence. And so then when you're bound by intervals, that's going to interject a lot of challenging environment where you're going to have to turn down being responsive to requests to meet those obligations. And that's certainly going to be hard for staff, knowing that there are needs out there and not being able to meet those needs.
Okay. So without new funding, that's what you'd have to do, or additional funding. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Spellbrink.
Yeah. Thank you, Joe. Well, yeah, I thought, well, as long as we have Kevin up here, I'd ask him now. I guess I was just going to ask, you know, you have contracts, you work with municipalities, cities, counties, and private ownership also.
Yes, Chair Wall and Commissioner Spellbrink, yes. Wildlife Services enters into contracts with ODFW and ODA, also with counties, and then we do enter into agreements with other municipalities, private businesses, private landowners, working with other state agencies. So we work with, and other federal agencies, so we work with just about everyone.
Do you have any idea how many contracts you actually have at any given time, like now?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink, I would say probably an annual average around 200 different fiscal agreements that we enter into with various entities. You know, obviously the state entity being a large one, or even the counties. But when we enter into all those other individual small ones, we're running a lot of different directions to respond to a lot of unique needs across the state.
You're busy.
Yes, we are.
Thank you. Let's go to Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Yeah, this might be kind of off the wall, but since we have Kevin in the room, I'm pretty concerned about what's been happening in terms of funding for wildlife services, and I have not been in the bubble of the Oregon legislature and what's been happening, but I'm pretty concerned, and this relates back to the issue of wolves also, whether or not wildlife services has the funding to step in when necessary, because the funding keeps getting cut to you guys. And I noticed it with the budget conversation this morning too, the 10% off of wildlife services. I would just like you to speak to that, and it's related to the trap check, but it's not. It's just you're here.
Chair Wall and Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, thank you for the question. Yes, funding is always a dynamic challenge. You know, the state has their biennial funding process, and Wildlife Services is always subject to potential cuts on that funding mechanism, and also what the state legislature decides to fund the state agencies. We also then enter into agreements with those counties on an annual basis, and counties are terribly plagued with a lot of competing priorities. And the level in which they're able to fund a wildlife services employee in their county to respond to requests is a dynamic challenge from year to year. And between those sources and some federal sources, that makes up the majority, the funding for those county-based employees. And federal funds, state funds, county funds are volatile. A lot of unknowns. And so each year that is a challenge to be able to have any level of guarantee how Wildlife Services is going to be able to respond to requests.
So can I just follow up on that? So if you have like non-lethal work that you could be doing, it's actually pretty critical, I think, in terms of, for example, wolves. But if you're relying, we were just in Wallowa County, if Wallowa County's commissioners
are required to come up with the money for wildlife services, but it's a lot of people in Multnomah County that actually want a more non-lethal hazing type stuff going on. What can we do about that?
Chair Wall and Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, yes. With funding dynamics and different pressures for wildlife services to provide different types of services, it really comes down to receiving the funds sufficient to do those activities. Recently, in the last 2 fiscal years, federal fiscal years, Wildlife Services has received congressional funding due to elevated interest and support in Congress to be able to provide funding for non-lethal measures. Wildlife Services has been engaged in conducting non-lethal measures primarily for wolves down in kind of the Southwest region. After coming back this week from the Oregon Cattlemen's meeting and John Day this week, there's a growing interest and support from the cattlemen's members on the east side of the state for us to start branch out and doing there. But you're getting to a very key point. It really takes funding to be able to support those activities, even though there is a strong interest for individuals to be able to do that.
And you guys are the experts at this work, which is something that I think needs to be pointed out sometimes, that there might be less problems if we allowed some of the experts to manage some of these situations. Anyway, I'm hijacking this. Thank you.
Commissioner Spellbrink, and then I have one question, and then I think we can go to a motion.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Kevin, let's see, one other thing I had on my notes here was I remember talking to someone about best management practices and restraining trap technology. I think there's been some advancements in that. And can you maybe talk about that?
I can, Chair Wall and Commissioner Spellbrink. Yes, best management practices, BMPs, have been a growing and developing process over a few decades now. And what they are is they're designed to make improvements to traps and provide different modifications and adaptations, as well as use guidelines on how to be able to make those traps more effective and efficient, meaning catching the target species and minimizing damage to that target species. But one of the, in my opinion, the biggest key component of utilizing best management practices is the applicator. Wildlife professionals, wildlife damage management professionals, in addition to just looking at effects to species, we're also looking at effects and under obligation of federal consultation to look at effects to threatened and endangered species. We work with the state on state listed species or sensitive species. Non-target, we look at other environmental factors, including social and cultural values and humaneness. We have to incorporate all those things and not just one goal of trying to minimize the damage, but we're trying to incorporate the goals from all of those factors into the activities that we do. So not only do we have to utilize and choose to utilize the BMPs, we're also utilizing the best skill, and that is the professional experience that we gather over decades of experience. And the daily adaptation, every time we find something that didn't work as well as we wanted to, we're evolving. We want to make that better because we have all those obligations that we're trying to meet. And not just singularly trying to meet the obligation of just stopping the damage. We're trying to address the damage, the conflicts, the environmental effects, the social, cultural needs. All of those things roll together, which makes it a very complex thing, which is why, federal or professional wildlife managers need a degree of latitude in managing a dynamic resource that is not stagnant.
Appreciate that, thanks.
I want to go back, if I could, just for a moment to the question on the abundance and distribution. And the no answer gets great marks for brevity, but I want to ask a bit more about it because what I heard was that they aren't abundant, that beaver aren't abundant, and especially if you look at beaver dams. So could you just say a bit more than your earlier answer? Because I got that on extirpation, but if you could just say a bit more about why there would be such a difference in viewing that issue of abundance and especially on the beaver dams.
Yeah, Chair Wall, for those not paying attention, we're talking about claims of beaver abundance, high, low, somewhere in between. and I'm glad you pointed out dams. There's enormous confusion between beaver and dams, where there has been a documented decline in beaver dams in certain places, especially the Coast Range with our AQI data, but that doesn't necessarily correlate to a decline in beavers. Multiple data sources around the state show that at least 70% of the time beaver sign is detected, a dam is not. So dams are not there, but beaver are, and there's great confusion with that. So there's many places that, and growing number of stories where people say there's no beaver here, but that somebody knows what they're looking for, shows up and finds them almost instantly. When there's beaver habitat, that's another source of confusion. There's habitat for beaver, and then there's habitat beaver create. So there are definitely areas where we feel there is a decline in beaver habitat and therefore a corresponding effect on beaver populations. And then thirdly, the availability of dams, because if you don't have beaver, you don't have dams. So there's definitely certain parts of the state where we have a strong feeling that we need to improve habitat conditions for that species. We see that some of the single species management for other things besides beaver have actually been detrimental to the animal. So it's trying to get into those conversations with land managers on what you can do to actually benefit the species as the first step, because if we don't do what the animal needs, we can't get the dams and things like that. So yeah, there's it's complex. It's a big state. We could talk about any little corner, but it's a mixed bag depending on what situation you're talking about.
Thank you. Let's go to Vice Chair Zarnowitz.
Yeah, I appreciate all, I don't have any questions, I just have some comments. I appreciate everything you've done and working on this and working on the work groups, both Kevin and Derek. And I've heard, I've heard Wildlife Services before, because they were involved heavily in our beaver trapping, or our trap check group. And were quite a resource there. But so were a lot of other people that were at that beaver trap check group, that we learned a lot about beavers. Oops, put this here. And about research that has been done on beavers, and then more recently, in reading the public comments and the information that came through, there's even been a lot of research done on the impact of different types of traps on animal suffering, and actual research, which I know one of the people in the trap check group wanted to do those type of studies, which most people felt were not ethical to do them. But so I would like to see that we move all restraining traps to 48 hours for any category of predatory animal. We already have it for fur bearers. And so what I would like, I'm not sure if this is how I should do this, Aaron, but should I make an amendment? I want to propose an amendment to the motion that the staff has. Okay. So I move to amend, an amendment to amend OER 635-050004512B, and that is the part in the rules that are related to those damage checks for restraining traps and snares, at least be checked once every 48 hours, and remove all animals. Then the remaining language in that subsection is removed. And then I'll stop there, because then we have to, do we have to vote on that amendment, or do the whole motion?
Can we do this part separately?
Yeah, we can do this part separately, and then let me think about how, we'll just make sure that it's incorporated clearly in the end.
Okay. Okay. I'll second it just to get it on the table.
Okay.
Is that what you were about to do?
No, Madam Chair, I think I asked you about this before. I said, I wonder if we could get a sense of the commissioners where they are, because now we're actually forced back into Robert's Rules of Order. We've got a motion on the table. We've got a second. So now we have to vote on that versus, I'd like to hear what Dr. King has to say, Dr. Coquille has to say. I'd like to hear what various commissioners think
You can do a
before we
friendly,
actually,
you can do a friendly amendment.
well,
I'll withdraw my second. Go ahead, but we don't have people.
Sorry, Chair, well, I just wanted to point out, I don't think my mic's on. Is it working? I just wanted to point out, no, my mic's not working. I just wanted to point out, Chair Wall, that when you have a motion and a second, you can then go to discussion.
Yeah.
You're not required to vote right away. You can go to discussion, and you can have all kinds of discussions and friendly amendments or.
Right.
on that motion.
Yes. On that
Yes.
motion.
Only on
yes.
that motion.
That's why
True.
I'm
Only
separating
on that
it.
motion. Can't discuss anything else.
Well, I
Well,
suppose you could
can't.
just.
Yes, you can.
Well, with amendments.
Because if you, no, let's say you have a motion and a second, and then there's discussion, and then I have some compelling information for Jill, and I say, Jill, would you consider going to 52 hours? And Jill could say, I accept that, right? There's Robert's Rules ways of doing that. So there's a lot of things that can be done to adjust a motion once a motion's been made, is my understanding. Paisley School Board.
And I've got stuck on this being county commissioner several times. You need to speak to the motion only, that's Robert's Rules of Order.
It's okay, it's okay.
Okay, as long as staff's, or our attorney's okay with it.
She'll yell at us, I think, she'll just.
And it is also the case that we are not absolutely bound by Robert's Rules of Order because we have in the past they are guidelines, so.
Okay, well, that's good.
So, moved and seconded. Now, discussion. And we have Commissioner Labhart and Commissioner Coquille.
Okay, so in the way of background, and somebody even told me this, she says, man, you're a glutton for punishment, but I actually sat in and listened to all the Beaver Work Group meetings and all the trap check meetings, I think except one, and somebody says, boy, apologies for that, but I did. So I have the background on listening to that, and I'm very disappointed that in particularly the trap check, that they couldn't come up with a recommendation for us. And in fact, I just want to give Commissioner Zarnowitz and Commissioner Coquille a big shout out because they said, well, yep, we didn't, but let's give it one more try. And so they went back and said, let's try to see if we can get some kind of an agreement. And I can't thank you enough for trying that, but it didn't work either. Still, no agreement. And so it punts to us. And so I hoped that we would have some kind of a consensus agreement on that, but we didn't. So now it does punt to us. And so I agreed with Bob Salinger. I had a conversation with him in 2001 is when we put the trap check requirements in place. And really we haven't made much progress at all in any kind of modifications or reductions or anything since then. But there is, I believe, and the people that I've talked to, and of course I haven't talked to everybody, but there is some consensus out there to make what I perceive are some shortened time frames, and I've checked with staff on this too, some shortened time frames that are not 24 hours. But they are, in my opinion, a significant movement from where we are now, which is essentially zero. I mean, other than staff's recommendation of going from 30 days to 14, I've heard that staff's okay with that, and I've heard other people say they're okay with that, and that's on the predatory animal with a killing trap. And so the 76 hours, I'm referring to the chart up here, I can support cutting that almost in half, going to 48, and I could support the 7 days going to 3 days, which is over a 50% reduction there. So that is 3 items that, you know, the 30 days to 14 is a 50% reduction from 2001. The 7 days to 3 days is a 50% reduction, and 76 hours on the trap before damage going to 48 is almost a 50% reduction. So in my opinion, that is a pretty significant step, I think, from this commission to be able to go there with that. And I've talked to organizations. I'm not going to list them all because I'll forget them, but for the most part they say, well, I'm not sure I like it, but I can live with it. And I'm going, oh my God, we've made some movement here. And so on almost all sides, not all, but almost all sides, I'm hearing that we can make a pretty significant change and reduce almost by 50%. And instead of 2001, 0 to now, we can make a pretty good deal. So that's where I was coming from. I'm ready to shorten the time frames. I feel for wildlife services, but because they've got to implement this, and they would have to say we have to prioritize now, because the commission is saying these are now 48 hours, and 14 days, or excuse me, 48 hours, 3 days, and 14 days. And so that would change their priorities, and they're going to have to say to some landowner, I'm sorry, I'm not going to get to you because I got to go back out and do a trap check instead of 76 hours, 48 hours. So I don't know if that's an amendment or, but I'd like to get the sense of the other commissioners, because I haven't talked to the other commissioners in any kind of length about this notion of trying to say, okay, let's go 50% reduction and see if that has at least got some legs. So that's where I was coming.
Maybe we could hear from some of the other
Sure,
commissioners who've got some hands up, or some cards up. Commissioner Coquille, and then Commissioner King, and then Commissioner Zarnowitz, and then Commissioner Spellbrink, and then Zarnowitz. Go ahead.
Great. Okay. This is not going to be my most eloquent speech ever, because I'm trying to out loud process as I'm doing this, because this is very complex. I mean, if obviously, otherwise we wouldn't be sitting here after all that discussion, but I'm just trying to parse out recreational versus trapping for damage, right? And I have a lot less space in my head for a recreational trap of a beaver than I do for a damage trap of a beaver. And then I'm also trying to parse out, you know, you show us those other states and it's like 48, 36, whatnot. But here we have 5 different numbers, and that's just one number. So like, where does our number map onto their number as far as any of these frames, right? Is it secretly that they have 36, but then they also have infinity for killing traps? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. So that's where I'm getting tangled in my head, because there's just all these different factors that seem to be collapsed into the same numbers, and then there seems to be a lot of conflating issues, right? And I know they're not conflating on purpose. They're conflating because it's all connected, and all of these ecosystems are connected. So when someone's dog gets caught in a trap, that gets conflated with trapping a beaver for damage, and when, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So I personally, I'm not so I say I'm not a animal rights activist, but I am an animal welfare advocate. Like that, I do believe that there is science and expertise to be had in the realm of animal welfare and well-being. I do believe that you are an expert in your space, and that there are multiple experts in this room throughout this world that have testified. We are all experts in one thing or another, and not one of us is an expert in all things. And so I am inclined to say that this as it stands on the wall is not good enough. And I like what you I like what the 3 pillars that you said, right? The 48, the 3 days, and I want to have more conversations about this 14-day one, because I see whatever we decide today not as a full stop, but as a ... and ellipses. And I want to move us an inch forward, knowing that it is not the last inch we will take, and also knowing that no one is going to be fully happy with anything that happens here today, as I've learned on the commission, is like every single meeting and every single issue. So that's where I stand. So if you want to know where I am, those are the hits.
Thank you. Commissioner King.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I can tell you, I mean, I agree, this is the concept of it that I think gets so many people, like what my colleague Commissioner Coquille just said, like, you know, trapping for recreation just kind of sets people spinning. Because I can tell you, like, my trapping experience is more on the zany antics, trapping a critter for damage sphere, and I think that's where so much of it is that there's something going wrong and you're trying to deal with a problem, and it comes to that. And I think that is a larger percentage probably than the 33%, but that's just me. And because I am a trapper, I've worked already with Derek and Kev about, you know, improving those regulations, improving our education, improving kind of our sense in that space. Like, if we're going to do it, we've got to do it well and do it right. But I would also say where I am in terms of, to answer Commissioner Lampart's question, I agree. I think pretty much all of them need to reduce. The two for fur bearers and unprotected animals at 48, I think that is fair, and I think so much of it, when you looked at that chart of like where other states are, and people say, well, 36 states do that. You know, you have to do an apples to apples comparison. You have to look at the terrain. You have to look at what other Western states are doing and what it means to run a trap line and how far those distances are, and knowing that 24 hours could potentially be really unrealistic for some of this environment. So I think that those things are fair. With the predatory animal bit, like why those are so long just don't make sense to me. So I think reducing those, whatever compromise we come to move forward, I think is fair. Because for 20 years we've gone nowhere, and we do not live in a time or a space where we can just sit and do nothing. I realize it's going to put pressure on the wildlife services people. That's a different problem that we'll have to deal with in a different way in a different time. Because there's all sorts of things that are going to put pressure on wildlife services people. This is just one, as Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde has mentioned. So I think reducing those intervals, particularly for the predatory animals in the restraining traps, and then having a long discussion with Kyle with the Oregon, I've forgotten, Forestry Industry something or other group, and like getting a 50% reduction. I think, you know, he said he's going to cop it for that. Like there's going to, you know, because that's going to mean increased costs for folks in that industry. But again, it's the reality. We cannot stay the same. I think we need to have movement on that, and circle back to that at another point once we kind of see some of the effects of that and see can that be reduced further still. So I think, you know, the reductions and the compromises that we're all talking about, I think are all reasonable to me. And I think that they're realistic, and we have to go for something that's realistic and doable, and then work towards tweaking it further still when we have the next opportunity. Because as everyone is stating, like, no matter what we do, we have hollering and screaming afterwards and being sued and everything, you know, everything going sideways and upside down. That is just one of the occupational hazards of what we do. Like, we're not going to make everybody happy, excuse me. At the end of the day, we have to make decisions. And so that is what I think is it a decision that we can come to and consistent and live with.
Thank you. Should we go to Commissioner Spellbrink and then Vice Chair Zarnowitz?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wall. I guess I was going to address here too. I know there was a finding of no fiscal impact with the original staff proposal, and I believe by changing, you know, trap check requirements substantially, like we're talking about here, undoubtedly you're going to change that fiscal impact. You're going to change the ability to address damage. You're going to decrease the, you know, wildlife services ability to work for the public entities, the municipalities, the counties, private. You're going to affect, you're going to have a fiscal impact on livestock producers if, you know, they can't address the damage. You're going to affect, I know there's some small businesses that contract with timber companies. They're actually trappers that can contract with timber companies, producers, and I've talked to some of them, and, you know, they'll go, right now they have contracts where, you know, they'll go east one day, west the next day, north the next day, and south the next day. And so you're going to, you know, affect them. Like I say, you know, you're definitely going to, have a fiscal impact. It'll change that finding of no fiscal impact to considerable fiscal impact, possibly. Anyway, and in the spirit of compromise, I was thinking of, I would be okay, dropping the 76 hours to probably 48 hours. But I was thinking about the 7 days, dropping that to 48 hours. That's not really a compromise. I was thinking about cutting that in half to 3.5 days, which is 84 hours. But I'd probably go with the 3 days or something like that too. But I guess that's where I'm at, and leaving the killing trap 14 days. That's kind of my opinion.
I have a clarifying question. Is that
Okay,
okay,
go
Jill?
ahead.
Can I go in front of you?
Yeah.
Since we're just throwing Robert's rules or any order out.
Just for a
Interrupting
moment, we're throwing
is
it out. We're
allowed.
bringing it back soon, so
Okay,
keep going.
sorry. My understanding is that a killing trap kills you. Is that true, Derek, or not?
Chairwell Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, that's the intent of the trap, or the trap set. And so there has been lots of conversations about, do they do what they're supposed to do? That's one of the primary purposes of the BMP process, which is to study traps to see if they kill the way they're supposed to kill, have a quick, clean kill, hit where they're supposed to hit, do what they're supposed to do. The vast majority of the time, they do what they're supposed to do. And that information is essential to BMPs, and that's why there's still always this evolving process of abandoning outdated equipment or practices that don't do what they're supposed to do. But even when there's, say, a misstrike, the animal is, these are sets, these are traps, these are things that are designed to indeed kill the animal quickly. And so because of that, they are powerful, they do what they're supposed to do. And so that animal, even when there's been the data where animals don't get the right hit, or they're traps that we're going to cycle out, say they're not BMP approved, the animal has sustained such injuries that they're life-threatening, and they die. Longer than you would like, longer than is acceptable by BMP standards, but they're not going to be there for 14 days, they're not going to be there for 30 days. That would be a restraining trap.
Okay, and then my follow-up to that is just this general, I do have this concern, it seems like there's kind of some good warm spots happening here around what we might get to, but we can't compel the Oregon legislature to fund wildlife services. But I wish there was a way we could send a message that it does matter, and that we're trying to make really good concessions to listen to the public, and I don't know what to do with that other than to just say that. I don't know what to do.
We probably can't deal with it right this minute, but there are things we could do. Once we come to a decision, I think we could figure out how to carry the message. But right now, if we can, it does seem like we're sort of honing in on that.
Yep.
So,
And I'd say that I'm not comfortable with just having the 76 hours, the 7 days. Based on the information that I've read, I've heard on restraining traps, I'm leaving the kill traps alone, although the study that was forwarded to us, and I assume you guys read that, it was published in a journal called Animal something or other. It was done in Canada, and it talked about the percentage of kill traps, including snares, that did not kill animals right away, and that they were designed to be very effective by, if there were a next snare, they caught them here, but a lot of times they didn't catch them here. So, so leave kill traps alone for now. I think that's a big compromise. But to me, the 48 hours, it's across the board. The trappers do that all the time. A lot of trappers do this damage, according to what we heard in our trap check group. Not only wildlife services. And perhaps, I mean, the department does, when there's a bill up that the department supports, the department can give testimony in the legislature and support increased funding or something to that effect. So that, you know, that is one option.
What?
Okay, only if the governor lets them.
I
Okay.
wanted to make sure that was.
Unless we sneak in there, right? No. So, you know, that's still my vote for the 48 hours.
So can we have if we need a couple more quick ones and then we can vote. We have several options on the table. We have one with a motion and a second. And so Commissioner Labhart, you have another comment.
Well, so I think we're getting really close. So this is a compromise. So because the last three are essentially wildlife services, they're damage, just like Commissioner Coquille said, those are damage. So if I think I heard you say 76 to 48 you're okay with.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
So, and then you're okay with the 14, from 30 days to 14, correct?
Yeah.
So the only difference we've got is 1 day from 7 days to, I was proposing 3 days. Well, 48 hours is 2 days. So the compromise would be okay, I'm willing to go 2 days, which is your 48 hours.
It's actually not. It's
not?
an actual, no, if you do 2 days, the way it's interpreted, it actually winds up being like 71 hours.
Right, correct. Because daily was what?
Oh, that's
48
right.
hours,
Yeah,
47 hours. Yeah.
I stand corrected. So we're not, I thought, oh, we're almost there.
Well, it depends on if you want to say it's 72 hours or 3 days, right, and 48 hours. Like, we're comparing two different measurement systems.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how would you word that?
What?
How would we word that?
She put up her.
Well, I just have another clarifying point. So predatory, I think I asked this before, but in my head, the predatory animal with a restraining trap and damage is occurring kind of feels like we are punishing the animal for committing damage. Prove me wrong. Tell me that I'm wrong.
Commissioner Wall, Chair Wall, Commissioner Coquille, I don't think that was the intent at all in the discussion that went into that.
Okay.
It's purely giving more flexibility to that landowner now that they've got trouble on the doorstep. So it's definitely not this one caused damage, it's okay to suffer. It's definitely more on the business, the damage, the economic loss, the family hardship, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm even looking at the original proposals and
I'm sure that was the case. I just, like when we're parsing out between, it's a predatory animal, so it could cause damage anyway, right? And the only thing that's differentiating between those two pieces is proof of damage.
Yep.
It feels like it would be just simpler to say, if the animal has the potential to be causing damage, this is what we do. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
Okay.
So we have a motion and a second on the table. We've had a lot of great discussion. Your part is still up just for what you just said, right? Yeah, just want to make sure. So I'd like to call the question and
Could you repeat the motion one more time? I want to make sure I understand.
Sure. I move to amend OAR 635-050-0045-12B, which is the predatory animal restraining trap, for restraining traps and snares, at least once, will be checked once every 48 hours and remove all animals. The remaining language in OAR 635-050-0045-12B is removed. Which the remaining language speaks to the 7 days, so.
So just a clarifying question, are we also saying that 30 days is going to 48?
No, that's already in their,
That's already in the motion.
in
the other-
their
the
motion,
The recommendation.
department motion.
He's just taking the 7 days.
We're confused on the
I'm just
3-day
doing the
thing.
7 days, the 76 hours and the
Oh, okay.
7 days going to 48
Okay.
hours.
So it's 48, 48, 48, 48,
Yeah.
14.
Yes.
Roger that.
Yes. That's the motion that's on the table.
Right.
48, 48, 48.
So
It's 40.
is it,
48
everybody
is
clear?
how
Can we
many
call the
days?
roll?
I don't understand.
Go ahead, Michelle. Please.
King,
Yes.
Labhart,
Can I abstain for a little bit?
Spellbrink,
No.
Hatfield Hyde.
I'm still trying to
trying to do the
understand,
math.
we're trying to understand.
I'm still a little
I'm,
confused.
we're confused about the days thing. This is so confusing. A day is not a day is not a day.
Because if
What
it's
is,
2 days, you can
talking
wait
So-
until it's 36 hours at least before it really becomes 3 days. Those kinds of things are what we're talking about. This makes it clear that it's 48 hours rather than, because 48 hours can be interpreted differently than 2 days. 48 hours is 48 hours.
Yeah.
2 days is 2 days until it becomes 3 days. And at what point does that clock flop over to 3 days? So it gets confusing. This way, it's very specific and very clear at 48.
Is there any
Is that right?
clarification on that? Or did-
Chair Wall, Commissioner Labart, at least I can give, this might make it worse.
Don't
So
make
there's
it
some
worse.
state regulations, they will say calendar day. So then that way, if that's the intent, is like, if we want it to be, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, we could say it's, every other calendar day, every 2 calendar days. So you set your trap, then you have 2 days later to go check. It has to occur. So this is on a Monday, you say 2 calendar days, that means it has to be sometime on Wednesday.
So that's
but-
where the 71 hours comes
Yeah,
in.
but really technically, you could have set it at 12 midnight Monday morning, and then you have until Wednesday night, 11:59 p.m. And that's where the 76 came from. People always go, you do realize there's 72 hours in 3 days, right? Not 76. Well, the conversation that went into that was that they wanted to be able to have one weekend coverage, which we kind of heard from Wildlife Services. They didn't want too restricted because now you're forcing weekend activity. So rather than 72, they wanted to have the opportunity professionally that if they came on the job on that 3rd day, but there was an emergency or some client called and said, we have an animal in a trap, they could then go immediately respond to that situation and then finish the rest of their line without being out of compliance. So that might just be an unnecessary history lesson of what went into the conversation that led to those originals. But even the states that have the calendar, talking with my counterparts, oftentimes in court, it still does come down to an hour assessment. And so that's where they say, look, yeah, we've got daily, but technically it's, 47 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds type of thing. So I think sometimes the states we've heard, it's just, what's the intent, and then they match the numbers to meet the intent. Sometimes the gut feeling of how frequently do we want this to occur. Some states have regulations, it's 3 times a week, but you could stagger them and cluster them however you saw. So, but so then in that case, they'd say, let's then just go to an hour rate, because then that can get kind of messy and kind of funky at times, so.
Does that help at all?
yes, I'm just gonna say yes.
Khalil,
Yes.
Zarnowitz,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes.
Did Commissioner Labhart vote?
Labhart.
I abstain for a little bit.
Okay, Labhart.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we have to do the other motion.
Can you move forward and do that one, and then we
Yeah, if I can find it
4
again.
other items? Yes.
Chair Wall, I was going to give a bit more clarification for Commissioner King's question on mine and wildlife area. Had staff kind of give me some more information. So what's in that proposal there is we currently, once we acquired that property, we had to implement temporary rules that would be enacted immediately. And so that would protect we immediately wanted the winter range closure to protect the resources, very resources we were purchasing it for. The staff at that time did look at whether they wanted to prohibit trapping in the temporary rule, and they did not intend to do that, did not want to do that until they went into the full wildlife area planning process. That doesn't preclude you from doing different. I just wanted to make sure I gave you the background on why it was not included.
Thank you.
Okay. And I have a question about, do I need to include the motion I just made, or just say the motion that's typed out here?
Are you planning, you're looking at the.
At
staff
the exhibit,
proposed
yeah.
Why don't you why don't you read the motion that the staff proposed and then say, except as amended by the motion one that you made a
Okay,
minute ago.
all right. Okay, I move to amend Oregon Administrative Rule, Chapter 635, Division 008 and 050, as proposed by staff to set regulations and seasons for the harvest and pursuit of fur-bearing mammals, including the staff recommendations shown on Addendum 1, and including amendment.
Including the amendments adopted
Okay.
in the motion.
Okay, including the amendments adopted in the motion preceding this motion.
There you go.
Okay, I think I did it.
Do we need it read one more so you have it in the record, or we're good?
Oh, no, I'll go back and listen.
Okay.
This is just the staff recommendation.
It's this, I think.
I'll second it to get it on the table. Is there comment, question?
So, yes, Madam Chair, just to clarify, we're talking about attachment 4, page 7, and attachment 4, page 7, those two edits. Is that correct? On this chart, on this page, this one pager that was handed out?
Yeah. This
Okay.
Addendum 1.
Yeah, addendum 1. Okay, got it. Thank you. So I'll second that.
Okay, now it's been seconded
Yeah.
twice, and you're the.
Oh, I'm
that
sorry.
said-
Oh,
no,
I
that's
thought it
great.
hadn't been seconded yet. Okay.
We'll assume that's the case. So
This
it's
is
been moved
pretty-
and seconded as just read into the record. Is there any other conversation or question?
Yeah, okay, there is. This is pretty straightforward. I mean,
Yes.
pretty simple from my perspective.
Hearing none, I'm going to go to calling the roll unless you have an objection. So Michelle, will you call the roll, please?
Labhart,
Yes.
Spellbring,
No.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Khalil,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Zarnowitz,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes. Thank you. We're finished with that one. We have 5 agenda items to go. They're going to go much faster than the ones that we've already done today. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to do the other 5 in a very short order. agenda items, and it's very late for everybody, and I know a lot of people have been here waiting all day.
Okay.
The worst thing you can do to staff is have them sit here all day long and then ask them to have 2 minutes instead of 25 or whatever they had. And yet, that's the position we find ourselves in. So on the, one of these, on the item D, there is a question that we'll ask. But if staff could give us the most abbreviated version, and we promise, Greg, that we will hear what you have to say at a different time, because this is a terrible position to put you in, and I'm sorry for doing it.
Thank you, Chair Wall, Director Melcher, members of the Commission. I will make this as brief as you would like. I can essentially skip to maybe the essence of the staff recommendations and leave you guys have all the rest of the slides. There's a lot of interesting history. There's a lot of biology about sardines. Their populations go up and down. We don't know exactly why. I'll speak to climate change and say that a lot of things have been proposed for the reasons why. The reality is we still don't know, despite over 100 years of research. I will also say that, as others have said, that increasingly the past is no longer a good guide to what will happen in the future. So with that, I will, let's see if I can navigate. I thought I was going to get to see all of them, but I'm just going to skip right down through here. And I'm not going to tell you about all the amazing science that went in, but essentially these are the federal harvest guidelines that were recommended by the Pacific Fishery Management Council in a very public forum. The Scientific and Statistical Committee approved the assessment as the best scientific information available. They have recommended an overfishing limit of 5,506 metric tons, an allowable biological catch of 4,274 metric tons. There will be no directed fishery for sardine along the West Coast. There are other minor harvests, and those are spoken to below, but the annual catch target, which triggers some of the restrictions, was adopted as 3,800 metric tons. There are other fisheries for CPS, coastal pelagic species, and they include a variety of other finfish as well as market squid, and there is no more than 20% by weight allowed in each landing can be sardine. Live bait fishery is where a lot of those sardine are taken, and if they get up to 2,500 metric tons, there's a limit of 1 metric ton per landing in that fishery. If we get to the annual catch target, then there's a 1 metric ton limit that applies to all CPS fisheries. And then there are other fisheries in which sardine are sometimes captured, such as the hake fishery. Those are non-CPS fisheries. They're targeting groundfish or something else, and there's a 2 metric ton per limit per landing. The other rule that you are going to be asked to deal with is the squid net rule. And you may remember adopting this rule last February. And the rib line is what is 36 inches above the lead line. And the rule that was adopted didn't really take into consideration the way that nets are actually made, or the full function of the rib line. The rib line near the ends of the net go down to the lead line, and that makes it function properly. But it does still take care of reducing the bycatch of things that are on the bottom and avoiding catching crab pots. And with that, I think staff recommendation is to adopt the federal harvest regulations for the upcoming fishing year. Those are shown in attachment 3. That has been, the proposed rule was published in the Federal Register already on May 9th, and the final rule will be published on July 1st. The second issue is the market squid fishing gear, and staff recommendation is to adopt option 1 with the modified language that's shown in attachment 4. And with that, the draft motions are there, and you guys are up.
Thank you, Greg, and I really do apologize that we cut your presentation short. We love this stuff, actually, so I'm sorry we had to do that. There is a question from Dr. King, and we do have a question about the change to the market squid fishing gear.
Essentially, that's my question. Could you go back to the picture? What are we changing? What did we do wrong? I don't quite get it.
So the picture that you see on, let's see, I guess that would be your right, that says February 2022 rule. Down at the bottom, you can see there's a little, it says rib line, and there's a little line that goes up to it and goes all the way around the net. The one over on the other side there, where it says the proposed modification up at the top, it shows again the rib line. It's a slightly darker circle there, but it angles down to the lead line near the ends of the net. And that's the way that the nets function properly.
Okay.
Does that help?
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
I guess, and how does that keep does it do the same function as to keep the net off of the floor or the bottom?
Yes, it does. The net is pursed up right at that 3 feet above. It's just that it connects down to the bottom so that when they're hauling it up, it actually is easier for them to bring it up to, the other end, the very, it's a complicated system, but yes, it will still address those issues, and it will still work and serve the purpose that it was intended to do.
I'm fairly, Chair Wall, I'm fairly familiar with the fisheries, and basically what you have below the rib line is just loose net, and so it's not fishing, it'll just drag over things, and like with the crab body, just drag over the top of it. The rib line above it is what's getting pitched, and the loose net below just drags over.
Let me just ask the question in reverse then, because I think that we got the answer that we needed for this one, but I want to make sure, because when we put this in place in February, we were trying to provide protection of bycatch, from bycatch. And I just want to make sure that we still have that protection, but the way we described it was not completely accurate given how these are actually made.
Yes, I didn't realize that at the time either, that basically the rib line could sink down on the areas where you're not pursing from. So then it could basically, get closer to the bottom. So
it actually does the same level of
you may
avoiding-
pick up a crab or something now and then because you have the loose web dragging, but it's nothing like you're not actually actively fishing that bottom 3 feet or
dragging.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink, I will say that we have data that suggests that even with the earlier modification, there has been some reduction in bycatch of benthic species in terms of crabs and flatfish, which were the 2 primary components. So there already is, but even with the 3 feet above, it's even more so, yes, and it will still function that way. And all of the nets that they are using are like this now.
Okay, thank you.
Does that help?
Yes.
I guess that answers the question as much as I can understand it.
And the other question, go ahead.
I was just
Commissioner
gonna make a
Hatfield.
motion if you're ready, but not if you're not ready.
I think it's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. I move to adopt the staff recommendations for the 2022-23 coastal, oh geez,
Pelagic.
oh man, country girl. Species fisheries as shown in attachment 3.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to, oh, now I have to read it. Will you restate it, and then I don't have to find it?
Do I have to say that word again?
Oh, I can say it.
Okay.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt the staff recommendations for the coastal pelagic species, both parts.
No.
Those, huh? Do we need to say it differently?
We'll say it exactly the way that it is written up on the screen right there, which is what Hatfield Hyde correctly did, correct?
I move to adopt the staff recommendation for the 2022-23 coastal pelagic species fisheries as shown in the attachment 3.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Would you call the roll?
Labhart,
Aye.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
King,
Yes?
Khalil,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yep.
Zarnowitz,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes. Thank you, Greg.
But you have to do the squid one, right?
Huh?
Yes, issue 2.
Sorry. Huh?
Mic was off.
Is there a second motion?
Yeah. You want to do that?
Sure. I move to adopt the staff recommendations for market squid purse seine gear as shown in attachment 4.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt the staff recommendation for the market squid purse seine gear as shown in attachment 4. Any other comments, questions? Will you call the roll on that one?
King,
Yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
Labhart,
Aye.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yep.
Khalil,
Yes.
Zarnowitz,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes.
Chair
Can we?
Wall, Vice Chair Zarnowitz, I will apologize that I was not able to say anything about beavers.
There's no pelagic beavers?
Can we net beavers? Thank you.
On your next
Thank
when
you.
you can. Exhibit
Thank
E,
you.
Restoration and Enhancement Program. And I think for this one, we have Mike Gobbin.
And Chair Wall, as Mike's getting ready, I've asked Mike just to go to the recommendations slide, and you all have the information on the individual projects. We'll just move right through this. So there's no one signed up for public testimony on this item.
Okay.
Next one.
The OCRF. I think there's one person.
The very last one.
Good afternoon, Chair Wall, Director Zarnowitz, Commission, Director Melcher, for the record, Mike Govan, Recreational Fisheries Program Manager. As Kurt mentioned, you have the packet in front of you, Exhibit E, here to answer any questions that you may have. The bottom line is we're bringing 6 projects before you for funding with a total of $268,000 for the Restoration Enhancement Fund.
Commissioner Labhart
And-
and then Commissioner King.
Okay, and just for the record, the vote was 7-0 on all of the projects, correct?
That's correct.
Commissioner King?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Mike. I just, really, it's just a question of the first project, the Hatchery Resilience one, because we talked about this a little bit at the budget. And you picked 6 projects. Can you tell me which 6 and how'd you pick them?
I can tell you which 6. So this is part of the larger package to start doing the assessments of climate resiliency. So the project came forward by staff, Scott Patterson, our propagation manager, and identified 6 different areas for the initial kind of cut at looking at the resiliency issues. So we're looking at Rock Creek, Leeburg Hatchery, Bandon Hatchery, Coal Rivers, Oak Springs, and Alsea. I think that's 6. And basically there we're looking at what type of facility upgrades may be needed to increase production, if there's anything that's needed on site to increase efficiencies at all these different facilities. And this is just sort of the beginning stages of the assessment. ODFW did kick in a couple $100,000. They came to R&E to supplement that assessment with an additional $100,000.
And why were those 6 picked? Is just because of their size? I mean,
Yeah, I believe the reason those are some of our major facilities, and as we look forward with climate change issues, if we need to start increasing production or going to other areas, and Sean's going to play backup here for me, we want to make sure that we have those 6 that are identified first, through our assessment, so that we're making sure that they can handle any additional production that may come their way. But I could be totally wrong.
Chair Wall, Commissioner King, not totally wrong, no, but just to add to that, the 6 were chosen because they're representative of different kind of ecoregions in the state and different water sources. So Oak Springs is spring-fed, which is similar to Klamath Falls and some of our east side hatcheries. And then we've got the coastal hatcheries like LC, which is representative of some of the North Coast hatcheries. And then Bandon is representative of South Coast. And then we've got the Rock Creek, which is kind of unique. So we intend to take these results and extrapolate them out to similar hatcheries that have similar kind of challenges around water and temperature.
Thank you, Bob.
There aren't other cards up, so is there a motion?
Okay, I move to approve the projects recommended by the Fish Restoration and Enhancement Board as set forth in attachments 2 and 3.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded as just read into the record, and so we will call the roll, if you will, for this one.
Spellburn,
Yes.
Labhart,
Aye.
King,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Coquille,
Yes.
Zarnowitz,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes. Thank you,
Thank you.
both of you. Exhibit F, if we could have Dr. Charlotte Regula Whitefield come up, thank you. And we'll talk about, hear about the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund, and we do have one person ready to testify on this.
And Chair Wall, while Charlotte's getting ready, I have asked her as well to just go to the staff recommendation slide and answer any questions you all might have. And then, as you point out, we do have one person under public testimony, and they're in the Zoom room.
Okay.
I have a question on 16 of the 23 projects, so.
And we have another chair for you. And Go ahead.
So, good evening, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. For the record, I am Dr. Charlotte Regula Whitefield, and I am the OCRF coordinator. So, for time's sake, we are going to kind of jump right into issue 1 of the 2 issues for today. And this is a suite of projects that have been put forward by the OCRF Advisory Committee as a result of Round 5, the 2021-2022 competitive grant cycle. These 23 projects went through a series of reviews, including staff technical reviews, OCRF Advisory Board member reviews, and have been put forward for the Commission's consideration for funding. So these 23 projects total just over $1 million, and I would like to note that this is the largest amount that we've been able to fund in one single funding cycle, and that has been a result of the current funding levels that we at OCRF have been able to support. So with that, I am with the Chair's permission, would you like to have questions on this issue or go to the second one and have them all together?
I don't think we have questions on this one, so if we could do both of them, and then we
Sure.
can go to the person that would like to testify.
Excellent. So the second issue that I'm bringing forward today is a supplemental process to what did occur with the 23 projects that were selected. So following the selection of these 23 projects through the competitive process, we actually here at OCRF had a private donor that stepped forward who wanted to fund an additional set of projects. This special donor process is outlined within the OCRF expenditure framework and is a process in which the OCRF has used in the past. So these additional 4 projects were selected by the private donor in consultation and direct coordination with the OCRF chair, and also included staff recommendations in review of these 4 projects. These 4 projects were put forward in the original competitive process, and through a supplemental process, which is the special projects process, were vetted by the OCRF Advisory Committee. We've recommended for funding as well, including the 30% match, which is within the OCRF expenditure framework. So with the private donation and the OCRF match, these additional projects total just shy of another $100 worth of projects funding.
Okay. Any questions, or we can go right to?
I just have a comment. So I just want to, this shows you the strength of the OCRF when we have a project donor that is so enamored with what this program has accomplished, where they're willing to put their own money into a funding project and making sure that it does meet the criteria in OCRF. I mean, it tells folks out there that we're doing a good job with the money that's spent. And this donor came forward and said, I'm willing to spend $100,000 to help you guys out. So it's really great news.
Terrific, yes. Thank you. Then can we go to Jefferson Jacobs? And this is a Zoom testimony.
And they managed to get beavers in there.
Go ahead, Jefferson. Whoops, I think you're muted.
No, just a second.
Or not. Just a second,
hear me?
Jefferson.
Yep.
All right. How about now?
Okay, now we can hear you.
Oh, great. Thanks. I'll be brief. Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher, ODFW staff, thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Jefferson Jacobs, and I'm the Riparian Restoration Coordinator for the Oregon Natural Desert Association. And I'm just taking a moment to express my appreciation for the good work that the OCRF is doing in funding meaningful work in Oregon. I can speak from experience because as a recipient of OCRF funding, ONDA is turning OCRF grant funds into prime beaver habitat on the South Fork of the Crooked River in Central Oregon. The OCRF funding stream is a great example of how ODFW has a wide variety of extremely potent metaphorical levers it can pull in managing habitat, water quality, and the public wildlife resources of Oregon. OCRF funds get an enormous amount of bang for their buck by enabling work to be done by highly motivated entities with decades of local know-how and who have the desire and ability to stretch every dollar as far as possible. For example, ONDA volunteers have already contributed work hours implementing the Crooked River project, which are more than double the value of the OCRF grant. Oregon will need to use every tool in our toolbox, work collaboratively, and think creatively with long-term view in order to take actions that restore natural systems that will help address the challenges of climate change, drought, wildfire and habitat loss, invasive species, and the biodiversity crisis. OCRF funding of the restoration of natural systems such as beaver habitat are critical to this all-hands-on-deck strategy. Thank you to all those people supporting the expanded funding and for those working and volunteering their time to administer such an important program. You're making Oregon a better place. Thank you.
Thank you, Jefferson, for the testimony and for your work, for the work that ONDA is doing. So, then can we do a motion here?
Madam Chair, I move the projects recommended for funding by the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Advisory Committee as described in attachment 2 with the authority to increase expenditures for project if restricted gifts are received for those projects.
Yeah. I second it.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the projects as just read into the record. Can we do the report?
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Laphart,
Aye.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Coquille,
Yes.
Zarnowitz,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes. We go to the second one.
I move to approve the 4 special projects recommended for funding by the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Advisory Committee as described in attachment 3.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the 4 special projects recommended for funding by the OCRF as just read into the record. Could we call the roll on that one, please?
Laphart,
Aye.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Coquille,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Zarnowitz,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes. Okay, let's go to Exhibit G then.
Thank you, Charlotte.
Thank you for doing it in 2 minutes instead of the time it deserves.
Hey, Charlotte, happy birthday tomorrow.
Happy birthday. Okay, Kevin.
Director Melcher, that's on tape. I'm going to put that on my phone, so I have that on my birthday too.
Go ahead.
Chair Wall, Commissioners, Vice Chair Zonowitz, for the record, Kevin Blakely, Wildlife Division Assistant Administrator. And the exhibit we'll discuss is the Access and Habitat Project Funding Approval. The packet was extremely complete in regards to those projects that were there. The summary, again, the process that these go through the regional habitat biologist, regional council review and approval, and then the state board meeting, which has review and approval and participation by the applicant. So a lot of process occurring up until this point. And so wanted to just basically put the motion slide up there. If there are any questions, Travis would be more than happy to answer a detailed question.
Your timing's remarkable, Travis.
What happened to that hour?
Yeah, exactly. We're good.
Is there a motion?
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
Just for the record, all the projects received a 5-4 or 5-0 vote. We had no dissenting votes on all the projects recommended, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
And Commissioner King, do you have a?
Yeah, just a question. I mean, I'm just wondering, you see all these numbers, I guess, is it based on real estate value? How are these payments and how are they assessed? Land value, I guess.
First, let me introduce myself for the record. I'm Travis Schultz, the Access and Habitat Coordinator.
Thank you.
Commissioner King, Chair Wall, sorry, needed a little more time to prep my mind on this. So the projects are derived, the value per acre payment is derived by the number of acres and then the quality of the habitat that is on that particular piece of property and the number of game species that will support. The more valuable it is to hunters, the higher that we are willing to pay for it. The vast majority of our projects run from about $1.80 to $2.40 an acre.
One more question from Vice Chair Zarnowitz.
Yeah, just a quick question. I noticed that Linda Bentz is involved in this. Is she related to the congressman? Or is that different spelling?
Yes.
She is?
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
okay.
I believe it's all part of the same family. I'm not sure how closely they're related.
Okay, that's great.
It's a sister-in-law.
Sister-in-law? Oh, okay. That's great. Thank you.
Is there a motion? Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
I move to approve the projects recommended for funding by the Access and Habitat Board and described in attachment 2.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the projects recommended for funding by the Access and Habitat Board as just read into the record. Michelle, can you call the roll?
Coquille?
Yes.
King?
Yes.
Spellbrink?
Yes.
Labhart?
Aye.
Hatfield-Hyde?
Yes.
Zarnowitz?
Yes.
Wall. Yes. And we will move then to the last item, which is H. Thank you for the shortest presentation in the world.
All your hard
Auction-
work.
Yes. Auction and raffle tag allocations, and I believe we have,
We'll see if Travis can do this one even shorter.
No pressure, Travis.
I think we can do that.
Yep, same crew. We just have one slide and just an intro for Travis. Extremely successful year on our auction and raffle tags.
Yeah.
We've been reporting that in a couple different forms. And I'll have Travis go from there.
Okay, what you see here is the slides that are the auction and raffle tags that we're requesting, the 26 tags, divided up over the species, bighorn, pronghorn, and Rocky Mountain goat. Those funds all go to fund those specific species. Deer and elk tags go to fund the A&H program. It has set, this last 2 years have broken every record that we've set thus far for the A&H program, the raffle and auction tags. This past year raised over $1 million.
wow, crazy. That is amazing.
Some deep pockets
Thank you
out there,
for your
That's nice.
Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, you have a question?
Nope.
You want me to make a motion? Okay, I move to approve the, are we done? Are we okay to do that? Okay, I thought maybe I was jumping ahead. Okay, I move to approve the 2023 auction and raffle big game allocation, tag allocations as proposed by staff and the A&H board and shown in attachment 2 and 3.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the 2023 auction and raffle big game tag allocations as just read into the record. Michelle, will you?
Labhart,
Aye.
Spellberg,
Yes.
Coquille,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Zarnowitz,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes. And we, do you have one more comment?
Not on this item, but just a general one.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Hey, Director.
Chair, well, before we adjourn, I guess I just wanted to say that although this was a lengthy meeting, it was lengthy for good, many agenda items and many productive discussions, so just thank you all for that. And as a token of our appreciation for this lengthy meeting, we'll give you all July off. The meeting will be in August. And that'll be our annual Pride Awards, where we also do the employee barbecue, and we have some employee awards as well. So, looking
And we're
forward.
going to do that here like a real thing this time.
We're doing a barbecue again. We're lowering the bar a little bit. We're not doing tri-tip, which we've historically done. We're just doing burgers, brats,
okay.
and a couple vegetarian options, but no chicken. What was that?
She doesn't want that faux stuff.
Yeah. No, it's real.
Yes,
Thank you.
honeymoon.
Thank you, everyone. And we are adjourned. And will the commissioners all turn off your mics?